That one was spicy.
So the Warriors have to play 48 minutes.
So I think it's going 7. I have it. I have the Nuggets in 7.
Ant-Man, Batman, Watchmen, Lakers at 5.
Well, it's money time now.
Hey, what's going on, YouTube? What's up? What's up? What's up? Here we are. We have another edition of the 10 Toes Down podcast. Yeah, man. King B-Boy King Speaks is back on the scene. CW, thanks for showing up. You know, you the MVP, man.
Goat Center, okay. Wooder's coming out swinging already.
Hey Woodard, you ain't gonna like what I. But this, we're not doing your division yet. But you ain't gonna like what I got. What I think about you. Actually, no, you might, because I kind of rounded up my predictions. But we talking about the Southeast. We talking about Trae Young and them. Today we talking about who else we talk? We talk about the Orlando Magic. We talk about the Miami Heat.
My Charlotte Hornets.
Yeah, the CW's backyard team.
Yeah, might have to go to the game this year. Might have to go to 1 or 2.
No doubt. So yeah, we are going to talk about why I talk about LeBron James so much, and I don't think I talk about him too much, but I do talk about him. And again, there's some news about the glute. The glute injury. LeBron is butthurt, y'all. I don't know. So he got a nerve issue or something going on. Word is they are going to take the advice that I think that they should do and reduce his minutes. I heard. They always say this, right? They always say this, and they get to playing. But this actually came from JJ. This came from the front office. It's saying about lightening LeBron's load so he don't wear out. Same thing happened with my Knicks, right? Josh Hart was talking about how he ran out of gas. See, I think that was a situation where Josh Hart was just he was pulling the captain, he was pulling the Steve Rogers, and he was jumping on that grenade, even though he didn't have to. He was basically taking the smoke for the rest of the team. The rest of the team didn't play that well in the conference finals. We all know it. But Josh Hart was saying that this is the farthest I've been in the playoffs so far, and I kind of ran out of gas. And, that's kind of the theme of and that's the theme of this preview. I've been speaking, with a couple of cats backstage and discourse and all that. And as I said, man, it's about the grind of the 82 game season. We all know that the playoffs is the second season, and the way the war of attrition goes now. The way the war of attrition goes now, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, people are saying that. I will get into that in a minute, what you just said, Cartel. But this war of attrition, it's almost similar to football. And as we've seen, man, my Giants lost, the second year player. Malik Neighbors. You see, I've got so many names. That's my first round pick in fantasy. Luckily, I'm 4-1, still in first place. But that's my first round. I put in a waiver claim for Slayton. Damn it. Well, I'm second on the waiver. I'm second on the list too because I picked second to last. He was my, 13th pick of the first round. We had a 14-team league, and so I picked up Slayton. So hopefully, I get Slayton to mitigate his loss. And then what happened with Tyreek Hill last night? So go on to show you, man. It's a war of attrition in these sports, man. It's a war of attrition in the NBA. It's a war of attrition in baseball, man. Your pitches wear down. Your pitches wear down in baseball. My Mets, Jesus Christ, bro. Losing. We went from the best record in July in the major leagues to out of the playoffs in an expanded era playoff situation. All we needed to win 84 games. We could not do it, So when it comes to this playoff preview, I want people to understand, I'm looking at it the long haul. First of all, I'm only predicting the regular season games, and therefore
Mhm.
I'm predicting who's going to get the top 10 at the end of it. Who's going to get the top 10, who's going to be the 6 seeds that make the playoffs, and then who's going to be the 8 teams in the play-in tournament. And I got a lot of kind of surprising teams. There's a couple of dark horses that I think are going to be like last year going into the season. I don't think anybody had Detroit. I thought Detroit would be improved. I didn't have Detroit until I started seeing them play. So there's a couple of teams that remind me low key of Detroit from last year, and it's about these rosters and who were yeah, so are my Giants footage. But it's about these rosters and who got the roster to go through the grind of the regular season. Then when you get to the playoffs, okay, well, who's gonna be healthy enough and who's gonna have the right matchups to get through that? That's the way football's been. And in this era of parity, this is what they've done with the NBA. I don't think anybody is that far ahead of anybody else talent wise. So we get our honored guest Ace 30 pulling up, man. Shout out to Sturge. What's going on, bro? Friend of the platform, friend of the network. What's going on, man? Yeah, so I was just ranting. I was ranting about pretty much the going on of the day as we see LeBron James, quote unquote, got an injury. I mean, what do you think the injury is legit, or do you think that's a kind of a way to explain the minutes limit they're gonna put him on? Do you think it's anything that might keep him out for the start of the regular season? Honestly, like I said earlier, LeBron ain't got to play no preseason games. What's the point of him playing preseason, right? Sturdy, you muted?
Yeah,
Oh,
my
okay.
bad. No,
Oh, yeah.
I was saying, I was just saying that I don't think, honestly, it's the first time I'm hearing about this. Or honestly, I don't like
Oh,
what is
okay.
his specific injuries like. Because
So it's supposed to
I
be
didn't watch the Lakers media day.
it's supposed to be like a sciatic nerve in the glute. It's there's a sciatic nerve in the glute. So it's a glute injury. And yeah, I really think at the end of it, knowing that the LeBron James pattern, again, I'm not trying to, people are saying it's an attention grabbing thing, but and other people are saying it's just a built in excuse. I just think it's an issue that, that they're gonna try to limit him, and I think they should. I've been saying this. I think we talked about this backstage. The Lakers limit LeBron's minutes. That'll be beneficial to the overall team, right? So yeah, they saying it's a glute injury and sciatic nerve and uh, no real diagnosis. You know what I mean? So I don't know. They gave a press conference about it. I was trying to watch it. It was on Carcino's channel. What's the name? The people were saying he's lying and all that. I'm not even even my boy. When I hit him up, he said, "Oh yeah, he don't even. Look, I don't know. See, we're gonna get into that part later on. I'm gonna start off with because a lot of times what happened is, I do the spicy part with the LeBron stuff. And then I never get to the preview, right? This is where I wanted to do the stuff because I've been doing. I said let me do one division per show, right? So I told you that I'm going to do the Southeast. Do you have a 1 through 5? What? Because I think we kind of talked about a few of these divisions in the Discord yesterday. Who do you think is going 1 through 5? Who do you think is going to be the best team in the Southeast, and who you think is going to be the worst team? So go 1 through 5. What will be your order? Sir, you there?
All right, yeah, all
All right.
right. I think the obvious is Orlando. I think Orlando is going to have like a top 3 defense this year.
Yeah.
We just in comparison to last year to maybe we might see this year. We might like we saw good improvements from Paulo and Franz last year, and
Mm-hmm.
so It's just unfortunate due to injuries. We really see them play a lot up until the playoffs.
Yeah,
And
they got
so
really tore up with injuries. Yeah, they got tore up
them
with
sharing,
injuries, but they made it to the They made it to the play-in, and they made it into the actual playoffs. So 7th seed, they ran into a Boston team. Yeah,
yeah. So them playing together, them with the addition of Desmond Bain, and I just think they're going to continue that momentum. I think we're going to see one of the best defense in the league. I think we're going to see Paolo and Franz contend for all-NBA spots, and I would not be surprised. We're just going to stick to regular season. I just think out of this division, they're going to clearly have the best record out of it, and they might, in my opinion, they might pick to be the 3rd seed in the East overall or record
yeah, I got
wise.
the same way, right? And I got them. So their over/under number is 50.5. I actually got them at 53 wins. Yeah, based on the over/under, yeah, I think they're going. I think it'll be a solid team. I think Desmond Bain, the addition of Desmond Bain, you got guys like Jonathan Isaac, Wendell Carter, really solid down the line. I don't know when. I don't know if Big Brother Wagner gets back. But we all know Franz Wagner is, borderline all-star. We know Paolo is an all-star. And again, Desmond Bain being the 3rd chair. I mean, he's second. He's a good 2nd chair. So he's in the 3rd chair. Then you get Jalen Suggs. Backcourt depth. Like I said, as long as they don't get that, I can't see the injury bug hitting them like that again. They caught the injury bugs almost as bad as Memphis. Memphis caught that 2 years ago with everybody. They was at the point where their whole team was nothing but cheerleaders. At the end of it, and you was talking about everybody from Santi Aldama, everybody on Memphis got hurt. That's what Scottie Pippen Jr. was able to get playing time, and even he got hurt at one point. You know what I mean?
Bro, let's stay on the Athletic division. Let's stay on the Athletic.
Yeah, oh yeah, no doubt, no. I'm saying it. I'm saying, we saying on the Southeast, but I was just saying that the injury bug they hit. So this is the potential of them to actually be contenders is based on the fact that they were before all those injuries, they were the 1 seed in the East or the 2 seed in the East or something like that. They were either 1 or 2, and then the injury bug hit, and they fell all the way down to the playing spot, and they made it. So who's your second team in the division?
No, the Hawks. I think, in my opinion, this might be the most complimentary, as well as this might be the most complimentary cast that they put around Trae Young on paper. I think when we put Trae Young with this amount of athleticism, length, and majority of these guys can shoot, this gonna be a dangerous team in my opinion. I think the Hawks, they could easily be anywhere from 4 to 5. I'm going back and forth between them and the Pistons. I give the Pistons the 4th seed, but I think the Hawks, and I just want to say this for a second. Unfortunately, in the NBA, it's not just how you perform. It's not just your availability. It's also some politicking with some of these exposure as well as awards. And the guy I'm referring to is Trae Young. Obviously, we're talking about a guy who had the most 20 and 10 seasons and with the least amount of All-Stars compared to those seasons. So, obviously, because of some of his relationships that happened with some of the prior coaches, he's not getting some of the nods for certain awards like All-Star Reserve or even NBA votes, not for his play, but for some of the politics behind the scenes. And I think because this team is better, I think because this team is more versatile and athletic, and on top of that, they underratedly Dyson Daniels, who I believe was most improved last year. I believe he's going to continue his progression and potentially help get Trae Young off the ball, get him some easy buckets from time to time. I think this amount of support on both ends of the ball, Trae Young gonna have to average. He doesn't have to average 28 and 12 for them to have this amount of success. And I think because of their more success, because I think I got them projected 5th seed, second in this division, I think Trae Young might be on NBA team potential player too.
All right. Well, I'll put it this way, right? And then people will know me. I'm a Trae Young critic. Again, it's a 10 toes down. And look, there's no doubt about it. I completely believe in Trae Young's talent. I completely believe in his ability to make plays. Um, yeah, I mean, the All NBA, the lack of All NBAs. Well, I mean, again, you got to have success. I mean, 2 years ago, the team was the lottery winning team. And last year, they kind of flamed out. They went from AC to out of the playoffs. And I mean, obviously, here's the thing, and I think this is the key to it. They get a guy like Kristaps Porzingis who has got to show me that this viral infection is not going to end his career, because it's been a year and a half running now. Like that's the same viral infection that was affecting him in the championship run. Like they won the championship against Dallas despite the fact. So this is a situation I haven't heard much from it. And again, Kristaps Porzingis is the guy that we drafted as a Knick. I've always wished him the best. I kind of thought he gave up. We were trying to get him Zion to make a dynamic duo. He said, "No, I ain't feeling that. Send me to Dallas." Went to Dallas. That ain't work out. Came to Boston. Went to Washington. And, yeah. I don't. Look, unless Okongwu is the guy, counting on Porzingis to be your center, don't do it. Make Okongwu and let him be more of a. Let him be more of a six man. Whatever you get out of Porzingis will be a bonus. If it's positive, great. Jalen Johnson, that's the guy. His talent is immense. This is the guy that they got a steal in getting him, because Duke dismissed him the 1 year he was at Duke. Should have been a lottery pick. I mean, I think he was a lottery pick or something like that, but they still got him, and he's the guy, I think, and whatever he is, this is what Atlanta will do. Now, again, Dyson Daniels, obviously Defensive Player of the Year candidate. One of the perimeter, one of the best 5 perimeter defenders easily. And I mean, like steals are crazy. The way he hawks driving, the passing lanes, and the way he can wrap up almost any point guard. Definitely a great complimentary piece for Trae Young. I actually got them under, and their number's 47.5. Would you bet over or under on that 47.5, or you think they're a solid 50-win team, or you think they're in that range? Third.
I don't know about 50 wins, but I can see them like 46 wins.
All right, so you probably had them as an over. See, like to me, if I'm gonna ever make a bet on over under, my prediction got to be at least a 3, 4, 5 win cushion, one way or the other. You know what I'm saying? So I actually got them as a clear under. You probably have them as a slight under. And that's cool. Again, like I said, you're going is the health. See, man, it's not that when it comes to this thing, man, like I said, you need a roster that's built for the long. That's why I started talking about football, because you see, right? My Giants lost Neighbors, the Dolphins lost Tyreek Hill. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's how it is. You got to get through the grind. Injuries happen. So if you have that roster, if you have guys that they can hold the fort while you're down, then yeah, you can talk about a team that can do more better than expected. Your next team, I think I know where you're going. What's your next team? What's your middle of the pack team in the Southeast?
I got the Heat. Let's get the obvious out the way. Tyler Hero expected to miss about, I think, 4 to 8 weeks. They said that.
We looking at Thanksgiving, Christmas, anywhere between Thanksgiving and Christmas, pretty much.
So, and obviously, I take into account, like a week or two, or even after the player gets back from injury, to get back in rhythm and whatnot. Right. So you're basically saying the first 2 months of the season, you're basically not going to have Tyler Hero for the first 2 months of the season. So I think they're going to go for a slow start, but we all know the Heat, man. The Heat are just one of those competitive teams that just stay disciplined, stay well coached, have a good defense with Bam in the middle. Develops talent with Jaime Marquez Jr. and whatnot, and it just my opinion. Like, okay, let's keep it for the performance standpoint. I think I have them in a play-in, like high play-in, like that's 7-8 range overall in the East, third in this division. that Tyler Hero being out at the beginning of the season is gonna hurt. But I don't think they're gonna completely be washed out of a play-in situation because of that. Now, in my opinion, I think they should start. They should blow this team up. Honestly, like how long are you going to be in the middle of the pack? Is like at some point when are you going to start investing into your future? Because they don't have like yet like you can have Bam like Wiggins is a valuable asset, Hero is a valuable asset. You need to start making moves because this is like just like this division, they're mid overall in the league. The Heat is known as a team that they're going to compete, but they're not going nowhere because they don't have enough talent.
Yeah, they don't have the over the top talent, and yeah, even when they had Butler, when they had Jimmy, they could make a surprise finals run if a couple of teams had injuries and stuff like that. But yeah, they're at that point where they don't get the next. I was looking at Heat history ever since Riley, Papa Pat, been there for 30 years. You know, they stole them from my Knicks, Mickey Arison. You know, they have been either mediocre. They've only had 2 bad years. That was the year 2008 when Wade missed almost the whole season. And then 2002, 2003, the year before they got Wade. So those are the only 2 years that they have been like bad. And they might need to be bad. They might, this draft coming up, you got the Boozer twins probably. You got the kid from the big man from BYU. I don't know if any of them are Wemby type. I don't know if any of them are Cooper Flag type. But you know, they might need to find a way to get pivot to get their next superstar because Bam and Hero are good players, but you might need to start I agree with you, but I still got Miami right in the same as you. I actually got them as the second team. I think this division is pretty bad, and I got them actually taking one of the play-in tournaments. But like I said, and I think that's really their high end, and somehow Spoelstra gets the most out of his roster. But I think in the low end, yeah, maybe they should just, if they catch another major injury, yeah, blow it up. See what you can get for Bam. See how many picks you can get for Bam. See if a team is they can give you some interesting draft capital. See if they'll take Bam off your hands or whatever, and then and figure it out. The next team, I think I know where you're going with the next team, and actually they're my 3rd team in the league in the division. But where you going as your 4th? And the Heat's over under is 37.5. So I wouldn't bet that because again they could be terrible, and I damn sure don't think. I wouldn't bet against them, but I wouldn't bet for them either. But they're 37.5. I got them at 38 wins.
Yeah. I got the Wizards next. I think I got them as an overall in the East, 8 to 9 range.
Okay.
That'd
be good news for my Knicks.
the thing with that team is that team is a blend of like young talent and veterans. So you got Chris Middleton, you got Zachary, you got I'm just the thing. Let's be honest. I'm gonna be straightforward with you. Who watched the Wizards? You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to I'm like of a few players, but like overall as a team, I can't give you an honest prediction on how I think this team's going to perform. To be honest with you.
Yeah, no, they're bad. They're going to be bad.
I just think on paper. I will say this though. I'll think on paper, based on the talent they do have on the roster, I think they're playing team. That's why I say 8 to 9. But in terms of the style of play and the in-depth, in contrast to other teams that we talked about already, I can't give you that much. I'm be honest with you, bro. I ain't watched that many.
I feel you. I mean, the only thing I think is interesting about them.
I'm not gonna watch that many Wizards games this season. I gotta be
transparent. I feel you. I remember watching the Wizards when I had League Pass with they had Westbrook and he had that 21, 22, 20, 22, 12, and 12 season the year before he got traded to the Lakers. And I just found it interesting. I mean, because that roster was dog shit, bro. That roster was dog shit. It was just Westbrook, Beal, and a bunch. I mean, again, NBA players, but I mean, really, I can't even remember. I know they had Robin Lopez, and he was starting a lot of games. I mean, they were bad in Westbrook. So that's why when old boy was Scott came up on the other day. You know, we was on Lights Out, and he was saying how Westbrook was 22, 12, and 12 with empty stats. I'm like, bro, you don't know. Westbrook was kept playing his heart out that season to get them just to the playoffs, and they got smoked by Philly in the first round. But yeah, but there's nothing. I mean, other than Alexander Sarr and maybe a couple of the young players, like, you know, just for curiosity's sake, I ain't watching them either. I actually got them at 20. Their overall number is 21 and a half. People think they're gonna be terrible again. I got them improving just because they got nowhere to go but up, especially with a young cat like Alexander Czar, who almost, you know, was coming on late for Rookie of the Year last year, but they gave it to Castle, and Castle deserved it, no doubt. Yeah, I mean, other than that, yeah, I got them as the runts of the division, but still, I got them winning 27 games, and I'm rooting for them just because the Knicks have their first round pick, but it's like top 6 or 7 projected or something like that. So I would love to get a lottery pick. And so if they're bad but not that bad, and again they don't win the lottery, because if they win the lottery, then yeah, we don't get the pick. But if they don't win the lottery and they're like in the middle of the pack, and if they do get a play in, but they may get knocked out, that'll be good news for my Knicks, right? Going forward, just to have another young player pick, and maybe we can trade it or whatever, depending on what happens in the season. I still got the Knicks winning it all. But and I think that being Charlotte. So you just, what is it like? Cause Charlotte got a nice interest in the young big three. Or do you see the injuries with them? Do you see them like not really having much?
I try to be optimistic with every team, unless we get like, you know, reports of a player being injured. I give everyone benefit of the doubt, and so by saying that, I do think I always said like this particular Hornets team had an underrated young core in the league, and only thing they're missing is direction, the right direction. This team is built to be an up and down, fast paced transition team, but like because the amount of different coaches and coaching styles and also players being unavailable, they haven't been able to be consistent to have a direction, to have a heading. With that being said, I do think Brandon Miller does improve though. I do think LaMelo reminds people of the type of all-star talent he is. And I'm gonna give it to you know what, bro, I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt. I think this will be the first year LaMelo played majority of the season.
Yeah, I would hope that, because LaMelo. Funny, everybody know about LaMelo. They based on, you know, everybody knows about LaMelo based on LeVar Ball and all the hype, but it seemed like a lot of fans really hadn't seen him play. Like he is that dude. He really is that good. He is a special offensive talent. Like, I'm not gonna say Luka, but he's like Luka-ish when he's on, when he's playing. He definitely got the flair. He definitely got the shot making ability. He just hasn't been healthy. You understand what I'm saying? Like he, you know, again, I'm not to even call him a poor man's Luka is not an insult. Like he is dynamic. But again, the injuries, the ankle injuries and all that, man. And shout out to his father, man. Prayers to him. I see he got that titanium, that Lieutenant Dan from Forrest Gump prosthetic. So shout out to Papa LeVar Ball, man. He is I know people clown him, but you know, he is he hyped his boys up, man. You can't get mad at that. You can't really get mad at that. He talks spicy. So yeah, that's the only hot take I got from this division. I actually do is that I think Atlanta's gonna be terrible. And again, I just think it's the depth, and I think unless you get some real type leadership there, unless Dyson Daniels becomes the leader, maybe, or maybe Trae Young, and maybe I'm just too hard on Trae Young, and maybe Trae Young really grows into the leader. Oh yeah. So this is the pick that I shared in group chat. So we talked about the Atlantic already, but yeah, Grady Dick grew 2 inches. You know that. So of course the jokes is gonna come out. They say they list him at 6'8" now, and he was 6'6". So Dick grew 2 inches in his paws in the offseason, man. We gotta keep some comedy. This guy is a joke that keeps telling himself, man. Shout out to Go Cat. Hey, Go Cat. Before we pivot into the LeBron talk, did you have those? Do you have any of the stats? That remember when I was giving you the series, the playoff series? Do you have any of those CW? Those playoff series numbers? Do you have any of those graphics like laying around? Because I would love to do at least 2 of these series.
Okay,
So
yeah, give me a few. I've got them. I just got to
Okay.
find the portable drive I put them on. But yeah,
Okay,
I got 'em.
okay. Oh, I appreciate that, man. See, my man C-Dub is the man, bro. Like he keep me prepared. I gotta start being able to do this shit on my own. But I want to do so. I've been playing like based on the fact that we talk a lot about help, right? We talk about a lot about how this player didn't have help, that player don't have. I've been doing something where I've been trying to look at series from the past, and we going all the way back to the. So, I ain't gonna go back to the 50s and 60s, to be honest. I mean, maybe some 60 series, I'll do one and every now and then, but actually it's tough to do 60s because you don't have certain stats, right? So, but I'll probably do from 70 on, but that's really all I've been looking for anyway. I'm gonna be like, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give the numbers. I'm not gonna give player A the star players numbers, and then I'm gonna do player B.
I got 2 of the series.
Yeah, hit.
Let me see if I can private chat you.
Yeah,
Which
well,
ones
you
I
could,
got.
you know what you could do because I'm looking at the numbers in my notebook. Tell me the points per game of the first player.
Let me see. Let me bring it back up. For the first player, let me see. It's got 20.7.
Okay, I know you're talking about. Here we go. 20 points up. So let's do this one. 20 points. Okay, so player A, right? Player A average.
Let me bring it up real quick.
So this is for you, Mar, and the audience. Obviously, CW and me knows. But not Mar, Sturdy. My bad. I see more in the comments. But for you, Sturdy, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna name 2 star players. I'm just putting the numbers up, right? So CW got the graphic. This is player A and this is player B. I will give you this is the series that happened after the year 2000. That's all I'm going to give is whether it happened before 2000 or prior to 2000, right? All right, so player A, you see the numbers there. So what I'm going to start doing, I mean, if anybody got guesses on who won the series and who these players are, please let me know because we gonna, it's just kind of, we just gonna see who's sharp with
Are these random players on the team? Or are these like
These are the
starters, best
star
players?
players. So these are the best players. Now I'm going to give you 3 players for each team, and who what could be considered their help. And I'm just giving the numbers. Points, rebounds, assists, and steals. If the steals were significant, I'm gonna put it. So player A's best help was 16.7 points, 2.2 rebounds, 6 assists, 1.7 steals, and his true shooting percentage is 429. All right. The next player is his numbers is 14.7 points, 6.2 rebounds, 3.7 assists, 1.8 steal. I will say that this was a second round series as well. That's what I'll give you as well. A second round series in the post 2000 era. Right. So after it happened after 2000, and then the last player that would be helpful player A, he averaged 6.2 rebounds, 6.2 points, 5.2 rebounds, 1.7 blocks, and his shooting percentage was 386. His total shooting percentage. All right. So that I'm gonna put this in the chat real quick, and that'll round up the help for player 1, player A. Real quick. All right. So it looked like Pav got the first player. All right, so player B, 26.3, 6 point. If you know who won the series, let me know. 6.3 is rebounds, and you see in 5.8 assists. Player B's help, 22.5 points, 14.5 rebounds, 2 assists, and 4.3 blocks on a 601 true shooting percentage. The next player, 10 points, 8 rebounds, 3.2 assists, 483 true shooting percentage. The next player after that, 9 points, 3.8 rebounds, 5.2 assists, 412 true shooting percentage. Anybody know? I'm typing out these so I can put it in the chat. I don't know if I don't think I think let me see. Path the engineer actually got
And,
the player
and
A
these
right.
are
Anybody know who player B is?
and these are numbers for a series, right?
Numbers 4 series, the second round post 2000 playoff series. Anybody know who won and how many games? And anybody know who the player B is? And like I said, I'm gonna put the what's next so y'all can, because I want y'all to guess the help too, not just the star player. And so all of this, whoever gets it first, I gotta kind of tabulate, see who's really, just to see who's on their game, man. Who kind of knows things. Because I want the purpose of doing this is you be surprised when you see the performances versus yeah, I know. You'd be surprised when you see the performances without the names, and then you say, "Oh, so and so didn't have no help," but then you see, man, sometimes guys, So 6.2. Yeah, it's funny, man.
All right,
6.2.
04 series
Okay, my
Spurs versus Lakers. 04 series Spurs versus Lakers. The other guy is Kobe.
Oh, so you
Shaq.
got it.
Shaq is the other guy. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Pap got the Kobe thing. What's the name got the Shaq. Anybody knows who? Okay, so right now I'm putting in these. Anybody knows who got the? Let's put it this way. Anybody know who got the 6.2 and 5.2 rebounds with the Spurs on 1.7 blocks? Like I think y'all know who got the 16 and 6 and who got the 14, 6 and 3.7. I mean, if you know your shit, you know. D-Rob, remember this is 04, Path. This
And
is 04.
Rasho. There's Rasho. I
Racho the
don't know.
therapist.
I don't know.
So you
I
got it. You
only
got it.
so yeah, Parker, obviously that's Parker. And who's got the 14-7, 6.2? Hold on, I'm putting the player B's out. Because somebody was a sidekick, right?
Hey,
Oh
but
boy.
bro, after we
Yeah.
put that aside, I got an interesting question about this one.
Sure. I appreciate it.
So they got player A and player B.
Yeah, they got player A. They got player A. I love the Rasho.
04
I love the
series.
Rasho point.
Oh,
This is,
04 series, Lakers versus Spurs. I said that game 6. It was 6 games.
And we all know who won, right? Okay. So Path did get Carl. Path did get Carl. And what his number, right? 10.8, 10 points, 3 rebounds. 8 rebounds. Remember this was a super team, right?
Exactly.
Well,
Oh boy. Now see this.
mathematically, bro, and especially in the early 2000s, regardless of the type of talent you're gonna have, you're not gonna have more than 3 to 4 guys averaging 20 points a game. That just
Of course, especially with the pace,
it's a slow error.
especially with the pace. Yeah, of course. I agree with that. But look, this is how we love to judge. We love to judge things, and we say super team, non-super team. See, I think we came to the conclusion that super teams don't exist. There's no such thing as a super team, right? Me and CW, we don't believe in super teams. We just believe in great teams. And regardless of what we perceive as super teams are those teams where you threw a lot of primary guys sort of in their prime, and you kind of just You know, they were thrown together teams. But to me, a super team, I like a super team. There's a difference between a super team and a super team. I don't think a super team exists. It's no such thing. You know what I'm saying? So for those guys that say like the LeBron, like all the LeBron fans, we're gonna get into that part too. But the super team, look, I've never said, hey, what LeBron did, he shouldn't have did. You put the team together and you go to war. Period. You do what you need to do in the preseason to get the reps, to get the chemistry, get the coaching, get the playbook, and just go out to war. But now this team was a super team back then. That was a super team back then. This was a super team. No, they were just great teams. Yeah, the Knicks are a super team.
Yeah.
The Knicks are a super team. Yeah, I got the Knicks winning the #1 overall seed, man. I'm telling you, man. Knicks are built for war. But but that's how it goes. So anybody who got the 9 points, 3.8 rebounds, 5.2 assists, 412 true shooting percentage. Anybody know who that was? Yeah. See, it's funny how I threw in the Rasho Nesterovic line because I am one that loves to tell CW how Duncan was the center. And a guy like Rasho Nesterovic was just a warm body to keep Duncan at the power forward.
He was a center. He was a center. And them numbers weren't terrible for that era.
6 points and 5 rebounds.
Hey, he did his thing.
Look at me and the Go Jays Kingdom guy agreeing on something. See, I like to tell them, man, I agree with y'all on certain things. And if for Mar, that's the point of this, man. That's the point of this. Because when you just put line stats up there and you just show the performances, you'll be surprised. Now we all know, as we know, right? Kobe and them won that series. They got their get back from the Spurs in 03. That was the famous game where Kobe in game 5 played decoy so Fitch could hit that shot. You understand what I'm saying? Oh yeah, no doubt, Path. Look. See over here, we don't rag on people's education, man.
Yeah,
we don't rag on education. We don't play pro black and then rag on the fact that people got good education. You know what I'm saying? And went to smart school. Teach your son to be an engineer. Don't teach him. You know what I'm saying? Like, ain't that listen? We all have our path and this and the third. Shit, I got a son that's so goddamn clever. This nigga be outsmarting me in airports, bro. Oh man, he ain't even 20 months old. 21 months old now. Shit, look at my old ass. Can't even do math no more.
Man.
But
well,
you
starting later, but hey,
yeah, I did start bad late.
Man, true. I can't imagine having a 20-month-old.
Bro, I'm telling you, I'm running the way this kid can run, man. Does he run? Run.
I remember them days.
That's what I'm saying. He bet he's Brazilian and American, so he better play soccer, football, basketball, something.
Hey, he should be. You got an athlete over there.
And you got an athlete, and he's clever. He's clever than the mug, man. Whatever he want to get, you know how to climb up. He just work it out. Like that's his thing, man. Shout out to Hawk, bro. Shout out to Hawk. So, let me see. Do you got? So
yeah, I got.
Third. I know I've been rambling. You said you had a question, or did you ask it already, or did I answer it?
No. You kind of answered it already, without answering it, but like I kind of get the gist of it. Like I thought it was like, are we judging players based off the amount of help they had? But then now it's more so like you were just more so explaining like I get the exercise now.
Yeah, just really kind of just because like I said, it's famous series. We all see these are 2 superstars. We all see these are 2 all-time greats. Again, and every series, again, I got some interesting numbers out here. I done gave C-Dub a bunch of numbers in a couple.
I got one more.
I got like 7 deep. I'm gonna start.
We got
so
one
what's
more
the next
for y'all.
one? Give me the points per game of player A, and then I'll know where we going. Hey, shout out to Fry. I ain't gonna go that far, Fry. Oh, I love this one. Okay. All right. So player A. 42.6 points a game, 8 rebounds, 2.6 assists, 1.2 steals per game, and a total shoot percentage of 64%, 644 to be exact. Player B, 27.4 points a game, 4.6 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, and a total shoot percentage of 55, I believe, right? Yeah, 55. You got 53. It actually was 55.
Okay.
Yeah, that's cool, bro. That's cool. I probably no. You know what? You probably no. It's 50. I got 55 right now, so it doesn't matter. I will. This is a pre-2000s first round series. A pre-2000s first round series. So player A's help. He had 20 points a game and 8.6 rebounds, a block 0.8.
Man,
Right?
this is a tough one. This is a tough one.
This might be a tough one. This one's this.
Yeah.
See, I gotta get some of them might be a little obvious, and then some of them might. I mean, look, based on who's old school enough or whatever, because it's pre-2000s. That's what I'm gonna give you. It could be anywhere from 1970 to 2000, and or 1973 at least. You know, because we got blocks again. Who?
Can I tell you what it is?
Yeah, whatever. No, we're not doing the year, Mar. It's pre-2000s.
It's Knicks versus Pistons. That's
Bernard
King.
We go. Look,
right.
Handy. Shout out to Handy. Me and Handy was going back and forth in the comments on my the last video, but he got it. So who's player B?
Kelly Chapruka.
Here you go. Here you go. All right, so we're gonna start listing off the help. 20 points and we all. I mean, so who knows who won the game? Mara the dumbest Mara, you the dumbest commenter. You really out of all the dumb niggas or go Chase Keenum, you were the dumbest. Let's see, even Juan Boy got bars. He's smarter than you. He done flunked out of school, but he's smarter than you, Mar.
Ain't that? It just ain't that many players that average 40 points in a series.
Shout out to JB. Yeah, you're right. See, that was the giveaway. See, look, Sturd. See, this is the thing. Sturd is one of them dudes, right? Ain't that many players that average 40 points in the series, and that's what that was really the giveaway. And that's what I'm saying. A lot of y'all cats don't know y'all shit. Y'all talk these numbers. Y'all don't. We just remember we did a stats versus tangible debate, right? Wait a minute. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, my bad. Bill Cartwright's true shooting percentage. Oh, god damn it. I fucked up there. So, I mean, if y'all heard me, y'all know who this player is, right? But these other players might stump you. 11. See, I shouldn't be reading comments. I should be just putting out these what's the name. But 11 points. This is the next player for player A's help. 11 points, 2.2 rebounds, 8.4 assists. On a 1.6 steals. Hey, shout out JB. You up in the I don't know if you muted 467 true shooter percentage. Anybody know who that is? And then the other guy, let's see, 10 points. Now this the one that gets hard. Finding these help dudes. 4.4 rebounds, 8.8 assists, and 1.2 steals on a surprisingly low 349 true shooter percentage. Anybody know these numbers, names by the stats? Anybody could call it out because I kind of gave away the 20-point and 8 rebound guy, right? But let me see. Oh, JB's gotta add him back to the stage.
What's up, fellas?
What's going on? What's going on?
What's up, bro? What's up, everybody? I'm on my little
lunch break.
15-minute break here.
Got you. Let me read off player B's help. 21.4 points, 3.8 rebounds, 11 assists, 2.6 steals, 1.2 blocks, 544 true shooter percentage. So Woodage got Michael Ray. Let me see. Yeah, Woodage got, I believe, was it Michael? Actually, no, that wasn't Michael Ray. It wasn't Michael Ray, Woodage. It wasn't Michael Ray. 11, if you're talking about 11 and 8, or if you're talking about 10 and 8, 10 and 8.8, neither one of them were Michael Ray. So you got 21 4, 3.8. We do got this was Knicks Pistons, right? So that should be a giveaway. I know.
Oh, wait a minute. Excuse me, Ro.
Yeah,
What's
go
this
ahead.
dude, man? This dude say,
Yeah, listen,
what's his name?
don't pay
Mark.
attention. Don't pay attention to that. Don't pay attention to him. For
This
real. Don't
dude
even
said,
crash out
ain't
on this
said a
dude.
word. Man.
Yo, he mad. He mad. Hey, he mad. He was at the Diddy party. Let me stop. Because we don't even know. I won't speculate on what happened with LeBron James and his glute injury. I don't want to do it. I don't want to sink that low, man. You know what I'm saying?
I'm telling you, bro. I told you this multiple time, bro. Your perception is visceral, brother. It's visceral.
Say again. Say that again, Sturd.
I said your perception, man. Your perception of LeBron James' career, bro, is visceral, brother.
Nah, I'm just see. I can keep it light. I'm just getting more.
For anybody that watched The Wire, you know what I just said.
Okay, I watched The Wire. My perception is visceral. Oh, okay. All right. I got you, brother. Moves on.
Man, I got this dude. Hey, I got this dude triggered. I ain't said one word.
He just pulled up. He mad because the nigga got a job. I don't understand it, man. Like, what can we do, bro? Hey, this thing is about LeBron. I'm just getting in Mark because I know he's a bronze sexual. He's a bronze sexual to the fullest. You understand what I'm saying? This guy, anybody got this guy 15 points? Obviously he's with the Pistons of Kelly Trippier.
Wait a minute. Excuse me, Ro. He said, why did I say Vanderbilt was injured? I said he was off injured. That's one of the main reasons. One of the main reasons why he was included in the trade when they acquired Rudy Gobert. Matter of fact, also with the ascension of Jaden McDaniels on the team, right, as a small forward, they felt they didn't even need him anymore. They actually upgraded. McDaniel was young. He was getting better. Actually, that could have been a Lakers selection. That's a whole nother subject. But we traded the draft rights of Jaden McDaniels in the trade for Dennis Schroeder. I bet he didn't know that. So what I'm saying is, as Minnesota started to improve and become a playoff team, and when McDaniel's improving, and Nas Reed, they was like, wait a minute, man. We don't need 3 players at the same position. So that's one of the main reasons why they let Vanderbilt go. And he was never a scorer per se. He was off injured. I didn't say he was like
JB. Remember what I told you.
I'm done with that.
Don't have these dudes defending your position. Don't have idiots like this defending your position, bro. For real. Don't have. I know. Because we know. This nigga is supposedly a LeBron fan, Laker fan. Don't know none of what you talking about because he's a dumbass.
Well, he's panicking. I ain't said one word, but like I say, man, he'll find out.
You know, you got niggas triggered when you pull up. You ain't say one word and they coming at your head, bro.
I ain't say the word.
Same thing that happened with Johnny. Let's keep it stat. The same thing that happened with Johnny. Me and him were talking about whether Michael Jordan's 33 points a game in the playoffs was an NBA record. He said it wasn't an NBA record. I said it's literally in the NBA record books. They do have playoff point per game. Point per game is
now. Wait a minute. Excuse me, Ro. He said he was on the Jazz. Yes, he was traded to the Jazz in the Rudy Gobert deal. Anybody can look this up. This dude just mumbling. I guess I don't know, man, but I'll deal with him down the road. And all them LBJs.
Did somebody guess this? Did somebody guess this? I mean, 21 points a game. Nobody got the Knicks either, man. Somebody call out 20 points a game, 8.4. JB, you like let don't even pay more no attention, bro. He's not going to dictate the content over here, man. So it wasn't Michael Richardson. Nobody got
a couple minutes.
Okay. So the first round playoff series, who got 21-4, 3.8 rebounds, 11 assists, 2.6, and 1.2. 544 shooting percentage.
I don't think that's the right series, bro.
That is the right series. First round series.
No, that's Zeke. But all right.
Yeah, that's Zeke. Who got the 15 and 12?
Lambert.
Okay. Anybody know who got the 11 and 2? 11 points, 2 rebounds. Anybody know who that is?
That's John Long.
John Long. Look at Sturdy on it. Now we gotta get now I called it out, but nobody typed it in the chat, man. Or Sturdy, you didn't call it out. Who got the 20 and 8 for the Knicks? That's points and 8 rebounds.
No, you called it out. That's why you didn't ask about it. Like, because you said
Yeah. No. But I need people to actually like say it, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, see,
I'm be honest with you, bro. Like, no one, I don't I don't know anyone that consumes basketball like that. They just like look at the box score, be like, all right, bam. Unless you got photographic memory or something like, you know what I'm saying?
That's me, bro.
Multiple things.
That's me. But see, you know what? You know why I do this more? You know I do this more because me and Travis had a good show about health, right? And then we started to kind of look at the number box, look at these series box scores and all this. And you would just be surprised how many players who they said was bums put up double doubles. You know what I'm saying? Put up big time, like Big Z getting 18 rebounds against the Spurs, 17 rebounds against the Spurs in the finals. You know, game 3, right? Yes, he had like I think he had 7 or 8 offensive rebounds. That's a big time performance. I don't care what you say because you're going up against Tim Duncan. That means you're finding ways to get your team second opportunities, regardless of what you know. You know what I'm saying? Like
it sounds like absolutes. It's like from both sides. It's like on one hand, like when you try to say a player is a bum or this player didn't have this type of team, whatever, right? Yeah, you're obviously saying like this team is flawed, but to the degree that you say that it's not absolute. And also it's the other side of that too, bro. It's like this player is a bum compared to a certain upper echelon of players of their contemporaries, but just because they had a good 4 to 5 game stretch, don't take away for the totality of the 80 some games that they did play. So it gotta be like I'm saying the truth. I'm saying, bro, like the truth, the accurate truth is in the middle. Like it's not an extreme from either side.
Yeah, no doubt. See, there's no doubt about that. See, as we say, every dog can have his day, right? Every dog can have his day. A Booby Gibson can score 31 points, hitting 18 fourth quarter points to put the Cavs in the finals. But then since a Booby Gibson did that, does he deserve to be called a bum? He got dragged. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, this is just in general. This is just in general, man. Hey, this is for you. I go bringing up LeBron again, but I'm waiting for y'all to guess the Knicks players. We can move on to the main topic as soon as somebody guess these Knicks players, man. 10 points. I'm gonna repeat it again because Bernard King had 2 guys get 10 and 8. We had 1 guy get 11 and 8, 11 points, 2.2 rebounds. Just think who the point guard was.
Ray Williams, man.
Well, Ray Williams was the 10 and 8. He was a 10 and 8 guy. Who was the 11 and 8 guy?
Rory Sparrow.
Here we go. All right, so it looked like Sturdy swept this, and I know you probably went to Google. That's cool. Once you found out,
not really.
Okay, so you knowledgeable. And see, this is my thing.
The only thing I knew off the top was the Bernard King one. But like I said, ain't nobody.
And from that, you can gauge who was who. And that's the thing, man. The only point of doing this, because it's funny, right? when they played this type of game on Go James Keener, they was like, oh, who's the All NBA player and who was the All NBA? One guy was a bunch of All NBA players, and the other guy had this many rings. So it was they played a similar type game, and I've been playing this type of game all the time for a long time. I used to put this in NBA enthusiasts. The Facebook group back when we had 10,000 members up in there, and I used to just do that. I used to say, okay, here's this game, here's this season. This guy did this. This guy did that. You know what I'm saying? Which player would you take based on the numbers alone? And I know it's not necessarily an end all be all the numbers, right? It's different things. That's why we just had a stats versus intangibles argument. Sometimes the stats can be misleading. Sometimes you could see a young guy, or sometimes you could see a guy that you didn't expect that had a good many stats. So I'm just saying, because at the end of the day, here's my thing: there's no such thing as not having help. You got NBA players, you got help. The question is, do you have a team structured to go on a long playoff run? That's why I'm doing the NBA preview, right? And I'm saying, who's structured to have a good season going through the season? But it's not just on talent. It's not just about the talent. It's really who can sustain the injuries, what the coaching is, what the game plan is, the whole nine. Because we be surprised, right? By the time they'll say, "Oh, well, this guy just got hurt." Well, that injuries are part of the game. You know what I'm saying, Stir? Injuries are part of the game. I know me and you had the back and forth yesterday about so and so being an injury away from getting to the finals and this, that, and the third. But it's part of the game. And my thing is, the best coach, the best teams can go to a plan B. They can go to that. They can go to the next guy. See, it's a next guy up mentality.
Whoa, time out.
It's taking
Excuse me, Ro. I got to deal with this character right here now. I only got a couple minutes now. He said,
go ahead. Get yours on, David.
First of all,
I appreciate you pulling up.
He's so worked up. Man. He panicking. I said, anybody can look this up. He was traded from the Timberwolves to the Jazz in the Rudy Gobert deal. Am I right, Ro?
Yes, you are right.
Okay.
Yes, you are right.
So when the Lakers acquired him, he was on the Jazz team, but he wasn't even starting at that point. So what I'm saying is, look, since he's been on the team, the man's been injured. He had some kind of shoulder surgery, whatever it was. So look, man, I'm gonna deal with these LBJs, man. When all this is over, dog, like I'm telling you, man, this stuff. I'm sitting and listening to the topic. He trying to call himself going off on somebody. He worked up. He panicking because he don't know the situation. He don't know what's going on with the Lakers.
Yo, when I had Maul here last Tuesday, him and shout out to Iron Man because at least Iron Man knew his shit. But Maul tried to do all the whataboutism, and I made Maul quit with a mic drop. I forgot even what it was, but trust me, everybody was like, "Oh, shout out to Speem and all these cats." They're like, "How could you go back and forth with these cats?" Because my knowledge is that. So when Mar want to say, "What's the point of this game?" Because nigga, you don't know nothing about basketball. All you know about is LeBron James, and listen, we gonna get it to the LeBron James part, right? And look, let me do this. Let me do this, right? Again, because shout out to you, JB, because you know what the fuck you talking about. This cat don't. Yes, you did. You nigga, you crashed out on my show 6 times, Ma. You crashed out on my show 6 times. You rage quit 6 times. Who does that? You know what I mean? Your man and Johnny always kick. I ain't never left a Johnny show.
Excuse me, Ro. This dude say, well, what's this cat's name? This is cat's name, Sports Fitness Ranch Hater. He said, y'all gonna be so mad when Brad Pruitt is wrong. They've been singing this same tune since the bubble. Matter of fact, they said it in year 1.
JB, these are trolls.
I'm gonna leave that alone.
JB, these are trolls, bro. These are trolls. See, I'm learning, and shout out to you, Sturdy, because honestly, I think you and Casual y'all got me back on my game because you know what? I ain't gonna lie. When I first got into this YouTube, I was like JB too, man, responding to every little comment. But sometimes I gotta realize, Casual, like this nigga is called Sports and Fitness Brands Hater. He literally, this is LB. Actually, this nigga his real name is LBJ is my king, bruh. You understand what we're dealing with? Do you understand what we're dealing with? His real name is LBJ as my king, but it's to get attention. He changes his name to Sports and Fitness Ranch Hater and put Sports and Fitness Ranch picture on his thing. I mean, come on, man. You see what I'm saying?
Man,
Like,
LBJ, y'all got a real bright future, boy. Y'all got a real bright future, boy.
No. I want before you go, and Sturdy, I want you to hear this as well, right? I'm actually going to apologize to LeBron fans. Because honestly, I kind of knew it, but I gave the problem with the current state of basketball discourse. I put it all on LeBron, mostly on LeBron fans. Look, I call out some Jordan fans. You know this. There's some Jordan fans that I always say, y'all say the dumbest shit, bro. This 6-0 argument is a dumb argument to make. Stop with the 6-0. Jordan was much more than 6-0. There was so much more you can make his case without 6-0. Obviously, the 6-0 meant that, yeah, he did show up in every finals, and he did have his adequate amount of help, and he did, you know what I'm saying, like that. Now the idea that he played against shitty teams, no, he played against an MVP. He played against great teams. Man, you see that's the weak competition. See, motherfuckers like this, trolls like this.
They having a mental breakdown. But Ro, let me finish with this, and I'm gonna try to tune in and listen to the rest of it if I can. But I'm gonna definitely be ready for Thursday. But I
got it. I'm gonna make me something to drink.
They make up virtual reality. This is what they do. When Vanderbilt got traded to the Lakers, let's go back. D'Angelo Russell was traded from the Timberwolves. The main player it was a 5-player like redistribution. Getting the squad half season. Getting a half a new squad. So the players that was involved in that whole trade cycle was Rui Hachimura from the Washington Wizards. They traded. Matter of fact, Patrick Beverly was traded to the Lakers the beginning of the 22-23 season. And then 5 months in, he was traded to the Magic in exchange for Mo Bamba, who played one half of basketball for this franchise. He injured his ankle, whatever it was, his foot. He never played for the Lakers again. He went on elsewhere. Michael Beasley was also involved in that trade. Since this dude think I'm making stuff up, this is really lightweight conversation here. But Michael Beasley was also involved in that trade. He was part of the package from the Utah Jazz. Michael Beasley, he got chastised by his contingent, his legion. They forced him out of there. He went to the Pistons, the Detroit Pistons. No, he went to the Milwaukee Bucks, and then he went to the Pistons. So almost half the players that was involved in that trade cycle are already gone. D'Lo gone, Mo Bamba gone, Michael Beasley gone. Vanderbilt has missed over half of his tenure with the Lakers. The only player who you can say who's been, I would say, solid without necessarily being blamed is Hachimura, but he better watch his back. So when that trade cycle happened, it was a fight. And then they got a player from the Denver Nuggets when they traded Thomas Bryant to the Nuggets and some second-round picks, and that dude's already gone. So out of 6 players that are involved in that trade cycle, only 2 have lasted. So I just want to break this down to this guy. I'll deal with the Legion at a different time. I won't disrespect the podcast tonight. I wasn't even thinking about even trying to bring it up. But at the end of the day,
I'm glad you. Nah, real talk, JB. And this is the thing, man. I'm glad you're doing this, bro. Because again, I as a Knicks fan, I already got to argue with enough Knicks fans who don't know the fucking history, don't know shit. To actually do it from a guy like niggas that are not even Laker fans, to have to actually justify and say all. See, again, I'm gonna say this: it's not just Laker fans, and it's not just LeBron fans, and it's not all LeBron fans. 30, if you here listening,
I understand. I understand, bro.
It's dummies like Mar And I got respect for Iron Man because at least Iron Man proved last time he know his shit. He actually gave me a challenge. I still bodied the both of y'all. But Iron Man at least came up with some facts. He actually taught me some shit. And again, you could think Bron's the GOAT. That's again, you know, it's funny. I don't get mad at y'all for thinking LeBron is the GOAT. What I get mad at y'all is the fact that y'all need to find every little chink in Jordan's Iron Man armor to think, and y'all just say some of the goofiest bullshit that I've ever seen, man. Right? Y'all make out that every bull was a fucking legend, even when again. Shout out to Joseph Handy, right? If you still up here,
crazy, bro.
Handy,
These talking heads that have pushed this poison out to the youth generation, they the ones who's really telling the misnomers, and was sad about it. They turning the minds into, when it comes to basketball, I ain't talking about as far as human beings, but as far as basketball, they turn their minds into mush. And I'm gonna end it with this, and I'm gonna try to listen to the rest of it. Ro. I always appreciate you letting me, participate in your podcast. I remember the first game Vanderbilt played as a with the Lakers uniform on. It was against the Dallas Mavericks. And I remember he had something like about 14, 15 points during the 20 rebounds. They thought he was the second coming of Elgin Baylor. When the playoffs started, as they advanced to the next round, he was getting less playing time because when he had to match up against the elite players at that position, by the time the end of that conference final versus Denver ended, they had to take him out the starting lineup and insert Rui Hachimura. So for a guy to sit here and try to tell someone that he think they telling the story, is really comical, to tell you the truth.
You know,
I can break this stuff down so good it'll make his head spin. But I'm gonna let him have his little joyride for the night, and I ain't gonna get the discussion off of what it was. And I'm gonna try to listen to the rest of the road, but I will be ready to rock and roll on Thursday. But as far as LBJ and trying to prove us a point, they've been singing this tune since they brought this dude to the team, and all they was able to kick out and pose is a bubble. Now, if they want to uphold it, they can feel free. But at the end of the day, I don't think no franchise should be able to give up everything they gave up and only come away with a bubble chip. And I would say that about any franchise that give up on their whole future like that. But they don't understand that concept. They don't understand that. But I appreciate it, bro.
No doubt, JB. No doubt, JB. Like I said, I'm not, Bar, I'm going to drop the link. I'm going to drop the link if I'm in the mood, bro, to cook you. You know what I'm saying? Stir, I appreciate you being here, man. You know what I mean? Like, I kind of want, and like I said, I want to just kind of apologize because it's not just LeBron fans. We get to the point, and that's the thing. We know what it is, what happened, and JB,
excuse me, Ro. Let me respond to Mr. Garth for a second. He say about the young.
You got to get it, Garth.
See, what they don't understand is, you look at OKC, they let their young players go through their trials and errors. They let them go through when they was winning 20. Look at OKC. Look at OKC record in 2021 and 2022. They was winning 24 games, 24 games, 2 years straight. The difference is they let them develop. Matter of fact, most of them they was drafting up in there was 20 years old. Our young talent was 18, 19 coming in. And all of them right now are on playoff level teams, and they gonna show the world that they was the best young core ever hatched in the NBA under the one and done era, and they finna show it this year. And it's the same dude, Mr. Garth. He be thinking people be forgetting.
Hey,
he was crapping on me about it.
He was crapping
on me all this time about Zubats, but when he saw Zubats ball this year, oh man.
Yeah, I know.
Man. The Lakers made a mistake in letting him go. See, I got receipts too.
Yo, JB. I saw Lamar in what's the name talking about how that's the Juan boy. Damn, man. Juan boy. He's one of the lackeys over there in Go James Kingdom in FYF. Damn, man, I wish we'd have had Zubac. I said, boy, I should have hit you right then and there, bro. I wish we'd have had Zubac, man. Zubac would have. Oh man, but anyway, I really appreciate you, bro.
10, he said he lost 20 pounds. He put on muscle. I guarantee you, he's gonna be an all-star this year. We're gonna see. The thing about it is, I would be no team should relinquish if you're gonna go that route and bring in a whole bunch of young players, I would be upset if any team did that to their young player. You can't
I
do
hear
that
you.
to young man. But like I said,
I hear you.
I'm not gonna do that
Man, no
tonight.
doubt.
You
Look,
know what I'm
look,
saying?
one thing, yeah, because we did the Pacific Division, and I think you was here, and it was like, remember we came to the conclusion that there's really no role for Dalton Connect. We go through the roster, and this is the roster that I think that needs these defenders and needs shooters on the floor. And I don't think there's no role for Dalton Connect. This is a discombobulated. I think this, and it's 30. This is my take on the Lakers. Well, I got them winning 40 games this year. They're a discombobulated roster where, there's no role for guys like Dalton Connect. We were sitting here trying to figure out how you digging out minutes for Vanderbilt. Mind you, we're going through all of this about Jared Vanderbilt, and again, shout out, like I said, JB is a dude that knows his Lakers stuff. The Lakers were when they traded for Vanderbilt with D'Angelo Russell, they were able to go on a run without LeBron James in the lineup. I think they went 8-5 without LeBron James, and they got back into playoff contention, right? They got back into playing contention, and then they were able to finish the season with LeBron and everybody else. Vanderbilt was giving them a lot, and then as he said, right, Vanderbilt come to playoffs wasn't really that playable. You know what I mean? So again, right? All right, Adrian Knight. Couple comments I want to address. Adrian Knight,
Yeah.
I'm apologizing to LeBron fans.
Sorry,
to that
sorry
point,
everybody
right?
for breaking the subject out, but
No,
I'm gonna
but-
try
Yeah,
to
no
get to
doubt.
the rest of it.
Sir, you
Yeah.
wanted to say something because I got it after this. But
No, I'm
sir,
saying-
you want to jump in?
All
But I'm
right,
saying
y'all.
to that point, right? Like, it was in particular with the Vanderbilt thing, right? It's kind of supposed to happen that way. When you think he's more flawed, like especially in the playoff setting, he's more easy to scheme against than opposed to regular season scheduling. So it kind of makes sense why they went away from him.
See, okay, so I'm glad you made that point, but I'm glad you made that point. When you're relying on a player to amp up your defense, you're already a flawed team. Your defense is supposed to be there in the scheme, no matter who you put out on the floor. Like, what I'm saying? Bringing in a guy like Vanderbilt because he has Rodman type tendencies or whatever. I heard a lot of Laker fans say this is the new Rodman. Not a Laker fans say compare him to all, like JB was talking. I forget who he was talking about. They compared him to. You're supposed to have two-way players in a good scheme to where you don't need a player to come in to be a defensive stopper. Because come the playoffs, as you know, finding minutes for these guys, like it's hard finding minutes for them in the regular season because injuries are going to happen, right? Even with the injuries, somebody going to step in and play a different role. But if you're using a Vanderbilt just to prop up your defense, well, guess what? That's not going to work in the playoffs because you might be played out of the rotation. And if you got poor defenders, or not a good enough scheme, this is where you get exposed. So, but as Adrian Knight, I'm apologizing to LeBron fans because number one, it's not all of them. I do talk to sensible LeBron fans. There are plenty of sensible LeBron. I don't know if you call yourself a LeBron fan, 30. I have seen you defending him in a certain, especially when I get at him. No, you're not a LeBron fan. Okay.
I know. I just, me personally, is like I just defend against like nonsense personally. Like it just, I don't know.
Yeah.
If I'm not entertained by nonsense, inconsistency, like I challenge it. And it just LeBron, this is his era. Like he's just the most popular player right now. So that's why he get pulled up the most.
Yeah, well, see, another thing, there's a lot of thing in the Discord, basketball discourse, where it's a lot of them going at Michael Jordan. And again, first of all, I'll tell you this: the fact that they go at Michael Jordan when Michael Jordan ain't score a basket in NBA in 23 years, tells you that he's the standard. Because it ain't like we haven't had Duncan that played since then, Kobe that played since then, Kevin Garnett that played since then, Curry and what's the name that are still playing. Ain't like we've had other all-time greats, but y'all go at Jordan. So right off the bat, you're telling me he's the standard. You feel what I'm saying? 30. He is the standard.
I understand where you're coming from, but it's like what people's not honest with is how he became the standard and what resulted of all those things. That's what it is. Like to be honest,
look, he was made
like
for
the
TV.
real goat is Nike. Like they're the ones that's making billions of dollars off people comparing two players of completely two different playing styles against one another as if they're in the same era.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
genius, to be honest with you. It's like
both of
it's
them make
genius.
money and work for, both of them making
No,
money
no,
off
no.
Nike and with.
Both of them. Yeah, both of them main shoe production is Nike. So it's genius. It's like
Yeah.
it's amazing how like a lot of people just it's just genius. To be
But,
honest with you.
this third
Like
ESPN is getting money. Hold on, but ESPN getting their money off of it. Us content creators, I ain't getting no money off of it,
yeah,
but content
it
creators are
feed
getting money
families.
off of it.
Yeah,
You know,
LeBron versus Jordan feeds families. That's
yeah,
facts.
if he is making billions. And like I said, that's why I say I've been on this channel saying this. Nigga, my third show, me, JB, my dude from high school was up here, and we've been going back and forth in Facebook groups for years. And literally that night, that's when the Knicks played the Lakers, and the whole thing with Stephen A. Smith happened, right? And it's like I'm sitting there, and a part of me said, "Yo, is this? Oh, because Stephen A. Smith just signed his deal, bro. You understand what I'm saying? He just got that 5-year, $100 million deal. So part of me was really saying, bro, is this like did they like concoct this up? Did they work this up so they could get people to see? That's what I'm saying. Even today, LeBron James with the glute injury, right? You just found out about it, right? When I mentioned it to you, is this a way to get him in a news cycle? Because getting in a news cycle means money for a lot of motherfucking people, including himself. You understand what I'm saying? Like just being in a news cycle, this is the way of the game now. We got social media, we got like viral sensation. All of this is literally making niggas money. This dude, fucking Zuckerberg, don't put an ad on Facebook, but yet he's a billionaire, right? Because there's a lot of we already know how he makes his money. So everything like China got TikTok to see what we do and people around the world. Like this is all beyond. Look, man, I'm old, but I can at least understand the fact that the internet taps in algorithms, and taps in governments, and taps in everything to what people are, what are on people's mind. They're literally figuring out how we think, act, and feel. And see, look how deep I'm getting from a basketball conversation. But they can literally see how we think, act, and feel based on what we do on the internet and what we react to. It's all of this shit, man, bro. They don't, goddamn. I remember Outkast and Equimini, they were talking about this shit. How in Synthesizer, they were talking about how exactly what they're going to use this computer shit to figure us out and figure out human beings and all this shit. But here we are, man. But this is the thing. Like I said, I am apologizing because it's not just LeBron fans and it's not all LeBron fans. It's a lot of us that are we've lost perspective in the fact that, bro, and I told y'all this in Discord, right? It's like all of the barber shop conversations and the lunch table conversations and, niggas that worked at a job talked about sports and boxing and all that. Like all of this is now converged into one place, and that's the internet. And we got all these rooms, all these platforms, and all of this, and that's what's going on. And it's not just LeBron fans. It's not nobody is more to blame anyway. And like I said, I talked to sensible LeBron fans as we got Big Nige, co-host co-host with CW show. He's a sensible LeBron fan. Like he's you know what I'm saying? Like there are a bunch of sensible LeBron fans. There are a bunch of sensible, but there are a bunch of crazy ass Mike fans. I called them out. I even said the last stream, man, now you niggas were fake Bulls fans. Y'all know y'all were just Mike fans, and as soon as Mike retired, now you Shaq and Kobe fans. You get what I'm saying? So yeah, there's a lot of I just want to again I got my spicy takes, I got my hot take, but I agree, I believe what I say. You feel me? I believe what I say. So I'm gonna drop the link. Anybody want to kind of get in on the thing? I just wanted to give an apology to LeBron fan. And again, everything I just said is why I talk about LeBron so much. And I gotta make an apology because I really only but look, guys like Mar, guys
Jay,
like
hold on.
go ahead.
Just if you had to say, if you had to sum it up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why you talk about LeBron so much again?
Because you know what it is because it just like we said with the algorithm, right? Most of this basketball discourse has been put on this fake like the debate will never be decided, right? This debate about Mike versus Jordan, about Mike versus LeBron. And honestly, too, like some of the stupidest basketball takes I've ever heard. Even to the point where okay, yeah, you know what? One thing I hate about in basketball, like people who count shots, right? You play basketball. Do you ever sit there coming in thinking, I'm gonna get this guy 7 shots? Whatever game you play, I'm gonna get this guy. You playing game 16, you playing a full court to whatever. I'm gonna get this guy this many shots. I'm gonna get like this shot counting shit that we do. Oh, Iverson took 27 shots. He was a ball hog. Do you understand how the Philadelphia 76ers were built? They first of all, Larry Brown was not a guy that had a point guard take 27 shots. Larry Brown realized what he had in Iverson and he had in that team, and he designed a team for it to be that way. So to sit there and be like, oh yeah, Iverson was just an inefficient shot tucker, blah blah blah. Before Skip Bayless was going in on Russell Westbrook and LeBron, he was going in on Iverson. Like Skip Bayless is a fucking hack. When motherfuckers call me Skip Bayless because I had an anti-LeBron take, I can't stand that motherfucker Skip Bayless. Now I will agree when he said something right, but for him to go at Iverson, we were talking about Skip Bayless yesterday in the Discord, right? Skip Bayless is one of them guys. Yeah, he was a basketball player, but he's one of them guys that thinks, oh, a guy who takes a lot of shots in a situation like Iverson or Westbrook, that they're personally offending him because if he was on the team with them, they would never pass him the ball. Well, yeah, because they're them and you are you. You could play a little bit, Skip Bayless, but you ain't a guy that's going to take shots from a guy like Westbrook. You're not a guy that Westbrook can get the rock to. You know what I'm saying? And it's like almost like they take it personally. I think that's what happens. Mellow haters, the whole nine. I've talked to so many people, and I don't think they understand the basketball. If I was on the team with Allen Iverson, I would make sure he get as many shots as he wants because I could do other things. If I was on the team with Westbrook, I'm gonna try to be one of them guys where he can get. You know what I'm saying? If I was 6'9", 6'10", I'd run the floor with him so he can get me a few shots. But I have no problem with him taking as many shots as he wants because he's the engine of the team. You feel what I'm saying?
Zero. I think you kind of touched and implied on two things. One, yeah, people do personalize the sport because basketball is one of the most accessible sports out there. Period. Not just from a participation standpoint, where literally like there's so many variations from it, so many different types of people that is that type of accessible. Also, the way the entertainment is, they weigh the least amount of equipment, they're close to the court. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like
two-way plays, right? They're on the court. They're on the court.
No, I'm saying I'm saying it's the most accessible sport, right? So there's an avenue for people to feel more personalized with it, right? But at the same time, with that personalized, they don't ever take the totality of reality. Like for example, right? Let's say this hypothetical, right, bro? Like if you was like saying, hey, yeah, I would just let Iverson take as many shots as possible, but these guys get their contracts based off their production. So if I came in the league as a scorer and I'm playing with a guy that's taking shots away from me and he's not willing to compromise, you will have a problem, right? And a lot of these guys are told, like from all eras, right? Like all these elite NBA players are elite basketball players, right? But they play roles. Like if you're not the best in the world at it, you're gonna play a role. So it's just a matter of totality. You know what I'm saying? I think to me, that's where the biggest thing is missing from basketball discourse. It's just, I think it's to tone down the personal connection, like personalizing everything, and then just tone up the reality of it, bro, and totality of it. Like even like from the GOAT debate to people emphasizing on nitpicking. Like, yeah, when you compare, you got nitpick people. Like, yeah, you nitpick, but that's after you exhaust what even got them to the conversation. Like that's what like that it's a process. It's congruent to it. It's just and then people just buy a product because they want to get to, I feel this way, and I'm trying to argue this way. Then opposed to just take acceptance for what it is.
Yeah. I mean, look, like I said, differences of opinion happen, and it's in the third. I mean, like based on your and this is a great thing, right? There's a lot of guys that played on that Sixers team, right? Where Iverson took the 27 shot. Like at Eric Snow. That was Eric Snow's perfect role because he's one of those real tight point guards who even at Michigan State, he had his Iverson, like basically he had what's his name? Sean Respert, right? He was the setup guy. Sean Respert was a shooter. Sean Respert gets to the league. He's not big enough to really be a shooting guard. He's out of the league in a few years. A guy like Snow was the perfect other guard to play next to Iverson. Now, why did Snow wind up being on that Cavs team? They went to the finals. Snow was a guy that he could play in that role where he ain't gonna be. He don't need him to take a bunch of shots. He was the perfect guy to play next to Iverson to move Iverson over to 2. And guys like George Lynch, right? Guys like everybody else, Theo Ratliff wound up, but they all had their roles, and none of them were the type of guys that could score 20, that was taking 15, 20 shots anyway. So people in retrospect go back, and that's why when I was telling you, I watched that Johnny Arnett video. That's what made me see, a lot of things that I talk about on here is based on what I consume and watch. Right? It's based on the documentaries and the breakdowns that I consume and watch. Shout out to Johnny Arnett. Obviously, he's well respected in these YouTube streets as a guy, know how to break the game down. And he had the perfect, it's like you young guys, y'all look at efficiency. Nobody fucking plays to be efficient. You play. Basketball is a reactionary sport. You know what I'm saying? You got, and at the pro level, you got 24 seconds to get a shot off against pro-level defenders. There ain't no time to think about.
It's always been about efficient, bro. It just what efficiently are you looking through? Like, are you just looking at efficient? Are you just looking at efficient from the number standpoint? Or are you looking at efficient from like what it is, doing most with the least amount of effort?
Okay, you see this exercise we just went through, and it was like I had true shooting percentage. I mean, true shooting total.
Yeah, through the stats. That's what, right? Bro, that's what I'm saying. Like that's what I'm saying. People just need to take it in totality. Yes, like efficiency on the result of the stats. Yes, they matter, but efficiency those players are doing to optimize on the minimum effort that matters most, and that's taught at a fundamental level.
Completely agree. So, but when you understand basketball, you understand Iverson was basically 6 foot tall, if that. You understand that Iverson was going to take shots from all over the field. You understand that Iverson was pretty much the guy that was going to wind up bailing out the Sixers where they had nowhere to go, right? It's the same thing with LeBron. It's because, when we watch the film on Go James Keenan, when I go up there and we watch the film, and a lot of times it's LeBron, the ball winds up back in LeBron's hand, 5, 6 seconds to go. He's got to get a shot off, or, it's 24-second shot clock. So some of those shots are not going to be efficient because the way the offense, you don't have many offensive breakers. Iverson was the offensive engine of and again, they showed the record when Iverson was hurt. They were not good. Their offense was in a tank. The on-off numbers, right? There's so many things that goes into the numbers. And like I said, one thing about this stat versus what's the name debate we just had, right? Sometimes the numbers don't tell a story. That's why I hate analytics. Now, I don't hate analytics. Analytics has its place, but the fact that I hate analytics in baseball for sure, because I don't even watch the game because I don't see no 300 hitters. I'm a guy that loves the guys like Kirby Puckett and Tony Gwynn. Analytics would say these guys are useless players on your team. Analytics said Ricky Henderson is not the shout out to the late great Ricky Henderson, a nigga that stole 131 fucking bases in the season, scored 147 runs. They say he was not analytics say he's not an efficient player. That's what analytics does. No, he didn't hit enough a home run and strike out enough. I'm just saying, look, that's another rant from another sport, but analytics is a bunch of stat nerds trying to explain the game instead of understanding, looking at the game and then taking the numbers and then telling the story what happened again. That's what analytics should do. Tell what happened and then try to figure out which way a team should play. Because again, analytics telling you that Allen Iverson is an inefficient player, and that's bullshit. There was nothing inefficient about Iverson. Nothing. Iverson was not inefficient. Iverson was just he was a world breaker. He was the guy that, again, he was the only guy that could beat the
No, he
Lakers.
was inefficient.
I
It's
gotta be,
fine.
I gotta be,
He's
I gotta be honest.
inefficient,
I
but
gotta
he
be,
had to be for his squad to be successful. That's it.
nah,
Shout out to Chelsea Handy.
I gotta be honest, bro. It's like
Go ahead.
you got to be in totality, bro. You got to take the good with
Okay,
the bad. You gotta,
Here's why.
I'm saying,
All
like,
right, I got you.
That's
like,
I
it.
got you.
Sir.
Well, here's why I started.
Like no player
Here's
is
why I
perfect,
started.
bro.
Hold on.
like,
Real
I'm not
quick.
gonna like. You don't have to be disingenuous and say like there was nothing about him inefficient. Nah, that's
No.
an absolute.
Okay,
That's an extreme.
Here's why I started. Handy. Handy and Sturdy. Iverson was not a 7-footer. He was not a 6'9". Now I brought up LeBron because LeBron was in a similar situation in those Cleveland teams he was dragging to the playoffs or to the finals, right? He was in the same similar situation where he
Bro,
is the
you about to
offensive
get,
engine.
bro. You about to get this. You about to do the size thing, AI. You about to
Yeah,
do
I'm
the
gonna do
size thing.
side thing from AI. I'm gonna do the side
Okay,
thing from
so
AI.
bro, respectfully, bro, it's like, me personally, bro, like, it's like, this is a personal thing. It's like, I get it. You know, basketball is a tall man game. So, like, when you're a great player, especially when you're not tall in contrast to, like, your peers, hell, he's around average height in real life.
Let me
Like,
ask you this.
I get it, but it's like, at the same time, it is what it is. Like, you
Let
chose,
me ask you this.
as a 5'10" dude, you chose to play in a sport built for giants. So, at the end of the
So
day,
what? So
I'm
he
not going
apologized.
to. No,
So he
bro. I'm
apologized for
simply
his shooting percentage.
no, bro. What I'm not going to do, I'm not going to feel sympathetic and try to boost it. I'm just going to take it for what it is, bro. That's my point. Take it for what it is. Like, for example, yes. Like, for example, yes. Hold on, bro. For example. Yes, like you said before, you were describing the circumstances of Iverson at a certain section of his career, but you didn't mention the times where he did have adequate help, but because he didn't want to share the shots, some of that adequate help left, like Jerry Stackhouse. Remember how we described the help earlier? He left because what? I'm known as a good scorer, but I'm leaving this team partially, not the only reason, but partial reason why this guy's not sharing shots. He can pass. AI is a very good passer. But like you said before, early in the stream, part of a team is not just talent and production, it's also fit. Are you willing to play as a team?
All right. Y'all got a whole. Y'all got. And I'm very transparent. Y'all have, based on me, y'all have a whole section called Rabbit Hole. So look, Stackhouse left to Detroit in 2023. I think it was Theo Ratliff, right? The trade was Theo Ratliff and something. I mean, to sit there and say, do you think that Stackhouse average axed out? Stackhouse took what, 16 shots a game? Was he supposed to be taking more? I mean, okay,
bro.
No, I don't want to get this thing. I don't want to get in the rabbit hole. I don't. No. I don't want to get in the rabbit hole.
There's like literally multiple testimonies of Stackhouse saying this, bro. Like I'm saying, like to say Utah.
Okay. Well, he played 2.5 seasons, and then Larry Hughes had no problem playing with Iverson. They actually was one of the most dynamic teams.
Now, I didn't mention Larry Hughes.
No, I know. I understand that. I understand. See, the rabbit hole thing. This is a rabbit hole. We don't need to be going in a rabbit hole because at the end of the day, right? Iverson.
You was only with AI.
Yeah, but no. Okay, I'm gonna ask you one question. Did you expect Iverson to shoot 49%, 55% from the field?
I take my I take my expectations out when it comes to analyzing what happened, bro.
Okay, so
I take it out.
So based on the fact that you want to say he's an inefficient player, because this is the thing I want to get at, right?
I didn't say anything. I did not say that at all. I said what you cannot do, bro, is be inaccurate and say there was nothing about him inefficient. That is an absolute. That's an extreme. And then you was about to go down this. He's a small guy.
You was
about to do it. You was about to do it, bro. Like,
hold on. I'm gonna let Handy get it. I'm gonna let Handy get it. But people do this to me on other channels. I did not say there was nothing inefficient about his game. I said overall he wasn't inefficient.
Okay, you literally
Overall, he
said that, but
wasn't
that's how
efficient.
we got here. Well, I feel you.
Okay, all right. Iverson was not an inefficient player. It was, the shooting. See, the problem is we see shooting percentage, right? So anybody that doesn't shoot a certain percentage, we call them inefficient and useless, right?
No, I'm saying no. When you watch him play, you can literally see him taking shots sometimes that he did not need to take, regardless if he was
Oh yeah.
making them or not.
Okay. So that I can agree.
That's why we gotta be. That's why I was saying, bro. When I tell a story or I summarize a book or a movie, I don't just say the good stuff, man. I gotta say the
All
bad
right, you're
parts.
right. But see,
I gotta
that
say
part.
the
But
rising.
hold on.
I gotta describe
He's
the
saying just
rising
tell them the
action,
full
brother.
story. That's all he's saying.
Okay,
Yeah,
I got you.
That's all he's saying.
Sir.
You gotta tell the full
Good.
story
See,
of the
this is what
players,
happens
bro.
with us, right? Once we get off to the point where we disagree on something, again, maybe we have more of agreement than
I
you
don't know
realize.
what. Wait. Are you disagreeing with me saying that we should tell the whole story of a player?
No. See
Yeah,
what
because
I'm
that's all
saying?
Sturdy's saying, bro.
See, okay.
And
Please,
Ro,
let's go
you're
one at
saying
a
the
time.
same
My
exact
bad.
thing too. You saying the same exact thing. You're
Oh
literally
God.
saying the
See,
same exact thing a different way.
that's what I'm saying. And that's what thank you. Oh, that's Andy. That's Andy. That's not. I know that's not Mark because Mark ain't got no wisdom in him. Mark's a
Yeah,
dummy.
yo, this handy,
Nah,
And
I'm
bro.
a dummy.
but
I
we
gotta
are
be all
saying the
that.
same thing
Can't
a
be
different way.
goofy.
We actually fundamentally agree, but since we're using different words, now this is the thing, Bar. This is why I wanted you on this program because a lot of
Why I
times me
gotta
and
be
you
all
could
that?
agree on
Cause you
something.
goofy, bro.
A
I
lot
want
of
to
times
get
me
to
and
the
you could agree on
topic.
something.
Can we get to the topic, bro?
I was trying to get
This
there. He
is
just
this.
he
Yeah,
took
Hey
us
like what
Mar,
down.
is the topic? I just I
Topic
threw
He
it
is
took us
like
Hey
down.
Sturdy. The
dummy.
topic
Hey
is
Mar,
You
this is
took
the topic.
Damn, you gonna call
This
me
is
all that, bro?
literally the
You fat
topic.
motherfucker. You gonna call me all that, bro?
This is the
We don't
topic,
do
Mar.
all that, bro.
This is the topic. Hey
Hey,
Mar, come
let's
on.
get to the
This is
topic,
the
man.
topic.
Hey,
You are
bro,
dumb because you're dumb.
why is there one
Let's keep
dude
it
on
real. You're
this?
Nah,
dumb.
you dumb. You dumb.
Bro,
You lose all your logic when
what's
it comes
going
to
on?
LeBron.
Bro.
So
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah. Look.
lock in, bro. Lock in.
No, I'm locked in. I'm
Lock in.
locked in because I don't
We
like to
went to
do it.
AI somehow, and now we doing some. I don't know what we doing right now. What we
Yeah.
supposed to be doing, bro? Let's lock
Okay,
in.
this see again. This is a perfect and shout out to you, Handy, because you just proved it, right? You just spotted it. We agree fundamentally, but because we're coming at it from two different angles and we coming at it from different ways, the discourse has come to this. You understand what I'm saying? Like I'm a person. This is one thing. The way I look at basketball, there's no one way to skin the cat, right? Iverson, of course. Of course, I can see the first. I play with niggas that play like Iverson. They want to take all the shots. And I come to learn as I grew up, I don't care about shooting the game. Me personally. Now, a lot of the guys on that Sixers team understood who they were, and they understood that we only going as far as Iverson can take us with his. Now, if I'm Theo Ratliff, my job is rebounding and rim protection. If I get a lob over the top from here and there, let me run this and the third. George Lynch, another one, offensive rebounder. Eric Snow, perfect rebounder, right? Next one. There weren't that many guys that were, oh yeah, I could get 25. You talking about Stackhouse? Stackhouse was going a few years earlier.
Bro.
No, I know those.
Why we on AI?
But see,
Why we on
okay,
AI?
I am. See, Stir, stop that. Now you gotta stop interrupting me because I'm literally talking about AI's best team, the team that he is known for, right? The team that he won the MVP on. I'm
No,
really
I'm
kind of
asking why we on AI right now. That's what I'm asking.
okay. Well, if this is one. Well, why are we on AI? We just been on AI for a minute. You spoke your
No, that's
piece
my
on AI.
bro.
No, okay.
That's my point. We're not supposed to
You're
be on
right.
AI
No, but
Avenue.
hold on. No. Understand this. Because Mark came up here when we gonna talk about the topic. I done talked about
Yeah.
it already. Hold on, I done talked about it already. I
All
have
you did was
apologized.
apologize, bro.
Remember when I told you when I gave you the invite, I said this.
There's
Oh,
no way, There's no way
stir,
you
please
invited me
stop
up here for you
interrupting.
to apologize, bro. Nah, bro. There's no way you came up here for you invited me for a LeBron topic for you just apologize LeBron James
So
fan,
you
bro.
want to talk more about LeBron? 'Cause this is the funny
No, I
part,
thought we were gonna talk basketball.
Handy. You said why you talking about LeBron, and LeBron is literally on the what's the name? He's on the thumbnail. He's on the like, and this is what I'm
Wait, what's the
saying. See, this is.
topic though? I'm just
But
asking
hold
what
up,
the topic is. Not the
it
topic.
says why I talk about LeBron so much. Now I want Sturdy to understand when I gave him the invite, I literally said, and I said the discourse. That's a swerve. because this ain't really about LeBron. And what I wanted to do is apologize to LeBron fans because I give them all the smoke. And I say that they're the reasons why it's fucked. And it's more than that. It's every conversation. And we're proving it right here because we're talking about Iverson now.
Hold
We're
on,
talking
bro.
about Iverson.
Respectfully. I'm sorry, brother. But respectfully, bro. You just told me you literally just told me you conned me, bro. That was you literally just said that was a swerve.
I told you it's for engagement, bro, and I get it,
Do you
though.
want me to
I get it. It's
screenshot
just
you?
for
No, I didn't con you. I didn't con you, sir. I literally
Forget
said
LeBron fans. Apologize to me.
sir,
That's
this
all
is
I'm
what
asking.
you do.
That's
But
all I'm asking.
sir, when I messaged you, I messaged the group in discourse, and I said the whole title is a swerve. And I said, I'm going to apologize to LeBron fans, to be honest. I'm going to apologize. I'm actually taking LeBron fans and all, like, guys like Mars a dummy. Anyway, because guys like Mars, he cries about me giving LeBron James smoke. And I'm actually giving LeBron and his fans a reprieve tonight and saying, you know what? It's not you. You guys are not the problem. Everybody's the problem, because you know what happens? We get so stuck on who we want to defend. Like even me, I'm guilty myself. Hold on. I want to say there's a lot of Melo, Iverson, a lot Westbrook. There's a lot of guys I think get bum ass raps because guys don't like. I said, what did I say? Hold on, I said a guy like Skip Bayless before he went at Westbrook and LeBron. He was going at Iverson that way, and a guy like Skip Bayless was a bum at was like. Again, this is why. You know why? Because you imagine yourself being on a team with. Hold on, sir. There's a guy like Skip Bayless. I see this. Okay, all right.
I mean, bro, let me just ask you a real
Handy,
question real quick. My bad.
Handy, I want to let you speak. My bad.
So is the show about players getting unfair reps by the media? Is that what this is about?
The show is about basketball discourse in general. We get to the point, and I just said, the reason why I talk about LeBron so much, and again, it is a swerve, but I've always given, this is me acknowledging my own error, right? I'm a dude that when I'm wrong, I can say I'm wrong. So me apologizing to LeBron fans, basically saying, you know what? It's not just LeBron fans. It's not like just the LeBron discourse. It's a lot. So people will take like personal stances against a guy like Iverson, or against a guy like Westbrook, against a guy like Melo, or against a guy like AD, because they got their own agendas or whatever. But it's like, bro, we don't even appreciate what's great about these great players. And this is where the whole basketball discourse gets fucked up. Now, me and you had the conversation earlier about me bringing up the 93 Bulls, right? We had to say, I invited you to come pull up, and you pulled up. I appreciate you, right? And I'm really, the point that I made there is that Horace Grant had a 1-point game. That was the last game he played with Michael Jordan. He never played a game after that with Michael Jordan.
He was talking 93 about.
He was talking about intangibles and stats, basically, sturdy. And he was trying to say that Horace Grant intangibles mattered in helping them win the game. In reality, Horace Grant just had a terrible game. It happens. But it doesn't mean Horace Grant isn't nice.
The point, and again, I wanted Handy to understand. I wanted Handy
the stat. Just let me get
it sounds like, bro. It sounds like Handy understands, bro.
It
sounds like Handy understands.
Yeah, so all I was telling him was, yo, I get both sides. Yeah, players have intangibles, but basically all players have intangibles. The way you measure if they really matter in games normally comes out in the stats. So if I look and let's just say Sturdy went 0 for 6 in the fourth quarter, I'm going to assume he probably just had a bad quarter. I don't need to try to finagle it and finesse it to make it sound like it was better than what it was. That's also all I'm saying. Yeah, that's
so Handy, to that point, thank you. Let's get to basketball. Thank you. Bro, are you controlling the setup? Why are you singing on you?
Again?
Wait, are you just soloing yourself? You just on the solo screen.
Yeah, it's on solo screen.
Oh yeah, my bad. Yeah. I need to do that. Hold on 1 second. Let me change the layout. My bad. I don't let you back up, Mark, but stop with the name calling bullshit, man. For real. because
that was
No,
the
so-
gist of it,
oh, thank you.
Sturdy.
So,
I didn't mean to
thank
cut
you.
you off, bro, but that was the
No,
gist
no,
of it,
that's
basically.
perfect, bro. I'm a blunt, bro. Especially you gotta be with Ro. We working on Ro efficiency. You know what I'm saying? He dribbles the ball a lot. We trying to get him. Hey, bro. We trying to get him to say, hey man, listen. You don't need 3 dribbles, bro. You don't need 3 dribbles.
you
But hold
missing
on,
my
but see,
angle.
even now,
But
Handy,
sir, you missing my
even
angle.
then now, Ro. You ain't got the ball, bro. Trying to be AI. It's all good. I'm open. I'm just trying to make this
See
shot.
what I'm saying?
That's it. Thank
See,
you.
no, you playing
So,
defense
Handy,
on me, expecting me not to react.
yo, you clapping your hands right now, bro. I got you. Chill. You got it. I got it, bro. You got
I'm
20
going
more
for the
tips, I
ball. I get
promise.
the ball.
But anyway, so Handy, to that point, 'cause I wanted to actually like dive into that, right?
Go
So,
ahead.
like I told other people, intangible. There's like just like stats. There are reliable intangibles that you can prove, factual intangibles, and then there are like the hyperbolic intangibles that people like to say, the narrative intangible. That's how like for certain stats, like there are stats, believe it or not, there are stats like that can give you accurate results of what happened during certain sections of games, but it's also stats that are just proven to either be manipulated or exacerbated for certain players. Or
We
just
agree.
missing, right? So
Uh-huh.
hey, I'm trying to emphasize on the factual intangibles, right? So intangible for the technical definition applied to basketball or any sport is basically anything that contributes to the game that cannot be tracked statistically, right?
Or measured
the-
statistically, exactly.
That's what I just said, bro. I got
Yeah,
this.
no, I know. I don't
got
track the measure. I know.
I got it, bro. I got, bro. I
See,
got it.
we
Thank you.
agree, and you just
Bro. I got it. Thank you. So, so what I'm saying is, right, especially no matter what era, I'm gonna give you 3 examples how why those factual intangibles matter. Number 1, the 60s, the easiest one, Bill Russell. Bill Russell is regarded as the greatest defender of all time, despite in the era there was no DPOYs available. The only defense team that he won was the last year of his career. There was no blocks being tracked. There's no steals being tracked. And Wilt Chamberlain was factually getting more rebounds than him on a season-to-season basis. But why was Bill Russell considered the best?
Just to correct you.
Hold on,
Sir. Just to correct you.
Bro.
No, Sturdy. Just to correct you.
That's not the point. That's not the point. That's not the point, bro.
Go ahead.
Fuck. Simply put, if all those things are mentioned, why is Bill Russell considered the best defender? The testimonials from players. When you watch him play, you can see him being deterrent. You can see him having high motor. You can see him actually getting blocks. You know what I'm saying? Despite them not being tracked. So those type of intangibles that are factual that I can prove matter, especially for that instance where he's missing stats. Another example. Today, there's no stat for being a deterrence in the NBA. You cannot track that. You cannot track how players look at when players come down the lane, they see when beyond the paint and they turn around or to pass that bitch out. There's no stat for that. There can't be a stat for that. But we can all see and prove that. And that's definitely contributing to Wemby's impact on the game. Same thing with things like from communication as a team. We all know basketball. The main thing for every defense to have in common is communication, constant communication. And there's no words per minute, no paragraphs per game, none of that. You can't track that shit, but we all know it's important. Matter of fact, sometimes if you have certain seats, or you can literally see these players in the back line pushing or directing players to where the fuck to go in their rotations. These are all important intangibles. I'm to make it shorter because I gotta show where we're at. I gotta be an example to my brother Ro. All I'm simply saying is not all intangibles are fluff, sprinkles, narrative. There are like factual intangibles that we use to help depict these players' contribution to the game. Like the things I just mentioned.
All right, bro. You went 5 minutes. You went 5 minutes. Now, Handy, I'm gonna let you respond.
I know you're not clocking. I know you're not timing, nigga.
I'm gonna let you, but you remember you on my show. And I'm not trying to do all that. But no. And I'm gonna let Handy go because again, Handy was getting at me in the comments, And I invited Handy up here, you know, and I appreciate you pulling up. And again, bring the smoke.
Oh no, we were just having a healthy back and forth. It ain't no real smoke.
Yeah, and
All I
again,
was, all, all I was
and you
trying
went
to
long
say
winded in
was,
in
yeah,
your
yeah.
paragraph,
I
and I
mean,
didn't have
that's
time to
true.
really go
That's
at it,
true.
and I
That's
didn't want to
true. That's true. I mean, but Sturdy just basically, in the eloquent way, put what I'm saying. I get
got
both sides, right? But even to Sturdy's point about the intangible, for example, Wimby being the deterrent in the paint, right? It's going to still show in the stats when they show like the defensive rating of the team or the on-off numbers when he's on the court versus when he's not on the court. Like the stats are still going to show because at the end of the day, if you're doing positive stuff in a sport, you're going to collect stats in the process. So all I'm saying is you can have all of the intangibles in the world, but if you're a bum, you're still a bum. that
No,
so
I agree with that. I agree with that.
so
I'm
that's
you need
that's
both.
why when we talk
You
about
need
the
both.
intangibles, right? Every great player has a multitude of intangibles. So to make it seem like, well, this player had intangible because he grabbed a tough rebound in the end of the game in game 7 of the NBA Finals. I mean, okay, that's great. But you can have a role player do the same thing in game 4. But the role player intangible isn't bigger or smaller than the star player. The reason you recognize the star player is intangible is because he does other things better than the role player on the court. And it shows in the stats. So
Yeah.
if I give Sturdy just a sheet, right? And he's going down the list, and you see a player that say 30 points, 8 rebounds, 8 assists, 4 turnovers. Second player, 25 points, 10 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 blocks. Third player, 10 points, 10 rebounds. Fourth player, 8 points, 6 assists. And go on and go on. He doesn't need to go sit here and perform a dissertation of the game to assume, yeah, the first 2 players are probably the best players on the team. It is what it is, right? Now you can watch the game to say, oh, okay, these certain things happen during the game and that affects the game, right? But at the end of the day, the stats are going to tell you who's the best players at any given time, who's the worst players at any given time, who's making an impact at any given time. And then you use the games and you watching the games to substantiate what you already think. So when you brought up Allen Iverson, Rowe, nobody's saying he's inefficient, but what we are saying is his efficiency was lower than other star players during his time, but it doesn't make him a bad player. Because we understand by watching the game and understanding the team that he couldn't be efficient given his role, right? No different
Okay.
than the Kobe, no different than the T Mac, no different than the Vince Carter, right? So all I'm saying is, yo, the stats are always going to tell the story. But if you really want to know what's going on, you have to watch the games from an unbiased perspective. And I just feel like at times, bro, when I hear you talk, you have a lot of biased perspectives when you watch the game. That's all.
Okay.
So
All right. So it was about 9, 10 minutes between Mar and again, I mean not between Mar can dip, but Sturdy and Knight, right? I mean Handy. Sorry about that. Um you know what's crazy? Sturdy in your 5 minute diatribe, I agree with
That
94% of
that you
forget
interrupted
it.
multiple times. You did. You
But I
did. You at least
agree
acknowledge
with
that, brother.
90. See,
You at
every
least
time I try
acknowledge that you
to
interrupted me that prolonged, big brother.
okay, but here's the thing, and I do this.
I'm
This
doing
is
the same
this
thing
is what
you
happened.
did. I'm doing the same
But
thing you
see,
did.
stir, you've
Okay, I'm,
interrupted
I'm
most
being,
of
I'm being,
everything
you
I've
chose
said,
it. You
other
chose
than
it. No,
I
I
agree
interrupted
with.
you when
But
you was extended, but that was prior to
you're
that.
stuck on the 5 minutes. When you're stuck on me saying 5 minutes,
Why
but
you
in the
gonna
five
accept
minutes
accountability, bro?
sturdy. I agree with this is the point. This is the main point, I don't want to have to mute and all that. I agree with you 94% of what you said in the 5 minutes. So if I did try to, even when I said immeasurables, and what you said one word. Now I brought up a synonym, right? Because both of them could be used in the definition, right? So I wasn't trying to one up you, but I was actually trying to add to the validity of your point. So this is what I'm talking about. This is what the show is about. Because we get so to the point where, and again, right, this is not about Iverson. This is not about Westbrook. This is not about Skip Bayless and every other name that I brought up. And Mar, this is not about LeBron. Now, I brought up LeBron because I wanted to give LeBron fans, like, I've been too hard on you guys. I've been going at you guys and LeBron himself. When, again, it's not just him. It's the whole thing. Sturdy. End of the day, right? It's funny because when I see you coming at my stance, you don't even got it clarified. It's like I just said, this is not about no particular player, no particular. Mind you now, I'm defending my take on a debate that I judge. That was Herm's debate. Herm wanted to debate that with a Johnny. I only had my take. I judged the debate. And then I started asking questions. I didn't take a stand on anything. Here's the thing. I understand it. Great players have intangibles. I understand it. Yeah. Great role players have a lot of intangibles, things you don't count in the seats, right? Same thing with block shots, right? And here's the thing. Some guys who are great shot blockers, they're not even good rim protectors. That's an intangible that you block a lot of shots because you're really going after, but a lot of times you're jumping up the block shots and you're not ultra shots. They do have, and this is not like field goal percentage at the rim against and all that. These are very imperfect ways to measure a rim protector's defensive impact. But you can't. These are like I will say this. Here's my take. Stats can mislead. Stats can not tell the whole story. But at the end of the day, stats can't explain what happened into a game. So there's no perfect way of measuring anything in basketball. You understand what I'm saying? There's no perfect way of measuring anything in basketball. Now,
no, it is. It actually is, bro. It is.
It's not perfect.
The way. No. I'm gonna tell you. It's very simple. Just take in all the factors. It's just that simple, bro. Like people want to just do the extreme, like just now, like stats or no, just do.
I didn't take one.
Like
it's a sport. But hold on, guys. I didn't take one stance. Hold on.
That's the perfect way.
Both sides of the argument. I saw both sides of the argument. I judged the argument based on the argument was made. I gave Herm rounds because I thought Johnny contradicted himself.
No, forget that debate. Fuck that debate. Fuck
the debate. So now we're gonna because I can tell you times where this stat was overrated. Guy got this many points, but it wasn't really, it wasn't like he was that impactful. You understand what I'm saying? Like, do you think based on the fact? Wait, please, wait. I am the host. I don't want to pull ranking on it. I want to have a conversational piece. And this is actually a pivotal show for me where I'm trying to figure out how to do these, discussions on this. Based on the stats that I read earlier, right? It showed that Kelly Tripucka was the star of the Pistons. Who was the star of the Pistons?
It showed he had a good series.
Well, he had a good series, and it showed him right, but it showed him as being the most productive Piston. When we all know,
but you hold on, statement in the first statement is completely different.
Sturdy, please. I'm gonna ask both of you based on what you know. I'm sure you've seen little clips or highlights of the series, right? This happened when I was 5 before I started watching basketball. But any Knicks fan know when Bernard King dropped 42.6, and he had it's one of them games where he had the scoring duel with Isaiah, and they were like, neither one of these stars were gonna let their team lose, right?
What's the question, brother?
So the question is, all right, who was the star of the Pistons?
Isaiah Thomas.
But the stats, and this is what's listed, because the stats would show that the most productive. Okay, but the stats was showing that Kelly Tripucka was, and see, that was a keen example of stats kind of not telling the story. It really kind of listed Isaiah as his help, but that was we all know that was Isaiah's team. We all know Isaiah was the top performer for the Pistons. That's
another reason why I play.
Hold on. Pap the engineer got it. Look, read what Pap the engineer said. So like maybe see he gets to talk in the comments. I can't talk on my own show because this is what you do, Sturdy. You step on my rebuttals. I let you go. You step on my rebuttals, and I'm not even trying to rebut you. I'm trying to show you where we agree. And I'm trying to show you where we might have gotten off track, and you might think that I'm disagreeing with you. I'm rebutting you or coming at you, but you're not even like I'm trying to clarify my thing. Stats are incomplete. That's why they keep adding measurements and tracking more things every year to get a better picture. That is the perfect fucking way of saying what I'm trying to say. Because yes, as I asked Johnny, oh, they measure pick impact. They measure this. They measure that. They come up with better ways, more perfect ways to explain a game, which I think basketball is perfect. It's simple. It's easy. I agree with you, Eddie. It's a simple game that we kind of make complicated, and then we think, oh yeah, I can read a box score and tell who did what. That's why that's the number one. When Mar asked me why are we playing this stupid game, this and the third, is to make this point. Trust me, there's a method to my motherfucking madness. Whether y'all see it or not, y'all might see it later. But like I said, this is why they keep measuring things. They keep adding these next generation stats. They keep adding, and it's like the average. Look, this some of these advanced stats. I don't need a box plus minus. Tell me what the fuck that means.
Bro.
Yeah.
That's
Let me get in after you real quick, Sturdy. After you go ahead.
No
go
problem.
Ahead,
That's what I was going. Are you aware of of the different types of advanced stats? There's like catch-all advanced.
Of course.
Okay. I don't think you were because once again, brother, you made a blanket statement. Like they keep adding these stats to try to add different layers. Like nah, because there are two types of advanced stats. There's the catch-all stats you was talking about, the blacks plus minus, the VORP, PR. Yeah, that's catch-all. But then there's their advanced tracking stats. Like them, those are good shits. Like those are like the ones the scouts and coaches use. Like they'll tell you the types of plays, type of actions, what type of ways, like even the matchups, how long how many miles a player is running. Like those type of tracking stats, those are fire. I'm saying that's what I'm saying. Like I'm saying, bro, I'm saying like advanced stats.
But none of them are perfect. But here's the thing, none of them are perfect.
Tracking stats are fantastic. They should keep them.
But they're not perfect. And again, it would take a very
You're generalizing.
Okay,
you're generalizing,
but it's 30. I understand what you're talking about with tracking stats, but these are something that deep.
So why are you generalizing
it? See, I'm not generalizing. See, these are things that coaches who are deep in the game, but they're not like the naked eye. You really have to get an understanding of the game to even understand what you're looking at. Right,
but that's why I think the disconnect is.
I'm not
defending substitute. It's not a substitute. It's a weapon. It's like it's more
me a generalizer, and
that's the thing. Not a substitute. It's not a substitute. It's not equal. No. Listen to me, bro. I'm saying the advanced tracking stats is more tools under your belt to understand how a player do what he do.
Brother,
the tracking
I get it.
So why you keep mixing it?
I'm not mixing anything. I get it. It's still, there are no, okay, put it this way. You would have to list a bunch of things to tell you who the best defensive player in the league is. Right off the bat. You would have to list a bunch of things. There's no, I'm going to say this, and you can debate it all. Matter of fact, we should debate it. Nigga, we should debate it because we on this. There is no one way, there's no one stat is going to quantify how good a defensive player is, because number one, stop 30. Please.
But what's going on
Number one, it's different. It's different for different positions. Different things. You want to tell me the same thing is required for Dyson Daniels?
What are you doing, bro? What you do?
Are you going to tell me the same thing is required for Dyson Daniels as it's required for the defense player to get Mobley?
That's
You're going to tell me Mobley
bro.
and Dyson Daniels require the same thing? So this is the point. There's no perfect way to measure all players across the board with any tracking stat, because you have to look at a variety of things. Dyson Daniels covers this part of it. 30. If you're going to rebut me, let me get my point out, because this is what happens. You hear what
I
I'm
don't think you
going.
understand my point, brother. Like real
I
talk.
do
Like
understand. See, I don't disagree with your point. I completely agree with your point. The fact you brought up the tracking stats and what coaches use, but what I'm telling you, so now I went off the tracking stats. But even with the tracking stats, they're not perfect because there's no one stat that's going to say, "Oh, well, if this part of." See, first of
but that
all,
wasn't my
moment.
premise. That part
Oh
was
my
not my
God.
premise.
Okay, whether it's your
And
premise
you
or
were
not.
rebutting to that point.
Whether
Like,
it's your premise or not. See, that's the thing, Sturdy. I think you think I'm trying to one up you. I said this yesterday in Discord.
no,
I'm not trying to one.
I'm trying to. All right, go ahead. Go
I'm
ahead, bro.
not
My
trying
bad.
to one
My
up
bad.
you. I'm trying to add to the discussion. There is no, again, there's no one. This is my issue with using tracking stats. You can't judge it universally. You can't judge it a point guard's tracking stats because a point guard has to move more than a center, right? Is that doesn't a point guard have to move more? Doesn't he have to actually cover more ground defensively than a
Bro,
center does?
you're not comparing it like that, bro. You're not
I'm,
comparing it like that.
I'm,
That's what I'm trying to
but
tell you.
that's what I've
The
been.
tracking stats is
So this
not
is
for
the point.
comparison like that, bro.
Okay, but Sturdy, this is my point. If you're there's no one stat that can compare every defensive player because different things are required out of different positions. I mean, come on now,
Jesus Christ, bro.
see, Jesus Christ, you so think that I'm getting at you. And this is the point why I asked you to come
No,
up, Sturdy.
you even misconstrued that. Like, no, bro.
No,
Like,
I
no,
didn't construe
I'm
anything.
trying to
I'm
just.
adding my own thought to the discussion. I am not getting at you.
It's how you doing it, bro. You saying you
Yeah,
applying
but
to my
say,
point.
bro, it's not
Thank
a
you.
discussion, bro. You
Thank
like
you.
to be
This
able
is
to
not
have
a
a
discussion. What
discussion
is this? What is this? Is
because
this a
you're
debate?
talking way more than everybody else, right? And it's your show.
What? Wait. I sat there and let the
I didn't
both
say
of
that.
you
I didn't
gentlemen
say
get
that.
10 minutes
No,
uninterrupted on my show.
I
I
no.
sat back and
Listen,
listened to
no,
everything.
bro,
Now,
but
as
bro,
I
this is
try to add anything to the discussion, Sturdy interrupt me every time before I finish
no. Listen,
thinking.
that part is fine, but I ain't been interrupting you, right?
No,
I
I
haven't
understand that, but
interrupted you.
Sturdy is. You're right.
Okay,
Sturdy is,
so
and you have
listen,
dropped a couple of things. See,
I'm another
I didn't even
person,
get to
but
your
listen
point.
to
I
what
don't
I'm
know.
saying.
Hold on. See, here we go.
See,
See, and again,
no,
I mean, at the end of the day, I do have a right to talk on my own show, especially
you
if you're
do,
going to
right?
say that I'm doing this and I'm doing that. I'm
I
going
mean,
to say, here's my take on it. Stats, here's my take on it. And I mean, stats matter. Of course they matter. The problem is there's no perfect way. Again, it's like, okay, it's like, are we, is DeAndre Jordan the best shooter in the NBA history?
Of course not.
Okay, but you know he has the best field goal percentage, right?
But field goal percentage is not the only used to determine how good a shooter is.
Exactly.
So why would you do that, bro? Like,
This is
what's
exactly
the point?
illustrating the point. Hold on, but this is because if a guy's going to take most of his shots within 3 or 4 feet, of course he's going to have more of a field goal percentage than a guy who was a shooter. When okay, again, is the next fundamental question: is Steve Kerr a better 3-point shooter than Steph Curry? Because this is another one that's been asked.
Well, no, because the stats prove Steph Curry's better.
No, well, if is it based on percentage? What are you basing it on? Is it based on percentage per value?
I'm basing off. If you ask me the better shooter, I'm basing off all the stats that matter in shooting: free throw percentage, volume
I mean,
of
some of
threes,
my comments is getting what I'm trying to say. If you could read the screen.
You asked the
No,
question.
I'm just saying. If you can read the screen, this is a simple way of putting what I'm trying to say.
Just say that there, bro. Like, just
sometimes stats can be misleading. So now, what do you disagree with that point, or are you just going to add your own layer to it and say that I don't understand what you're talking about?
No, I said that myself. That's why I said to Handy the first time. I'm like, bro, that's why their stats are misleading.
And that's my point. And that's why I'm saying sometimes you can't just tell everything with the stats. This was it. Part of
and
the Jordan.
I'm just saying I don't agree with that. That part I don't agree with.
Yeah, we
It's
all
not
agree
that
with that.
stats are misleading. It's just people don't watch the game to
See,
see how the
you know
stats
what
are
you fucked up,
true.
Handy? You know what you fucked up, Handy? The statement says sometimes. Didn't say all the
No,
time.
it's
Didn't say
never a
hold
time
on,
that
say no, Handy, stop it. It didn't say all the time. It didn't say stats.
And I
Couldn't
didn't
never tell a
either. I
story.
said, I'm telling you. Listen to what I said. I answered that question. I said stats aren't misleading because you have to watch the games to see how they're accrued.
Okay, then
That's
here's
it.
another. This is
That's
another
it.
example. This is another example of us agreeing with something on something, yet we said it in different ways. Because then we do agree that sometimes it can tell a big story, and sometimes it's but that's my point. Then I said there's no stats, not even the offensive stats, can perfectly tell a story of the game. That's why, and I've known this from the time I was a
But then,
teenager.
so at this point, why are we? All right. So let me get this straight. We all agree
Uh-huh.
that you have to watch the games to see what happened, right?
Bang, bottom line. But see, you know
So,
what? What happened?
so,
Hold on.
so,
What? Hold
so, just
on.
let me
But
get this
Handy,
thought
Handy,
out.
Handy,
Let me
Handy.
just get this thought out real
Go
quick.
ahead, real quick, real quick.
So, if we all agree on that, then there is no conversation about stats being leading or misleading because we all understand that you have to watch the game to see how anything has happened. So,
Cool,
what
cool,
I'm
cool.
telling
Now,
you is
okay,
that
got you,
no type
got
of
you. I
stats,
hear
no
you.
type
Now,
of
here, no,
intangible,
no.
nothing is misleading because
Oh
y'all
my God,
aren't
that's too
watching the
long way
games
to
to see
do.
what's happening. That's
See,
what I'm
and
saying.
I'm glad you say that. But I'm glad you say that. Has anybody watched all 82 games of all 30 teams
Of
ever?
course not.
Okay. So
It's
guess what?
impossible for
Hold
one
on, hold on.
person to do that.
People will still, not even the people who vote for MVP, right? But yet people will still judge what happened in basketball games and who's the ranked here based on stats. So we can't even see every game. We can only see a certain handful of games and get the idea of what people are doing on a night-to-night basis, right? We can get a hand. It's what I do as a basketball fan. I try to at least watch 2 or 3 games of every team. At some point, I try to see 2 games. Let's see, I probably miss a few games. I probably never saw a Hornets. No matter of fact, I did see when the Hornets played the Knicks. So usually when I see a team like the Hornets or one of these teams, I see them when they play the Pelicans. I see them when they play my Knicks. And then I get an idea of how they play. But other than that, I can never tell you based on stats how good somebody is. If Troy Murphy gets 29 points one night, I'm going to use my imagination when I saw Troy Murphy to imagine how he got those 29 points. So this is my point, right? We need the eye test, but yet we cannot see everything. And again, sometimes Troy Murphy might have had a 29-point game where he wasn't necessarily cooking like that. It happens. Some guys might have a struggle game, 16, and they did everything else. They didn't show up in the box score, or they did everything else. See, and that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. So the point we're coming down to the point where, like I said, and mind you, we're back on the stats versus the tangibles argument. So intangibles definitely matter. The point of it, see, I don't even know what the debate really was about. I didn't know what was
You
the.
ain't
Oh
gotta
no,
you
no,
ain't gotta
stop,
go
stop,
back to
stop,
the debate.
stop, stop,
You ain't
stop,
gotta go
stop.
back to the debate,
I
bro.
didn't know. Yeah, no, I'm trying. I'm just saying. I didn't because this is what me and Handy was disagreeing on. So that me and you had our we had our shit about the Dan Tony being, because I'm gonna cook your ass on that bullshit too with the Dan Tony, because I even tried
We
to give
can't
it.
even get to that crap because you keep going back to the debate. Just talk to Handy and
But I'm
me.
going okay, but I invited Mr. Handy up. He's on the panel, and I'm trying to settle that
That's why I
point
just
first.
said talk to him. You keep going back to the debate, bro.
When we have a panel, 30, we have a
That's
panel.
why I
So
just
I want
said
to settle
talk
that.
to
Oh my God.
him.
But you're right. You jumped in. Okay, I'm talking to him. Stop interrupting, nigga. The fuck? Oh my God. So
Stop going back to the
the
debate,
point of
nigga.
to settle
Damn,
that.
you keep going
Hold on, to
back.
settle that.
Fuck.
She's 30. This is why. Because you are a tough one.
I
You
gotta
like
keep you in line, bro. Go ahead,
no,
brother.
you ain't
Do your
gotta
thing.
keep me in line. You ain't gotta keep me in line. You will sit there and argue with me when we agree in 95% fundamentally. That's why I invited you up here.
Bro, talk
You
to Handy,
personally.
man.
You
Talk to Handy,
personally.
bro.
And I mean even casual. Me and casual
You doing
can
it right now. Casual on the stream, man. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro.
but no, I want you to so again, God damn it, you don't make me lose my train of thought. But no, I still got
I'm
it.
trying to
At
keep
the
you
end,
on
no,
track,
at
nigga.
the end, no. Because this is what I'm saying. That debate, because he called me out on the debate, and I'm the judge of the debate. Now I brought up something to a Johnny to test his logic, just like I do you, Sturdy. It's like I brought up the Van Gundy thing to test yours, but we'll get to that. I brought up something to test his logic based on what he says on his own content. Now I already had judged the debate because it's funny. You said I went 11 minutes. My second sentence, I said who won the debate, and then you talk, and then like I said, yo, 11 fucking T Perfect spoke for 11 minutes. He spoke for 11 minutes, but you got at me. I get it. You trying to throw me off. This is your game, nigga. You're not gonna do that on my own show. But anyway, it's like I said, handy. Like I said, I brought those things up to test that man's logic. Because I understand the guy could got 1.7 rebounds, and that's not a great game by logical standard. But there are things that man, that 1.7 rebounds could have done to help his team win. And that's the thing. I understand this is a fundamental basketball player. I don't have to shoot or score 15 points to help my team win. I think any of us know that. And sometimes look, a guy could get 20 points and whatever, and he took 23 shots, whatever it is. It's no perfect way to measure any game. I think baseball is the most, where the stats matter the most. And that's why I say this a lot. Stats matter the most in baseball because it's on, like a hit is a hit, a home run is a home run, blah, blah, blah. That's why stats are immortal in baseball. They're not who cares? You could have had the most opportunity to take the most shots and at all-time points just mean you were there to take the most shots, the whole nine. That's all that fucking shit means. Rebounds, same thing. I mean, they're not like canonizing basketball, but yet they matter to a point. Obviously, that's how we determine scoring titles, MVPs, it's the whole nine. Yeah, but there's still like you'll see an MVP like Wes Unseld, right? You'll see an MVP like Wes Unseld who has underwhelming stats. And if you did not see the eye test and you don't understand basketball, you will never understand why Wes Unseld won MVP in his rookie year and why Wes Unseld won MVP of the 78 finals.
Yeah,
You will
he
never
wasn't supposed to
understand
win
it.
either. When you watch him play, he wasn't supposed to win either. When you watch him play, Elvin Hayes was better. When you do your research and due diligence, after you watch him play a few games, you understand, oh, he got the MVP because he reminded people of Bill Russell play style.
With the intangibles.
That's the point, bro. That's the point.
With the intangibles.
You're exactly right.
So you know what you just did?
It's both.
You know what you
It's
just
both.
did? You improved it. Saying again, the nitpicking whether Big. First of all, they don't win without Big E, nor do they win without Wes Unseld, who's the captain of that team. Right? You take one of them all, there's no championship. Now you're nitpicking on saying which one deserves MVP. Same way with the Iguodala and all of this, right? Iguodala was I don't think they beat the Cavs without Iguodala. Now, Curry probably could have won MVP, should have won MVP. But you know what? That's why all of this shit is subjective, bro. This is why things like MVP and all that shit is subjective. A lot of things in basketball are subjective. A lot of things about the eye test. There's no perfect answer. So all we gonna do is what? Have a debate or subjective things that are not absolute.
Or just leave your feelings out of it.
Seriously.
No, I'm saying when you describe something, just leave your feelings out of it. That's what I think it is. That's what people mess it up.
That's all it is, bro.
That's all it is, bro.
Guess what? No. Guess what?
Listen to what I'm saying.
Guess what? Feelings are always going to be involved. Hold on, feelings are going to be involved because
never. It's basketball.
Do we not debate past MVPs? Do we not debate past MVPs?
No, y'all like to debate stuff. That's just entertainment.
You know what?
You
did something. Andy, you said something. Handy, you said something where I could have cooked you, and I wanted to jump in, but
what you mean? Let me hear.
You said no one says this.
No one says what?
You said no one said something. I can't even remember. But
don't do that.
So wait, you told me I said something, but you don't remember what I said?
No. See, that's the problem. No, know what you said? You know what you did? You didn't say it. But you said no one says it.
No one
just
says what?
You don't say it.
No one says what?
No one says what?
I forget what the subject was.
Why are you bringing up something if you don't know exactly what I said? Don't do that, bro.
Andy, stop it. See, yeah, you said no one says Iverson is inefficient. Exactly. You said no one says Iverson is inefficient.
Talking about us on the panel.
Hold on. I see hundreds of young guys.
I was talking about us on the panel, bro. What are you talking about?
See, but you see. Okay, but I can get at you because you said no one.
What I'm saying.
I'm not debating you.
Misunderstood what I said.
When I brought up Iverson, When I brought up Iverson, I wasn't debating you on your Iverson point. I was debating. Look, matter of fact, here's a guy that just pulled up that says it. Young Scott.
Yes,
Why
Guys
did
like
you bring
Young
up? You don't
Scott.
remember
Hold
why
up,
you bring
stop.
up?
30, stop. Guys like Scott will come up and say Iverson was an inefficient ball chuck, and
that's just a fact.
he wasn't even alive during
That's
Iverson's
just a
career.
fact.
This young man, hold on, this young man was born the year Iverson's last year in Memphis,
Yeah, you
and
don't.
he will
Yeah,
say something like, and guess where he gets this from? Other people who say it.
no, it's just a
So no,
fact,
no.
bro.
So
It's just a fact.
handy. This
It's
is the
just a
problem.
fact, bro. It's just a fact.
Okay, Handy. When you say no one says it, it's actually a lot of people say it. And when I'm debating the Iverson point, I'm not debating you or Sturdy. I'm debating the people that say it. It's a narrative that's out there
It's
that
not a narrative.
spreads. So
It's
when
not
you
a
said no
narrative.
one says it, guess what? You were factually incorrect. You what you
No, I
should have
said no
said.
one said that.
I
Said,
no. You
as
said
in
no
Oh,
one
we.
says that.
here. He said,
Thank
what?
you.
But
He
I'm
was the
not
first
just
to
Thank you.
appear,
Sturdy
bro.
heard me. Sturdy, what did I say? No
Iverson
one
is
said that
inefficient.
here.
That's just a
okay.
It was
Well,
just
fact.
why do
me,
y'all not
That's
get
all.
Sturdy,
this?
That's
and it
the
was
reason
me,
why you said
Sturdy,
that,
and
Why do
bro.
Ro
y'all
on
not
the
get
Yeah,
pod.
this?
bro.
It was
Why
just
do
me,
y'all not
Sturdy,
get
and
this? So
Ro.
you hold on,
Bro, just make it
okay.
clear then,
No,
bro. When you get
okay.
Yeah.
yes,
See, I hate to do this. I hate to do this. I really hate to do this. I don't want to mute. I don't want to backstage with my invited guests. I don't. When I brought up the Iverson point, I brought up the fact that I watched Johnny Arnett making a video about Iverson. You know who was Johnny Arnett addressing you, Scott, or Handy? Or was Johnny Arnett addressing the millions of people he's seen say this in this narrative that has spread this?
Well, it's just a fact.
Who was he addressing?
Well, he's addressing the
Not you
Iverson
guys,
haters.
right?
He's
So I'm
addressing the
bringing
Iverson
up the.
haters.
I literally said,
Jesus
okay, when
Christ.
Johnny Arnett says something, see, this is the problem.
Just let him have it, Andy. Just let
Are
him
we
have it,
this
bro. It's
narcissistic
already
that we
recorded.
believe that
It's
everything
already
is
recorded.
about our own opinion?
Bro, you just
You
said,
see,
bro, you disagree with us? Well, we just said that, bro.
Iverson is
We
in
are
a.
saying there are things in basketball that's not feeling. And you said
No,
everything has feeling.
no,
And we were like,
everything is not
no.
feeling. No, everything is not
I,
feeling.
I, I don't know.
Iverson,
I don't know if I mean,
like
You did
my
say that,
comment
bro.
is my commenters get this. My commenters get this, but my panelists don't get it
I
because you
can,
know what happens. We're so narcissistic, and I know that. I don't sit there and take everything people say
I
as
can
a
give you
knock to me
example.
or
I,
my argument personally.
well,
What?
Again, no. Again, when I said you see, you got mad that I said you went for 5 minutes, and I said of the 5 minutes, I probably agree with 94% of what you said. And instead of be like, oh yeah, so you do get. You said I don't even understand where you're coming from. Blah, blah. If I'm telling you, I agree with most of what you said. There's a couple parts where I wanted to interject and say, okay, but 94% of what you said, I agree with. So it's like to come at me and have a discussion with me. Was like, yo, bro, we get this part.
well,
We agree on this
No,
part.
no, I
That's what I'm
want to.
saying. Hold on.
Can I say
Real quick,
this?
stop. What's good, real quick. Bro, I'm just simply saying to you, bro, you can trim the fat by simply clarifying what you're trying to say, bro. That's it. That's
Yeah,
it.
But
yeah.
every time I do this,
No,
you jump on me. Even
no.
when I say I agree with you, you jump on me. Even when I
Well,
say, hold on. Even when I say, even when I say, when I said this is not directed at you. The Iverson point that I made was a general point, not directed at either one of
but
you guys. You
but
understand what I'm saying? And this goes
Iverson's
back,
inefficient
and this
though.
Wait,
goes back to what me
can
and
I actually
Andy.
say something? Can I
No,
actually
You
say
got it,
say
something?
Andy.
something.
You got it, Andy.
No,
Hold
no,
on,
I
Ayo,
Scott.
want
Wait your turn. Wait your turn.
Ayo, Scott, I'm gonna be quick. But bro, what me and Sturdy have been trying to say the whole time is we're not speaking in absolutes when we're having this conversation.
Like,
So when I brought it up, I specifically said we didn't say that. It was me, you, and Sturdy on the panel. It was no one else. I understand the point that you're trying to
oh my
make is
God,
that there's
bro.
a narrative, but there's narratives about all players.
But
Okay,
We're having a
want to
understood
say,
this.
discussion.
But
I
see,
want to say
That's
one
understood
thing.
it.
this, understood this. But when I just said, you said no one says it, you're not understanding. See, you're missing the sequence of the conversation. Before you said a word, I am talking about the Johnny Arnett video. It's not addressing either of you. When I watched the Johnny Arnett video
But how would you
on
know you're not
Sunday,
addressing me
hold on,
if I
hold on,
never
hold on.
said that I agree with that point or not?
Okay, and see, that's what I'm saying. But bro, it's
You
So
not
gotta
bro,
about
if
clarify
you
that,
don't
you.
bro.
know you're addressing me yet,
Handy,
I'm
you're right,
telling
but
you that I'm
handy,
not one of
handy.
those people. I was just
Okay, and
clarifying
I
it.
get okay, so we can agree to that. But you didn't, but you're now saying no one says it. Okay, you're not saying it, but I am bro.
I
Bro,
never said says. I
bro,
said said.
Okay.
That's
So we've
it.
already agreed.
You're
You keep
yes, you
saying something
mishearing
we
what I'm
agree on.
saying or
You and
misunderstanding what I'm
Casual are
saying. That's
doing the
it.
same thing. You're saying something we agree on. But the
bro,
point I'm talking, see, it's like, so when you say no one says that, I bring it up because guess what? I made an example of someone who does say it, who's a famous media person, as is Skip Bayless. So my smoke is for Skip Bayless. So why are you now arguing with me over something you agree with?
I'm not
Now,
arguing with you though. Like you do realize for the last 30 minutes you've been talking 26 minutes.
oh
I
my
haven't
God,
said
really?
bro,
It's
anything.
been
can
talking,
I get
being
my
stepped on,
I get my
and
take?
never
No,
even
we
getting out what
haven't,
I'm
bro.
trying to say out without
Can I get my take?
interruptions.
Can I get my take in
Go
on
ahead,
Go
this?
ahead,
Scott.
Scott,
Please
yo.
talk.
Like,
This is
For the
crazy.
for the Iverson thing,
This is
he is
crazy.
for the Iverson thing, he is inefficient. You just need to do basic
See?
research.
And here's one guy that says it. So now I would have to come at him with every talking point that I have. See,
Man,
again, and that's the thing. I'm one that understands this. I'm one that have basketball discussions all over the place. So again, now I know what you said. Me and you have a disagreement, and that's why I asked you to come up here so we could clarify. But then I got Sturdy coming at me with his problems with me. I got Scott with his little knuckleheaded young opinions of shit he never even saw, wasn't even
bro,
alive to see Iverson.
I'm sick of this. You never saw Sturdy. Were you alive when Wilt Chamberlain
You
played? Were
weren't
you alive?
alive. You weren't alive.
No,
You
I
shouldn't
was
talk
asking
about
Sturdy. I'm
Iverson.
asking,
You weren't alive. You shouldn't talk about Iverson. I don't want to do this, bro. You
Bro,
weren't
why you
alive.
do
You
that?
shouldn't talk about Iverson. And guess what? The
Bro,
motherfuckers that were telling you about Iverson don't understand it either. And this is the point. So that's the Iverson one. This is the
bro.
Westbrook part. This is the dude that said hold up. There's another dude that said Westbrook had empty stats, yet he idolized this guy like a Johnny. So here's the problem. Here's the problem. When you talking about stats don't matter, stats matters the most. If you believe the stats can be empty, then guess what? Stats can be overrated, right? It can be overrated. If you believe, this is what I do. I take your logic, and then I find I make you, this is like what do you call it? Your own logic. I make you go against your own logic. If you believe the stats are the end all be all, and then you believe that there's such thing as empty stats, then guess what? You don't believe what you're saying. Can we at least understand that part? You
I just
can't
want
tell me stats tell a perfect story and then say that stats themselves. And I understand neither one of you two said it. But when a guy like a Johnny can say, "Oh yeah, they were empty stats. Oh, they pumped up Jordan stats." That means you don't even trust the stat keepers.
bro.
You don't trust the stat keepers because in his mind, he said on out of his mouth,
You
they pumped up
responding
Jordan
to
stats.
a Johnny comment right now, bro.
I got you. This is what I'm saying. See, that's it. The A Johnny comment is proven. We all agree that A Johnny is a grifter who don't believe half the bullshit he says, and that statement right there proves it. So
Well,
for the guy who wanted to debate how stats matter so much, he didn't do a good job of it. And I saw through his bullshit. That's why I judged the debate the way I did. You understand what I'm saying? And shout out to Herm, who you know what I'm saying? Like I think it is, man.
God
It's like,
damn, bro. You was about to do it again.
no, I'm
Like,
not
bro,
doing
what
nothing.
you why are you going over the debate, bro?
Okay, all right. Because I'm trying to lay down that. Okay, now what's your smoke with me, Sturdy? Give me your smoke with me.
My only smoke with you, bro, is like even now, bro, just this stream alone. Me and Handy has been trying to just keep you on the track, bro. Just keep you on the track. But
There was a
it's just
couple.
like
Okay, go ahead. There's a couple.
keep
But see, you keeping me on the track, but there's a couple of things I want to address
even now,
in general.
even
Hold on. See. There's a couple of
see
things I want to address in general,
Exhibit
and
A,
it seems like y'all guys are taking what I'm saying, everything I'm saying, it personally. Now, again,
No,
we
it's
can
nothing
have our
personal.
see. No,
Nothing personal.
because discourse will happen. Again, if we can argue when we 94% fundamentally agree, then this
Bro,
is the
you're proving my
problem with
point.
discourse.
Bro, you're proving my point, bro. You're proving my
No,
point
you're
right now.
proving mine. You're proving
You're proving my
mine.
point right now.
You're proving mine. You're proving mine. If we can argue when we 94% fundamentally agree, I'm gonna say that again. Because this is a fucking bar, and I might probably clip this up. If we can argue when we 94% fundamentally agree, I looked at all five, and I was as soon as I said 5 minutes, you thought I was getting at you because you got at me about how long I take to judge my debate, right? But you thought I was getting at you. You thought it was a get back. I said other 5 minutes, I fundamentally agree with 94% of it. But then it's 5 minutes of you lecturing me on shit that I agree with you on. Can you not see the madness of that, bro? Sturdy.
I see the madness in it right now, bro. Like you
Okay,
said that
because you
10
want
times.
to
You
believe
said that,
that I
bro,
don't
bro, 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 bro,
understand
bro,
what
bro,
you're
bro,
coming
bro. You
from.
said that 10 times, bro.
Okay,
Bro,
but
bro,
that's
bro,
Yeah.
bro. What the, bro. All right, bro.
Wait, where you go?
Scott, listen, bro. Listen.
Oh, there you go.
You
All
can't.
right, you back.
The point is, bro. You can't just Scott. You can't just measure efficiency just off the numbers, bro. Because
yeah. So
efficiency
yeah, don't
just don't
lecture me.
refer.
Lecture Scott. Don't lecture me.
No,
Lecture Scott.
this
Scott need the
this
one need lecturing.
no, but bro, this is my point. This is something you should have did with Scott just now to prove your point
But
even
how could I
more.
do that when everybody keep interrupting?
We didn't do nothing, bro. You dropped him when he brought up AI
You're
just
right, and I
now.
said, no, because I don't like to do that because he feel what he feel, and he has the right to feel what he feel. But I dropped him because no, you're not going to interrupt this nigga. You did not see, you were not alive to see Iverson play. But see, that's the point. That's the point.
Oh,
Certain
that's
guys
nasty too.
that weren't
That's
even
nasty
there,
too, bro.
that don't
You
even
ain't gotta say that.
understand the game. Hold on, but sturdy. Certain guys that didn't understand the game. See, that's the point of the Johnny. Whether y'all believe Johnny Arnett is a casual or not, certain guys that take the 2017, 21, 20, the 2020s understanding of the game, go back and judge 2001 basketball and then make a blatant statement like Iverson was an inefficient shot up. Is that not fair? A way to discuss it and then say, you know what? It was a whole different game. The pace was different. Defensive rules were
Yo,
different. The, the,
bro,
the, go
bro,
ahead.
can I just say something?
Go
Because
ahead.
I made this same point earlier, and maybe Sturdy, you remember. When he talked about this earlier, didn't I name maybe like 5, 6 different players? I said like T Mac, like Vince
Yeah.
Carter,
Yeah, of
like
course.
Kobe, right? The reason I brought all these different players up was to say Sturdy's point, which is a lot of players at that time was inefficient, but it doesn't mean they were bad players. They just was inefficient because they had to be based on the way
So, okay.
basketball was played.
So let me.
So
Okay,
that's a
you're
point
right.
that you should say to Scott, is
Okay,
what
all right.
Sturdy's trying to get you to
Okay, cool,
say.
cool, cool. And that's what I'm saying. That's why it's like, okay, you could say inefficient, but it could be inefficient based on
No, it's
today's
just it's
understanding. Hold on, no,
inefficient,
stop,
bro.
stop, stop,
That's
stop,
it. And
stop,
that's
stop. All
okay.
right.
It's not
But
bad.
you know what? Again, this is the point where we might agree fundamentally, but again, it's based on today's style of play.
No,
Where
it's not, because it was
yes, it
players
is.
that
Yes, it
shot
is. No, no, no,
55% back
now we
then.
have a discourse. Hold on. Now
No,
we have
no,
a discourse.
listen.
Now
Michael
we have a
Jordan shot
discourse. Go
50%
ahead.
from
Go
the
ahead. I'll let
field
you go,
back then. Listen
and
to
then
what
I'm
I'm
going to
saying.
reply uninterrupted.
Yeah, you're right. Clyde Drexler shot close to 50%. Michael Jordan shot close to 50%. Mitch Richmond shot close to 50%. It was scores that shot closer to 50%, right? They're more
No?
efficient. Yeah, it was. But
Uh-huh.
that's neither here nor there. Allen Houston shot close to 50%. So what I'm simply saying is you have players who could score more efficiently. But what I'm saying is the reason that certain players were inefficient was because of the way they were asked to score. It goes back to
Uh-huh.
Sturdy's point of if you watch the fucking games, you would know this. You would know that AI played on the team with no other scores, and he's 6 foot most of the time being guarded by
Wow.
someone bigger. He had to go through 2 or 3 people to get shots up, or sometimes he had to force bad shots because he got
But can
basically
I
ticking
respond?
time bombs
But
I,
you
a
know
lot of
what
the
kills me
possessions.
about
So let
this?
me
You
just
know what
land the
kills me
plane.
about
I'm about to
hold
land the
on, I
plane.
got it. Hold on, I got it.
Bro,
If you're gonna address me, as the host, I have a right to directly respond, and then you'll get it,
You
sturdy,
got
then
it.
you'll
he
get
didn't
it.
finish.
Hold on. He did finish. He did finish the
Bro, you
pause. And
nasty. You're a nasty,
guess
bro.
what? When he pauses in a sentence, I do have a right as co-host to interrupt. Here, I'm not to interject and then come up with my thought. Hold on. Because this is a bunch of soliloquies. There goes casual. But here's the thing. I literally said a bunch of stuff you just said when I was describing Iverson's game, but y'all invalidated it. And again,
No, we
same
did
thing
not.
with
No,
you
we
now.
didn't.
Hold
No, we
on,
didn't. We didn't.
just
No, we didn't.
30.
No, we did
Let
not.
me
No, we
respond.
did not.
Bro, you gotta stop lying, bro.
No,
Stop.
are you
We
kidding me?
did.
No. You can't. No. See. What can't happen? What can't happen is I get interrupted as I'm trying to do something, and then people say I didn't say that because you're stepping over everything I say. You're stepping over everything I said and tell me what I didn't say. I literally was describing earlier the way that the Philadelphia 76 was set up offensively. I was
Was that
literally
before I got
describing.
here?
No, 60
Was
stop.
that before I got here?
I let you go, sir. I
I'm
let
just
you
asking the
go.
question so I can tell you if I heard you or not.
Okay. Oh, you're gonna
Was it
ask me every.
before I got here? Because I
No,
didn't hear
you were
anything
on the
before I
panel,
got here.
sir. You were
I
on
was
the
on the
panel.
panel.
You were on the
Right.
panel because
So
before
I
you got
said
on the
exactly
panel,
what you said, so I agree with you. So
Oh
I'm
my
telling you
God!
to tell Scott that. Stop
Okay,
directing to
you're
me and
right. So
Sturdy.
now, okay, but now Scott is up here. Scott, I didn't even have Scott in mind when I was talking, and now here we go. See, again, here's the bottom line, and I'm gonna bring you back up. Sturd. I'm gonna bring you back up if you're still here, Sturdy. But please, you see, y'all stayed on what I said or didn't say, and then casual. I don't. You might have to be watching on my screen to get the link because CW is in I can't drop it on CW. So come to my stream and watch it. But Sturdy, see, every time I try to say something, y'all step on it, interrupt me, then tell me what I didn't say. I was literally describing how the 76ers was set up offensively, and y'all invalidated that. Now you come back 30 minutes later. Matter of fact, because I remember it was about 2-minute mark when I was talking about it. Now it's 40 minutes later, and you're telling me I never said that. I never described how to. And see, this is the thing, right?
No.
When you say, hold on, when you talk
I just
about
want to clarify, bro.
no.
Bro. I did
I
not say
don't
you
want
didn't
to
say that,
backstage
bro.
people.
I didn't say you didn't say that,
Ernie,
bro.
I'm not talking about you. I'm addressing Handy. See, this is the problem with you,
You just
Sturdy.
addressing me.
I'm addressing Handy right now. I'm rebutting Handy. Then I said, after I finish the rebuttal, then y'all can go. But yet everybody keeps jumping in on me, bro. See, I'm not and this is the thing. People know about the music. They see when they get muted. So now I got to do the backstage. And I have to backstage the guy I invited up here. That's the crazy part. Because Sturdy, and this is the reason why I did this show. Because of Sturdy, me and Sturdy in Discord, we were trying to have a debate. And every time I rebutted, he jumped in on, and I sat there, and I'm the one that can go 16, 17 people. No. See, I'm not a Johnny. A Johnny mutes people because he's trying to get in, he's trying to overtalk you. A Johnny mutes you, he's not trying to have a back and forth conversation with you. Because then what a Johnny is doing, he's trying to frame your argument. This is what him and FYF do. They try to frame your argument based on shit you did not say. I've caught them many times changing the words of my argument. 30, I'm bringing you back up, but bro, you gotta practice some etiquette, bro. You don't even know that I literally just said I'm replying to Handy. Handy is the one that was talking about what he was in, and I'm replying to Handy, and you're taking it personally. I don't understand that. If I want to,
bro.
Okay, Sturdy. When I say I'm everybody, Sturdy.
Going on?
Yo, it's crazy. This is the problem. This is why I did this goddamn show. Because Sturdy, I got a lot of respect for you. You are a knowledgeable motherfucker. You was sweeping on my the stat game that we played. You had it, so I respect your knowledge. But brother, like this discourse is crazy because it's like everything I say, even when we fundamentally agree, we still arguing. How can we argue when I just said, bro? I just agree with 95% of what you just said for the last 5 minutes.
You're rabbit holing, bro.
Bro, you the rabbit hole king. You the rabbit hole
Can I
king, nigga.
respond? Can I
Hold
respond to what
on. Real
Iverson?
talk, real quick. Cause no. And I just want to say this. I want to say one thing, and I'm gonna let y'all have it. I'm gonna let y'all have most of the thing. And whatever y'all want to bring up, we can bring up. But I want to just reply to Handy. Now, Sturdy, remember, I'm replying to Handy. Nothing you said, what Handy just said. You said Clyde Drexler was 50% shooter, right? You said Jordan was 50% shooter, right? Now, I can make the argument that in 2001, they changed the defensive rules where zones were allowed, where doubles off the ball were allowed, things like that. And that's a part of the reason why you could say that a lot of field goal percentages went down. So now, if you want to say Iverson and T-Mac and Kobe were inefficient players, that's fair to say, but you're still not using the fact of the matter that, guess what? Somebody was bringing up the field goal percentages. The league average, the field goal percentage took a dip. It took a dip for a couple of reasons, my theory, but yes, the zone defense rules, the illegal defensive rules, the hand checking rules being changed around, the fact that they would start shooting more threes, all of this goes into the factor of these shooting percentages being low. So the blanket statement that Iverson was an inefficient player is not a fair assessment, because guess what? He was at league average for a lot of those. And if you look at, I looked at his total true shooting percentage. It's over 50%. A lot of these years. So I mean, it is what it is. So that I can say. Now again, this is all to support the fundamental idea that I've said in the beginning, that when I brought up the Horace Grant thing, and I brought it up for a reason. You might not have understood the reason, but I brought it up for a reason. The stats don't always tell the whole story, and stats are not a perfect way of describing the game. Period. That's just, and that's got nothing to do with anybody. That's my take. Now you can give me smoke on the take, but stop thinking everything I said is that you guys personally. Because when I had this, again, the Johnny on that video, I wasn't thinking about none of you niggas. Except, oh no, you know what's funny? I was actually thinking about Scott. Because Scott is part of the generation that shits on Iverson based on a lack of understanding of the game that he wasn't even alive for. All right, so Herm, you pulled up casual,
No,
you got it.
Can I respond now?
You got it, right? No, matter of fact, you got it before casual, and then Herm, give your quick thoughts. Because I gotta shoot in, then we'll just go back around. I'm gonna listen to y'all niggas now.
Can I respond first?
Go ahead.
All right, if Herman lets you give it, you can get it.
I want to respond
Now
to
I'm
this
gonna be
dumb
quick because
point.
I'm gonna be quiet most of
Okay.
it.
Yeah, let Herm go quick. Let Herm go quick,
I'm gonna
please.
read
Etiquette.
I'm gonna prove the whole list. Stats don't tell the whole story. I'm gonna read y'all off just the career numbers of two guys, and I'll let y'all. One guy got
Let you. I love
25,000.
these games. Take. Give me the
I
numbers.
got.
There you go.
Bro, I got one guy. This guy at the top, man, got 25,386 points, 4,819 rebounds, 6,540 assists. This other guy at the bottom, got 26,205 points, 8,677 rebounds, and 9,925 assists. So I'm gonna ask you guys on the panel just quick yes or no. Which guy you think is the better player just out reading off those numbers?
The second guy.
I ain't
Okay.
gonna lie. I don't remember the numbers.
Yeah.
Just
Maybe
okay. Put it this. Ballpark.
Maybe it's me.
Hold on. Ballpark. First guy was 25,000 and 4,000 rebounds. The other one's 26,000 and 8,000 rebounds. Those are the two numbers I remember just in the ballpark.
6,000. I'm gonna do a King Roll again. 25,000
Yeah,
points for the first guy, 4,000 rebounds for the first guy. He had 6,000 assists. The other guy had 26,000 points, 8,000 rebounds, 9,000 assists. Just to sum it up, which guy you think would be better between the two? Is the better player between the two? Just off reading those numbers.
I don't know.
Probably.
You already said the second guy, Scott.
Probably.
I'm taking it back. I don't
Probably
know.
the second guy.
But like,
all right, here's the two
30,
guys.
30. If Handy, y'all want to play?
Second guy.
I said what? I said probably.
He said probably the second guy.
Yeah.
Okay, so everybody said the second guy. All right.
All right.
Can you reveal the names?
Here go the two players. The top guy that I read the numbers off first is Stephen Curry, and the other guy is Russell Westbrook.
I sort of knew that. I sort of figured that.
So
I love it. 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 I love it.
if guys go off the stats and stats only, most people would generally think that Russell Westbrook is better than Stephen Curry. And
God damn
all
it,
of
bro.
us, and all of us on this damn pedal know that we'll choose Stephen Curry before Russ any given day of the week.
You
So
know the fuck.
Yeah,
You know the fucked up
stats
part.
don't
You know
always
the
tell you
fucked
the
up
whole
part.
story, man. It
yeah,
just
but no one argued that the whole time.
I
Yeah,
know
no one
that.
And
I
argued
know
that.
that.
But he
It
just.
just
But
for
you know what he
everybody.
just did. You know what he just did. He proved the ball. And guess what? I'm the fucked up one that would say I want Westbrook. I would draft Westbrook over Curry. I'm the fucked up one to say I would start my team with Westbrook over
I
Curry.
believe you. I
I
believe you.
know you do. I know you do. But it's funny. I love this game he just played. He just told.
Well,
He
what
just
does that have
basically.
to do with all of the stats available in basketball? He named three. If we
Okay.
got 100
Okay.
stats,
Wait. Wait. Wait.
and then
Wait.
you
Wait. Wait.
took
Wait.
all
Wait.
100 stats,
You
and
know
then
what? Hold on.
painted
Hold
the
on. There's
picture,
still. There's
then
still.
you might
There's
have a
still.
different answer
See.
than
Well,
me.
can I
Like, I
respond?
don't
Can I
There's
understand
respond
still.
that.
now?
There's blocks.
The point of what Herm was showing, and I saw what you was doing earlier, bro. The point is those stats. If you just purely look at just a stat, just a number, and just base it off of who has the higher number, that will lead you to a flawed line of thinking because you're removing
Bingo.
context. You're removing context from these players' careers that led to them having those numbers.
I want to
Bingo.
But
respond. I want to
So
respond.
sturdy. Did I not
I
say
want to
this earlier?
I want to respond
Like,
now
Cash,
to
why
the
is niggas
Iverson
Well,
saying the
but
point.
same
I
exact thing I
said it too,
said,
yo.
bro?
I said it
Cash.
too, Handy.
I look
I said it too,
to
Handy.
be
This
honest with
shit
you,
is
Sturdy,
crazy to
I'm
me.
just
Like,
more
So,
messing
I
with you.
said, yo,
but
watch the
hold on,
game,
Scott.
and the
I'm
Scott.
game
All
gonna
I
right,
tell
just
you what
got
the
here.
stats
I
show
just got
you.
I'm
here.
glad
I
Herm
want
I
did
to
don't
this.
go in.
understand it. Like,
Okay, all right. No, I did
this is
promise in order.
crazy to me,
Let
bro.
Scott get it. Let Scott get it.
So
Then casual. Then we'll go back around because he
okay,
played a really good game. That's a
okay.
really good. Again, y'all
About
all
about
said
the
based on the available stats, y'all all chose the guy that y'all think was inferior, and I'm glad he did that.
But
no. Okay. First of all,
but never
Hold on,
mind.
hold on.
I
Let
want
him
to
let him go, Sturdy.
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
Let Scott go.
Go ahead, Scott.
First of all, I never said stats were the only thing to measure
I
by.
okay. I know
I
you
know.
didn't,
No,
Scott. So
no.
why?
Let me go,
No,
You
Ro.
you
Let
said
didn't.
you
me
gonna let
go.
him go, bro.
Let me
But I
go,
know you
Ro.
didn't.
No,
Okay,
let
go
me
ahead. No
go.
one said you did.
No, you said that.
Who
Bro,
said
I,
that?
this is so
you
conflicting.
did.
Yo,
Oh my.
When?
let him,
When? I
bro.
said
Let him
you
go,
said.
man. Scott,
Bro,
just
you
go.
gotta let
No,
him
no, see,
You
go.
gotta
no, no,
let him
no, no, no,
go.
no, no, no. Wait. See, here's the problem. I never said he said that. Actually, I
You
know what he
did.
said.
You did.
But he's trying to get his
Let
shit
him
off,
go,
man.
But
Let
you
him
bro.
know
get his
what? What he's doing
You gotta
is
let her cook, bro.
improperly.
You gotta
No,
let
no,
her
no.
you
cook,
gotta
though.
let him cook
I
himself,
You
bro.
gotta
could,
let
but
her
then he
cook.
can't lie on my
Even
name
if you
on my
say I
own
did it
show.
and shit,
No,
you
Yeah,
but
gotta
But
let
yeah.
her
okay,
but
cook,
We
go
don't
though.
ahead.
even
You
know
gotta
what
look
after
at
he
it
No,
all.
no.
said.
All right,
You
stop
gotta
it,
let her
stop it,
cook, though.
stop it,
okay.
stop it, stop it. Let Scott go. But I'm gonna let Scott go. Go ahead.
He muted
Well,
me.
first of all, I never said I. What I did say, I'm gonna take stats over intangibles 10 times. But I never said intangibles didn't matter. Stuff like off-ball defense, communication, team help, getting back in transition that
Oh,
matters. Having
intangibles.
Yes, I never said that tangles don't matter. I'm just gonna value stats just more highly than them. But for the Iverson thing, first of all, I don't just say Iverson was inefficient because unlike you guys, I wasn't brainwashed by my generation. I actually do the research, and you go look at it. Yes, that Iverson did not. Yeah, the 2000s. You look at that time, not very advanced. A lot of teams were running the same stuff, which made it easier for defenses. There was floor spacing was at its worst. A lot
Mhm.
of bigs at a time couldn't shoot outside the paint. So yes, I agree. There you can put context for Iverson's inefficiencies, but but that's not my only problem with Iverson. I think he's overrated for a tons of reasons, not just his inefficiency. I think he's overrated for a tons of reasons, such as his defense, his lack of motor, him taking
Okay,
him
no,
take
I gotta stop this. I gotta stop
what
this.
What?
I gotta stop this.
He
I gotta
was
stop
what?
this.
Bro, you being
Lack of
nasty,
motor.
bro.
Wait,
Bro, you
Yes,
gotta
I
no,
see.
stop.
no, no, real quick, no, real quick. No, no, you know what's crazy? Hold on, no, stop. I've agreed with 90% of what he just said until he said Iverson had a lack of motor. Let me ask you something. Which one of you would agree that Iverson had a lack of a motor?
Can I emphasize on it?
I would agree.
Anybody?
I would agree.
Going once?
I would
Can I
agree. I would
Going
can I
agree to
twice?
let
emphasize?
him finish. I would agree to let him
No,
finish.
I'm not.
Can I emphasize? I think he had a
I'm
lack
not
of
gonna
motor.
let him finish because it's a
I think he had a
bullshit
lack of
point.
motor on
None
defense.
of you agree.
On defense, he had a
Okay,
lack.
so now he had a lack of motor on defense.
Because
Okay,
on
okay.
offense, to me, he had a crazy motor on
On
offense. But on
defense, okay, I'm with you.
yeah,
I'm with you.
because there's times he would get, times he would just ball watch, times he would just get lost on communication. Times I just see him give up on players on defensively. But and I hate this dumb point, this stupid point. You weren't alive to see it. That means you can't judge it. You know how dumb that take? That means we can't. That means we can't judge because none of us all in here were alive to see guys like Wilt Chamberlain, s- uh me Sturdy and Casual were not alive to see a prime Michael Jordan. If we and Sturdy and Casual were alive, they certainly don't remember it. So that's just a dumb point saying, oh, just because I wasn't alive to see Iris, just like yes, I can judge it if I can place it into proper context, like I just did. I literally agreed that the 2000s, like the early, like the
I'm glad
mid
you agree.
90s
You don't have
to
to
like
repeat it. We got
like
it.
the mid 90s to the early 2000s was like the worst era for offense because you
So
couldn't
we
use
agree.
a yes, I agree, but there's a tons of reasons why I still think Iverson is inefficient though.
Hawk, you up here? Hold on one second, Hawk. I tried to get you up here. Let me see.
and,
Okay,
and
he
for
was in there for a minute.
and for my last point about how we should talk about just be
We finna
consistent
turn
with
this
it.
into a LeBron debate.
Like
Fuck.
See, here's the thing, and I just
It was
got no.
supposed
Again,
to be
it's
that,
not a
Kevin.
LeBron debate.
I just
This
saw.
is an actual basketball.
I'm Ro.
Yeah,
I'm
you know, you
saying.
got it, Casual.
I'm
It's
saying.
just show, Casual.
No. I'm saying. Oh damn, that's crazy. I'm saying. I can see into the future. I can see it to the future. It's finna turn into because wait until Hawk come in here. Hawk gonna say,
No, Hawk said, he said I'm good.
he say good. Oh, thank God. Okay. Wait, he says that now, but you know how Hawk be. All it takes is somebody saying one more motherfucking thing, and wait until he brings in Kobe. Hawk is finna get on his fucking soapbox. It's gonna be
Man, I
so
want that
fucking
smoke.
nasty.
Man, LeBron better than Kobe. Fuck it.
It's gonna be
yeah, me
so
too.
nasty.
LeBron is better.
And you know what it's gonna turn into? You know what
Kobe.
it's gonna turn into? He gonna say Scott says that Allen Iverson had a low defensive motor. What about that guy y'all call the GOAT? And how he
I
has more
agree.
years than not.
Here's the
But
thing. I agree.
he's not attentive on
I
defense at
agree.
all.
LeBron these last years has been
It's
a
gonna
low
get so
defensive motor,
nasty.
See,
especially.
this is really hard on my own show to sit here and listen to this guy say
Listen,
Iverson had a low. Hold
I
on.
wasn't gonna say nothing,
Yeah,
bro,
I
until he
know.
said Iverson lack of motor on defense, and he's
He
a
Me
did.
and
LeBron
Hawk
fan.
see it.
And now what you
That
want
is
to
No,
say, Hawk?
insane.
What you want to say?
You
and
What you
can't
want
before
to
be a
say
you
now,
jump
LeBron
Hawk?
on him,
fan and
Hawk,
talk
because I
about
think I
somebody's
know where
lack
you
of motor
going.
on
Bro,
defense,
I'm not
bro.
a LeBron. No, stop.
No.
Stop
You
naming me a
got to get
LeBron
muted for
fan.
that. See, Lamont will mute your ass for shit like that. I'm gonna mute your ass for shit like that. Let's be
I'm not a
real.
No,
LeBron
You
you
fan.
are
can't be a
LeBron
LeBron
Let's
fan.
be real.
fan
As a
and
matter of
say
fact,
that
I'm gonna
talk about
backstage you
somebody
for a
lack
second.
motor on defense, bro.
And again, I don't want. See, the thing is, when I backstage you, Scott, I'm not coming at you personally, like your boy Johnny does. Backstage a nigga and talk about him personally. Call a nigga a coon. After you backstage him where he can't even rebut his shit, okay? I'm not gonna pull shit like that. I'm not gonna say a nigga's wife is ugly after you backstage him or you went to a herb school or shit like that because y'all had a swimming pool. I'm sorry. The motherfucking Lieutenant Governor of New York is an alma mater. In addition to that, we put two niggas in the NBA, Conrad McRae and motherfucking I had to tell you that, right?
You going down a rabbit hole, bro.
No rabbit hole. Fuck it. I'm right on point. Scott,
Yeah,
I'm gonna get
caught
at
his
your
ass.
basketball. Your master, Lord Master. I'm gonna get at your basketball point. Allen Iverson was an All-American defensive back, quarterback. He could have played football at the NFL level.
Bro.
So to tell me that man had a lack of defensive motor on the basketball court, I ain't fucking. That is wild. He was a gambler.
How are you
Go
always
ahead.
at the top of the league in steals and have a lack of
Yeah,
motor on
and have a lack of but look again, we'll go there still. That don't necessarily mean he had a high defensive motor. But if you sit there and watch, yes, Iverson gambled a lot. There were certain players Iverson could not and should not have been guarding. But one thing I'm not going to sit here and hear a 16-year-old kid who was born the year. It's funny because that's the wild part to me, bro. Iverson is so part of. Oh my god.
You
I think
okay,
to
bro?
be fair to
You
yeah,
okay?
I think he breaking up or he breaking
Yeah,
down.
but
One or the other.
but look
But
though, bro.
I think to be fair to what Scotty is saying, I think what Scotty and get the kid off of timeout. The kid's just talking.
Nah. He need to stay in timeout for
But
that shit.
that's crazy. But I think what Scotty's referencing is the time period, the times where like Allen Iverson was like gambling in the passing lanes, and when it didn't work out for him, which was more times than not, he would find himself behind the 8 ball and essentially just getting ready to get the ball on the other.
All that's true, bro. But you know I'm about to get nasty with this shit.
I know for a fact
your man doesn't leave the offensive side of the court, and he's a Bron fan saying that AI don't have a motor, bro.
But Scott not a Bron fan though. He's a Chris Paul fan, but he's not a Bron fan.
All right, bro.
This nigga's nasty.
Right.
He leaves his own show and then.
No, I'm not gonna lie, Hulk. That's kind of nasty how you assume that he was a Bron fan just because he said that. That's nasty.
No. I assume he's a Bron fan because he's stated on many different streams how much he loves LeBron's game and how he's separated himself, but he never has the same standard for other players that he does Bron. He judges Bron off a different standard, and we've seen this on multiple streams.
He did say Dolph Chase was better than Will Chamberlain.
Scott, Hulk. Scott is he came in. He don't have a driver's license, bro. Like he
what's
grew
that
up
have
on
to,
Bron.
what, bro? What? No, that's fine. If I shot somebody today and I didn't have a driver's license, I'm still going to jail just like anybody else that got one.
Whoa, wait a minute.
What?
Those are not the same.
It is. Whatever you listen. You're responsible for whatever you do and say, right?
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about experience and knowledge, bro. Literally, he saw all LeBron his whole life, bro. Like that's why that is, bro. Like that's what I was referring to, bro. God,
I got it. Listen, I got it. I don't care though. This one, like I said, like just say
that matters, bro. That matters. No, I'm saying that matters, bro. Like you're like think about it. Like think how like the guys who did the same thing when they watched Jordan go up. They didn't watch Wilt play.
Right.
So to them, Jordan was the baddest thing they ever saw because they grew up on him.
There's a difference when you're talking to somebody who's just ignorant and somebody who said that they've done the research and they actively ignore these different parts of these people games, and then they enhance this person's game because they like this person more.
I don't think Scott did that. I thought he was.
Bro, we just had a conversation about this the other day when we was on stream. And how he was saying what the 70s was trash and all this other stuff, and he was talking about the difference and what Kareem did and what LeBron did. But the negative part of what Kareem did, LeBron did the same thing, but he still has him above. He still has him above Kareem.
He might not view it. He might not view it as much as detrimental. He's air taxing. He might not view it as detrimental in this era as it was in that era.
And Hulk, it's not Hulk. And honestly, bro, when it comes to the youth like Scott, that's not his fault. That's Casuals, Low, and Mars' fault. That's their fault for these young bucks air taxing. There's no need for it. You
got caught air taxing your damn self.
We'll slide with your point, bro. He's not a LeBron fan. However, he holds Bron to a different standard. And if you hold Bron to this standard, you cannot criticize AI for things that LeBron does.
I would like to know what
he holds Bron. He holds Bron to the he told me this multiple times. He said in his mind, he not just him, but like a lot of people, like for Scott specifically, he says it's LeBron and Jordan and then everybody else. That's the standard he holds.
Oh, I agree.
Nobody cares what you agree with, bro.
That's just hate.
I agree.
But here's again,
niggas mention high school. Niggas mention high school. Okay.
The NBA didn't respect Muslims, why would YouTube? You know what I'm saying?
Look, even if you said that though, bro, if it's LeBron and Jordan and everybody else, you can't criticize somebody for something that your guy does. If your number two ever does the same thing, how are you holding that as a criticism for somebody else?
No, you can. You can be biased, but you can, bro. Like they can have the same flaws. Yeah, they can have the same flaws.
You're gonna be biased regardless, though.
For example, Hulk. Like you have Jordan and Kobe 1 and 2, but like they have the same. They have similar flaws. Like you can do that. You can do that's the thing.
That's fine, but this is my thing, right? If I have Jordan number 1 and you say they have the same flaws, why would I not have Kobe at two?
I said similar. No, that's how most people got.
They don't have. It's not a 1-to-1 flaw, but
Yeah, I just similar because like they same
I,
position and all that. But
you,
like that's how
you
most
get
people
my
do it.
goddamn
Most people
point,
like
man.
yeah, I get exactly what you're saying. I'm just fucking with you all. most people like that's and I find it disrespectful. Like Kobe, like they treat Kobe like some hoe. Like just because like a lot of people say, oh, I have Kobe number 2 because he's a co-signer of Mike. Why are you associating Kobe's legacy to another man when
No,
he put in
I'm
his
not.
own work? I
I
don't.
I mean,
Now
you
I don't
can
got
you can
no.
say
I
that,
say
but
this. I say this
I
to
have
everybody.
completely different reasons for that. But
No, but Hawk, this is a philosophy of me. I
Bring
say this
them
to
back
everybody.
up,
If
bro.
if I'm describing a great player, I don't need to mention no other player. I don't need to mention his teammates. I don't need to mention no nigga that barely played him. I don't. I just describe how dope and great he is. That's just that's what I say to everybody though.
Yeah. You won't obviously study, but yeah, no, I agree with you in general. Yeah,
No, that's how we
I'm
got no casual. That's how
I
we
want
got
to
here though.
I
That's how
want
we
to
got here though.
clarify. I want
Majority.
to clarify
Real
one
quick,
thing.
Scott.
I
Real
want
quick,
to.
Well,
Scott.
hold on, guys.
Real,
One mic, one
real
mic.
quick.
If 30
Real
y'all can
quick.
cook. Yeah, look, these
No, I was
outlets
just landing.
sometimes
I
these
was just landing
outlets.
this
Hold on,
passenger.
real quick. I
Oh,
don't want
go
to. I
ahead.
don't want to hurt y'all flow. But these outlets down here in Brazil suck. So my phone died on me on my own stream. It's a little embarrassing.
bro,
But
your
I'm gonna
phone
let y'all
die
cook.
every stream, bro.
hey man,
I'm gonna let y'all cook. No, not every time, but it happened
you
like 2
know,
or 3 times since I've been down here. But let me. Y'all got
try
it.
try 5 or 6, but
No,
no,
it'd be
it's
like,
all right.
but
Me and Hawk
casual.
got you. We got you.
But no, yeah, y'all
Yeah,
got it. Y'all
it
got
was a
it.
dumb.
I'm just gonna be in the background. I'm cleaning up after my barbecue. So I'll be listening to y'all. Hopefully, I'll get up to 5%. Once you get up to 5%, then it'll start charging positively. But y'all
All right.
got it in the meantime.
No,
All
but
right.
Hopefully next time you tell us this in the back chat. But I feel you. But the casual, like that's to me, that's the problem with basketball. That's one of the problems with basketball discourse. Like if you comparing players, a lot of people start comparing the circumstances than opposed to talking about the players themselves. It's like
Yeah.
it's counterproductive. You're
No,
not
I
learning
But
agree.
about the players.
I
I
want to
agree.
respond real quick.
no,
I'm not a
what's
LeBron. Just because I got LeBron doing as the top 2 greatest person of all time, I'm not a LeBron fan. You hear me? I actually criticize LeBron more than I actually praise him. Like I'm not a LeBron fan. I don't know
Yeah,
why. Just
yeah,
because
yeah, you know that now.
just because I don't suck up to not Michael Jordan and hate LeBron with all my heart and go like Ro does, this doesn't mean I love LeBron.
I don't think anybody I don't think anybody hates LeBron. We hate his fans.
Oh no,
That's
some of
about
y'all
it.
hate. Some of y'all
No, a
hate
lot
hate
of
on that
Yeah, I
no,
know
nigga.
no.
you guys
There's
hate
people that
LeBron,
hate
bro.
LeBron. There's people that hate LeBron. Hawk, I'm sorry.
Like
Well, I no,
Like,
I'm not saying nobody. Period. I'm saying nobody on this stream. I definitely hate his
oh, this
fans
stream.
though.
I think all
I
I
can
do.
see. I can tell. You
Yeah,
almost put one
I
on the
hate
man.
I hate Kobe and Jordan fans more than LeBron fans. So
Well, that's fine. We hate you too.
I do.
Why y'all hate each other, bro? Y'all can just be
But see
fans of the
that
one y'all
see
like.
no, but see that's the problem there. Like I don't understand for the life of me why it like discussing these players and giving like your perspective on how their career has panned out.
You
All
you
of these
want me
people have
you want me to tell
fantastic
you why,
careers.
bro?
Like
I
it
tell
all. Hold on, time
I'll
out.
tell you
Let
why.
me. Hold on, time out. I ain't even tell you what I didn't.
Go ahead.
I'm saying. I'm saying. I don't know why we get to this point where Bron, Jordan, Kobe, Curry fans, even to a certain degree, we just like it's all about you being right about like your opinion needs to be viewed as factual. So for it to be viewed as factual, now you need to come at malice about this fact or this fact to prove that yours is superior. When in actuality, your opinion is just as valued as his. If Scotty looks at the 70s and says that shit was some ass, well, damn it, shit to him it was some ass. That's all it is. That's all it
But
is to
it
it.
has to be
That's
factual.
different.
It has
Eh,
to be
eh, eh,
based. It has to. No, and that's the funny part.
It has to be
It
factual.
does not have to be factual. It might need to
It
be
does. It
factual.
does. It
No,
does. You
Scotty,
losing
Scotty,
me.
Scotty. I'm
Well,
telling.
goddamn it, you about to lose
Scotty.
this
I'm telling.
argument. You should just let
Scotty. I'm
casual
telling.
cook because
Yeah,
the
I was about to
'70s
say.
wasn't trash.
I was about to say, Scotty, it does not have to. It does not have to be based in fact. It may have to be based in fact for you to entertain the conversation with the nigga. Like Scotty, if you came to me and told me that the 70s was trash, but I asked you to name me who was the top 5 of the 70s, and you start rumbling through and you come up with a bullshit ass name like Jack Sigma, nigga, I'ma know you on bullshit. I'ma know you on bullshit. So then at that point, the conversation ends. So yes, for us to have a conversation with one another, should it be based in fact? Absolutely. But in general, talking about basketball is all subjective. It all
I
comes
agree.
from,
I agree. I
it
agree
all
with that.
comes from what the fuck you feel.
I agree. And this, I'm gonna debate Larry Bird about. I'm gonna debate. I'm gonna debate a person on Saturday. I hope you guys
Definitely
join.
not.
I'm gonna debate Larry Bird versus LeBron, who is the better player. And what I'm gonna do,
Who you
I'm
arguing
not
for?
gonna
Who you arguing for?
LeBron. What
You
I'm
know
gonna
that,
do,
man.
what I'm gonna do is
You're not
I'm
beating
not
that
gonna try,
allegation, Scotty. You're not beating that allegations.
bro. Just because I
No,
think
no,
LeBron's
he,
better than Larry
he's
Bird
not.
does not
Well,
mean I
nigga,
like LeBron.
bro, why would y'all expect this teenager to defend the '80s player, bro? Like,
Well, I don't hate the
No,
'80s.
I agree. No. He's
I
not
didn't say
saying you
you
hate
said.
that. He's
I
not
didn't
saying
say
you
you
hate the
did,
80s. He's
bro.
saying why would you? No. I'm joking with him
Them
because
boys
this nigga
testy.
Huck is fucking hilarious.
Like,
I'm sorry. There's
They
only
testy.
I'm sorry. There's only
Jesus
one
Christ.
other person. I think Michael Jordan is better than LeBron. I never got to see MJ play. Like I'm not a LeBron. The reason I think LeBron is better than Larry Bird because he's just better than Larry Bird. There's nothing else to
So
put
you
it.
never got to see Jordan play?
Like live, no.
Okay.
But you can rewatch the games. There's
Yeah, you
games on
can. No,
YouTube.
I agree. You can watch them on YouTube, Reddit.
That's right. Yeah.
man,
If you got game like Jerry West, I think Jerry West is better than a guy like Magic Johnson. If you got game, bro, I'm gonna respect you.
Jordan took Kareem flow. He was ball first. Do you knowledge, nigga?
Well, no, I'm not.
Nah,
doing that.
actually, Jordan went ball first. We already had this conversation in Discord. Jordan went ball first.
Yeah.
Kareem had the buzz. Kareem had the buzz cut first.
Jordan
No,
went
hold on.
ball
Let's verify.
because he was losing his hair. He did
They
exactly
both
what
was
LeBron
losing
should
their
have
hair.
did.
No, they both was losing their hair. But I'm asking, okay, when did Jordan win official ball?
He
Clean
went
cut.
official. I think he went official ball in what 88? Was it 88? It was
So,
87,
Kareem
87,
was
87,
old.
88 season. 87,
You
88
gotta look
season.
up. Kareem was old as motherfucker at that time.
Let's go see. Let's go see. We doing the fact check, nigga. Damn.
Fact
They need to
checking.
give me. They need to give me power so I could be able to fucking show this shit. 'Cause, damn.
But dude, this week I'm gonna run this debate talk. You
88
know that, right?
Kareem.
NMB is just my first
No,
victim.
look up 87 Kareem.
I'm gonna go
Look
for
up
sturdy.
88.
I'm gonna come after Herm. I am gonna come
No,
after
he
a
bald.
Johnny.
All right,
Clean bean. Clean bean. Clean bean.
I'm gonna come after everybody,
He
bro.
clean
Nah, I
bean
wouldn't.
in
Nah, I
88.
wouldn't 80. Damn.
He clean bean in 88. I know what knowledge.
No.
Brother.
I said look up
Read.
87. You look up 87 because I'm looking up. I'm looking up 88.
Okay, my bad. I love hype.
But I'm gonna run this debate talk. Like I'm gonna come after her.
Clean bean. No, hold
I'm
on.
gonna-
All right, never mind. Hold on.
Buzz
I'm
cut.
gonna-
It was buzz cut, wasn't it?
It was in between stage. That's why, like, it's like
he had
some
the
pictures
McDonald's.
he
He had the
bald.
McDonald's sign. Yeah, he had. The
No,
McDonald's.
like early season pictures. He like got some hair. Then like he's shiny at the end. So it's like
I'm gonna come after Herm, bro. I'm gonna come after Sturdy. I ain't gonna come after a Johnny and Lamont.
Pause.
I'm gonna come after everybody.
What the fuck?
This got weird fast.
On here.
Yeah.
Like I'm gonna run this debate talk,
All
bro.
right, when did Jordan went bald? Hold on.
I'm gonna run this
Okay,
debate
so it
talk.
look like
bro.
so it looks like 88. At 1988, he went officially bald because after the picture from GQ where his hairline was receding, all the way to the back of his neck, then he decided, hey man, I'm finna wrap it up. And that's for the 88-89 season. I'm looking at 88-89 season cards.
Yeah, he should have
I'm
started
looking
wearing do-rags.
I'm looking at 88, 87, 88. He was bald.
I'm looking at I'm talking about 88, 89, 1988.
Yeah, I know.
Like
I know.
that 88
And
offseason.
I'm letting you know, like towards the end, like especially like 88, that nigga was bald. I'm looking at payoff pictures right now. That nigga was crazy.
87, he
88.
should have started wearing do-rags. His hair would have came back.
Yeah, 87, it was transition. We ain't gotta talk about it. But 88, no, he was clean. He was clean.
Bro,
Mr. Clean.
is it
And
crazy?
I know for a fact Jordan had hair in 87. So
Oh no!
about it.
No, I'm looking at 88 All-Star game. He has the haircut, and I'm looking at
So
the
imagine
88.
when does Jordan go bald? We already
19
know when Kareem went bald. When does Jordan go bald?
So to put an exact date on it,
what?
I said let's put an exact date on it. Michael Jordan in November 4th, 1988, he was first spotted bald-headed.
I got a hot take.
You use the media.
I got a hot.
Can't get no fucking accurate follicle timeline. Fucking cream in the 70s, nigga. Like the fuck.
Too bad, nigga. You ain't got better proof, nigga. You ain't got better proof.
No, I got cars, nigga. You gotta
I got a hot take. I got a hot take.
Exactly. Hold on. I know, nigga. I'm right. 88 playoffs. He was
Everything you say is a hot
you
take,
describe,
man. Just say
you
it.
describe
But
88
I
beginning
don't
of the
think
season,
it's crazy. I don't think it's
I'm
crazy.
right, nigga. Do your knowledge, nigga.
I think Jerry West. I think Jerry
We know
West
for a
has
fact he been in multiple movies before Jordan. He stole that shit too. Stole his whole flow.
I
got nothing
think
original.
I think Jerry West has an argument as the second greatest scoring peak of
I was
all
born in
time.
New York before him too. Like,
what?
I think Jerry West. I think
Over
Jerry
who?
West has. I think he has case
Tell
over guys
me your top 5 scoring peaks.
like MJ, Kobe, KD, Jerry West, LeBron.
And
Shaq
you said
isn't over him?
Jerry West has a what?
No, Shaq is not a better scorer than Jerry West. No.
You said Jerry West has a what now?
I think Jerry West, you can make a legit case as the second greatest scoring peak of all time.
Kareem?
Good night.
He's a better
He
scorer than
respect
Kareem.
Hey,
He's a
I'm
better.
gone. I'm gone, bro.
Why
I'm gone.
why you respect
Will
Kareem?
Chamberlain? What the
He's a
fuck
better
are we
scorer than
Fucking
Wilt.
gone, bro.
What
Bro,
the actual fuck? Oh my
He's a
god.
better scorer than
Kareem.
Wilt
Why would
Chamberlain.
you
He's a
respect
better
Wilt
scorer than Wilt Chamberlain.
Jerry
you don't
West
respect
at
Kareem,
his
why would you
best was a
respect
better scorer than Wilt Chamberlain and Kareem.
Yes,
that built the bar.
clears. I'm taking Jerry West.
Clears? Scotty,
Yes.
Scotty. You're chatting.
You
You're chatting,
see?
bro. You're chatting.
You
What do you
see?
mean? How am I chatting?
You're chatting.
Well,
Give me the year. Give me the year that you're holding.
Bro,
Give me
and
the years
bro,
that you're
Scott
putting
don't
on
represent the world, nigga.
Oh no, I know he doesn't. That's why I'm not.
No,
I'm
saying
not
that to
taking
Roe.
this
I'm saying
super
that to Roe.
serious.
I'm saying that to Roe.
Yeah.
Oh, I know this,
why would
but
this?
but 30, real quick. This is what, but you know what? I know this Scott doesn't remember. Bro. He's a 16-year-old kid. What the fuck does he know, right? Again,
I'm saying no, bro. I'm saying this specifically. I'm saying Scott is unique, bro. Scott told me to my my face, nigga. No, hold on. Let me say this because you don't know this. Scott told me to my face that Chris Paul was better than LeBron at one point. Scott told me to my face that Chris Paul was better than Moses Malone. It's just Scott. That's what I'm trying to say. Not the fact that he's young, nigga. I'm saying he gonna say some wild shit.
But you know what's even more of a bar right here is when Scott was going over. That's the last I really heard. I don't even know what y'all were talking about while I was going. I'm cleaning up after my barbecue. Scott was talking about Iverson, and I agree with 90% of what he said. But then when he said Iverson had a low motor, I don't care offense or defense. The guy was sick. Was a small player playing in Atlanta Giants. Okay, the motor thing, I just couldn't. Hawk felt the same way. Hawk wasn't even gonna pull up. Hawk had to pull up after that shit. Do you understand what I'm saying? This proves that I could agree with 90% of what you're saying, and then and you know the thing. I always say this.
You didn't finish your point, bro. What the fuck?
Because I'm going to this angle to further prove my point. I'm going to this angle to further prove my point. Guy like a Johnny, a guy like FYF, I will sit there and tell them when I agree with you. See, it takes a man to say, hey, I disagree with you on a lot of things, but I agree with you here. You cooking, but here's why I disagree. You understand what I'm saying? You cooked here, but I disagree here. And that's it. That's the point. I can sit there and say, Scott, who I fundamentally disagree with a lot of things that he say. I could tell this young man when he is actually cooking. I can sit there and say, hey, you cooking, but then right here is where you messed it up. I mean, look, he was dead on about a lot of things about Iverson, but the low motor I couldn't accept. And that's why I didn't interject. But that's just all I'm saying. So y'all can get back to what y'all was talking about, but I just wanted that point to be shown.
Yeah, well, I don't know why we're gonna laugh at Jerry West. The guy had an insane scoring playoff peak. He did it against Bill Russell, one of the greatest defenses of all time, who had elite perimeter defenders. I don't know. That's crazy to say that. If anyone values playoff translation, Jerry West has that too. And some people, about like being ahead of their time. Jerry West was ahead of his time.
Hey, I
To
actually agree
say
with you. I agree
to
with you.
say
I think
to
Jerry
say
West
that
is a
Jerry
better
West
scorer.
What's
doesn't have an
King Shot? How
argument.
you doing, King Shot? What's
Oh,
good,
what's
man?
up, bro?
Welcome to the
Oh, what's good
stream.
with you, man? I actually
Hey,
agree
what's
with
up,
All
you,
right.
King
Scott.
Kyle? What's up, King
Oh, what's
To
Kyle?
say
up,
that
Cash? Hey,
just
Cash will be everywhere, man. Me and Cash will be everywhere. We was at Los playback. Now we here now. Yeah, man.
Hey,
But
man,
hey,
we growing up. We blowing up. We blowing up.
I know we blowing up together,
we're all
man. But
blowing up. We're all blowing up. We're all blowing up.
yeah, I know. But Jerry West is a better scorer than Kareem and Will. I will say this:
Yes, he is. He is. He
Kareem
is.
and Jerry West is really close. I probably have them like number 5 and 6 as scores all time. But I'd probably give West the edge
Yeah.
for consistent volume at his peak, his playoff translation, the West's versatility as a scorer, like
Yeah.
even his efficiency as a guard, like it's insane.
Yeah.
So yeah, I agree with West.
I got well, this is peaks for me, but I got MJ number 1, Kobe 2. I got KD 3, Jerry West 4, and LeBron 5.
What is the years that you are referencing when you're speaking about Jerry West's peak?
Well, that man has so many insane years.
Well, I'm gonna need at least a year
You
because
stalling.
I go
the
65.
year,
I go
you go
65 to 67.
you know
65 to
65.
67.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's some years that he's hurt, so I don't want to like
Well,
cuff
I
him.
mean, unfortunately, the reality of the situation is a lot of Jerry West's prime was him like overcoming injuries for him to be able to survive. So for you to say the things that you're saying, you're acknowledging.
No, there's
that
some
you're
years
taking him.
there were some years that he was playing like consecutive, like being
There's
fully healthy.
that out of his entire prime, the most games he's ever played in a season was his rookie season where he played 79. The next season he played.
Back then they didn't have 82.
Okay,
What?
no, what?
They
What?
didn't have 82 yet. In the
Brother,
60s.
It was 80 or what?
You want to what?
brother,
What?
What?
When did they have 82?
brother. No, no, brother. That's 30. He's not wrong. When he first came to the league in 61, the most was 79. What I'm saying is, with him playing 79 that season, the season that came in 63, there was 82 games that he could have played, and he only played 55.
I thought 82 came like the 70s, so I'm bugging.
Yeah, I knew what was coming up. That's why I was like, what? Like,
Yeah,
what do you
it's
mean?
coming. No, so like the problem with Jerry West is if you're acknowledging that he's had injuries somewhere in his prime, you would need to condense the peak that you're referring to. Now, to King Shai's point, he picked 65 and 67. I think those are very good. I think those are very good years, especially when it comes to playoff translation.
Yeah, because he was insane in the playoffs those years.
I agree. However, my the peak that I would reference for Wilt would be like 62 to 65. I'm going 62 to 65 specifically
as a
65
scorer,
as a score
solo, right? Oh yeah, I agree. I agree. Yeah,
exactly.
I
63
don't
obviously. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I don't think that touches Jerry West's peak.
Why? What? Based on what metric? What metric?
The argument would be playoffs.
Because you're talking because your argument in terms of Jerry West's efficiency compared to guards is more than fair.
I got the peak.
It's a more than fair. But the problem with that is Wilt isn't more efficient for just centers. He's more efficient than the standard of what efficiency is by plus 10.
I know.
Wilt was on ridiculous standards, margins when it came to breaking the barriers in terms of what it is when it turns to transition.
Wilt was missing the playoffs.
Hold on, Scott. One at a time.
Wilt was in a different stratosphere than everyone when we're talking about what it means to be a transition player, what it means to be a post scorer, what it meant to grift to get to the free throw line, the grifting that people be whining about with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Bro, Wilt invented that shit.
Hey, that nigga was getting intentionally fouled though. I will say that he was like 40% from the line.
Yeah, they were. But that furthers my point. The fact that you have somebody as lethal of a post scorer, as lethal of a fast break scorer, and the only thing that you can do is send it to the free throw line relentlessly. And even for that solution, the only team that could actually be able to excel in executing that plan was the Boston Celtics, the Bill Russell Boston Celtics. That was the only team that could be able to stop that. Everybody else had to fall to what Wilt was doing to them niggas. You
I
cannot
know
say the
Wilt was
same for Jerry
crazy.
West. You cannot
He
say
was
the same for
crazy.
Jerry West. Jerry West
Well,
doing
who was cooking the Celtics more, Jerry West or Wilt Chamberlain? Who was cooking them more? Who was giving
I
the
would still,
Celtics
I
more
would still,
respect?
I would still argue. I would argue
Bro,
like
there's no argument. There's
I
no
would
No, but
still
the
argument.
argue.
Celtics,
I
the
would still
Celtics.
argue. I would
Shit,
still
hold on.
argue. I would still argue Wilt Chamberlain primarily for the fact that he was still putting people in foul trouble religiously, and most of those games that they were losing to the Boston Celtics down the stretch were close games that literally went down to just simply he didn't make enough free throws, not
Bro.
shots. He didn't make enough free throws versus somebody like Jerry West. Jerry West is pushing to the brink alongside another top 75 player. Wilt Chamberlain's doing this with Joe Blow.
No, I will say this, Casual. To
He
be
did.
fair,
He
the
had
argument,
power.
the argument that
He
Wilt
had,
Chamberlain didn't have a lot of help, I think that's overblown because people don't realize it. He had Paul Arizin and what you call it, Nate Thurman
yeah, he had
in the
Hal
early
Greer. He
'60s with
had
the
Hal
Warriors.
Greer.
Hal
Then,
Greer.
yeah, I know
Oh
from
well, wait,
'66 on,
he had Hal Greer with the Sixers.
yeah. But with the Warriors, he still had Nate Thurman as a
But
rookie, and he had Paul Arizin.
But who's a better supporting cast to you being able to score? Elgin Baylor, who at that time period was regarded as one of the best facilitators at his position, if not the best, or Paul Arizin, who was still scoring, who was still more of a scorer than a facilitator in his own right.
Elgin Baylor.
But here's the
Yeah,
thing.
Elgin
But
for
here's
sure.
the thing.
Yeah, so that's what
But
I'm
here's
saying.
the thing. But here's the thing. But here's the thing. Sturdy. When Elgin Baylor was regressing in like the late '60s, Jerry West was still out. I was still putting up crazy. Was
But
still
then he
putting
had
up crazy
Wilt.
performances
But
against
we're
the
talking about,
He had
Celtics.
but
Wilt.
he had Wilt.
He had
At that
Wilt
time
by the
period.
late
What are we
'60s.
talking
Well,
about?
he was
By
a better
69
offensive
on, he had
player. He
Wilt.
was a better offensive player than Will at that point.
Oh, I actually think he was a
I
better
agree.
player.
I agree. But that was primarily due to the fact that Wilt came in. Correct me if I'm wrong. Wilt came in 59-60. So he already had a leg up on everybody. And that before you take into account the play that he was doing to get to the NBA in the first place. So
Yeah,
Wilt Chamberlain
but
already had more mileage than Jerry West. So that's a disingenuous argument.
But here's where you get yourself caught up in a loop in a bundle. Didn't you say that stats cannot tell the whole story?
Yes.
Wilt Chamberlain was put up crazy numbers in his peak and missing the playoffs, bro. Like
No, wait, well, actually,
I agree. But the problem is with me. I didn't mention numbers by the slightest. We were talking about advantage creation. We were talking about what they were doing with their scoring.
Efficiency. You mentioned efficiency.
Okay, what number did I use to tag along to efficiency?
Oh my! You said he was plus 10.
Okay. What stat did I point to in terms of plus 10 efficiency? Did I point to field goal percentage?
That's true shooting.
I didn't say true shooting.
Relative true shooting.
I didn't even say relative
true shooting for the.
Oh, you said effective field goal percentage, right?
I didn't say effective field goal percentage either. I didn't say anything.
We all know.
I didn't say he was plus 10 efficiency. You could take that how you want it, but he was plus 10 efficiency.
Bro.
I'm assuming you mean relative, Casual.
Oh, of course I mean relative. Of course I'm being relative, but he's being nasty, so I'm being nasty. That's all.
Yeah. I know. And the funny thing is that, bro, Jerry West, the issue with like Jerry West versus Wilt versus Celtics is that the defensive personnel that Jerry West had to go against was different than Wilt. Because Wilt had to go up against the greatest defender of all time in Bill Russell. Jerry West had to go against John Havlicek occasionally, and then sometimes they would put Sam Jones or Bailey Howell on him. Like he was nowhere near the same
defenders. They had Hondo. They were still good.
John Havlicek was the only elite defender. Everyone else, Sam Jones was an above average defender. He was an above average defender. He was nowhere near the defensive personnel that
I agree. He wasn't. I agree. He wasn't the same. But the reason I would say Jerry West was a better because he had elite versatility. He didn't he didn't face the same about a playoff dropping that Wilt did. Even though Wilt was still put up numbers, and he just got just more postseason games, and he just did it. He just did it across the board better than Wilt. He just did it more consistently against better defenses too.
They played the same defenses.
They played the same defense.
Well,
if anything, Wilt slightly more.
I was just about to say because whereas Wilt Chamberlain is seeing especially we're talking about like 60, we're talking about like 64. Will Chamberlain is seeing the St. Louis Hawks with Bob Pettit, and then he's for him to be able to get to the finals to see the Boston Celtics. Whereas in that same postseason or the season after, I forget which one, but Jerry West is seeing the Baltimore Bullets with Walt Bellamy.
Bro,
shout out to Walt Bellamy, but that's not Bob Pettit.
But what was facing against Dolph Shays, bro? Dolph Shays.
No.
You were the same one that was bigging up Dolph Shays over Wilt Chamberlain.
No, I was doing it because I was. No. Now you're being nasty.
Dolph Shays and Wilt Chamberlain. Dolph Shays and Wilt Chamberlain barely played. They were in different eras. Dolph Shays came in like 1950. That's like a decade before Wilt.
No, but Dolph Shays,
they barely played in the same era.
Wilt didn't Dolph Shays swept him.
Wilt is going up against.
You're doing it now. You're doing it now. See, you Casual's right.
Can I use some executive privilege here?
Wilt is going. I just want to say this, and then you can take it. Bro. Wilt is going up against Bob, a team in which they were. I think if I'm correct, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. The Hawks had a top 3 offense and defense. That team was second in the Western Conference, and it's led by Bob Pettit with Cliff Hagan coming off of I want to say it was like a 22-point season. Lenny Wilkins is on that team as well. He's having to go up against that, whereas Jerry West is along with Elgin Baylor, mind you, is going up against Walt Bellamy, Gus Johnson, and like Don O. Like these are not the same caliber. These are not the same caliber of defenses. Let alone when we actually contextualize it, these aren't the same defenses that are designed to stop these players. The Atlanta Hawks were designed, well, not even designed, but they were drafted for the contention to beat the Boston Celtics with Bill Russell and to beat the Wilt Chamberlain because they knew that they were gonna have to get past him to get to the Celtics. The Baltimore Bullets were a ragtag group. That team literally was literally out the playoffs up until whatchamacallit gets hurt.
Okay. That's a
all right.
But
Jerry West. So let me get it real quick because Scott.
No. I do not mean I'm not speaking hyperbole, sturdy. They were quite literally under 500. Actually, if I'm correct, I think the Bullets went into the playoffs under 500. It was 37-43.
Yeah. No, I was just want to say, like, you could have just simply said majority of the best defenders were centers, and Wilt played them.
Mark got to stop hating, man. Mark got to stop hating.
Wilt's first year, it was a 72-game season. They went to 79 the year after, and then it was 80 basically until 66, 67. Then it went to 82-game season. All right. Let me just read off some Wilt Chamberlain playoff stats by series.
Now he's about to mention stats. I didn't do this, Scotty.
Yeah, no, bro. Because again, 38.7 and 23 rebounds against Syracuse Nationals would become the Philadelphia 76ers eventually, right? Boston Celtics, first time against Russell, 30 and 27 points a game, 30.5 points, 27 rebounds, 2 assists, 50% shooting. 30 against Syracuse again, they got swept. 30, and this is the second year actually. 37 and 23, 47%. Against Syracuse again, he would get Syracuse again, 37 and 26.2, right? 33 and 27 against Boston in a 7-game series. In a 62, they lost. Against St. Louis and Bob Pettit, 38.6 and 23.4. Against Boston, they beat St. Louis 7, and they play Boston. He goes 29 and 27.6. Against Cincinnati the next year, they go 27 and 19. There's 1 year he missed the playoffs. That was 62. That's the year they first went to San Francisco, as we know. What's the name retired? Paul Arizin retired. That's his second best player. They missed the playoff that year. He gets to the playoffs one time in San Francisco. He gets back. He goes to Philly when Philly is now the Philadelphia 76ers, no longer the Syracuse National. And then he plays against Boston. He goes 30 and 31 rebounds on 55% shooting. 28 and 30 against Boston the next year, losing 5. Against Cincinnati, he wins this series 28 and 26. See, at this point now look, 28, 26, and 11 assists. He averages a triple-double for that series. Then he goes against Boston, 48 minutes, 21 rebounds, 21.6, 32 rebounds, 10 assists. They beat Boston in 5. So ding dong, the witch is dead. This is when this man switched his whole style up. He averaged a triple-double for the Eastern Conference playoffs. Then they play against his old Warriors, and I think he's going against Nate Thurman, right? 17 and 28 and 6.8 assists. They win the championship, the first of his career. Plays against the Knicks, 25. See, the playoff, this is the point that I'm making, and I can go the rest of his career. Obviously, he's not scoring the way he did because he switched his whole style up. Where was the playoff drop off? If you're talking about dropping from 50 to or 37 to 37 or 30 to 37 to 30, understand you're going from playing against the entire league to playing against the elite team of the what's the name? You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, I am just reading off Stats Smart, but I've watched a lot of documentaries. That will explain Will's game. Now, again, right? He didn't average basically, I think he averaged under 30 points one time in his career in a playoff series before coming back to 76ers, taking Alex Hannum's advice and switching his whole style up to play more like Bill than his old self. Again, triple doubles in 2 straight series. Where's the playoff drop off, Scott?
I think the issue with Wilt is like in terms of his playoff dropping, it's like a lot of it is partially due to efficiency, but it's also due to the fact that
documentaries.
Many series.
Yeah, I know. This guy can't even decipher Sesame Street.
But yeah, but I mean, a lot of Will's playoff dropping was like early in his career where he used to go from like 50% in the regular season to like 46%. So he'd consistently be like -4% true shooting every year. And I also think like
is that a drop off when you see a team that's prepared for you? Like, you know what I mean?
But here's the thing, bro.
His first series he shot 49%, and then the second series it was 50%.
The lowest he ever shot in a playoff series before the old man Laker days was 47% against, and that was against Syracuse, against Dalshays and them, right?
But my issue is like when you're consistently over like 51, 52%.
Yes,
like the consistency.
With Dick
Barnett, the consistency is very like it's very like you can see the consistency. It's very noticeable.
As a rookie, he shot 46. No, you're right. As a rookie, he shot 46 though.
46.
Will Chamberlain only shot below 47% 3 times for a series in this.
Okay, how many times did he shoot under 50% in a regular season for his career?
Once early on. Actually, the rookie year. Actually, 2. 65. It was actually for the season he shot 51 because he was traded in season from San Francisco back to Philly. So
that's what I'm saying. So he was consistently over 50% in the regular season. Then he used to drop off to like 47, 48 in the playoffs. So it's like you're consistently dropping 4%. Yes, he was like 48% in the playoffs.
Why you keep saying consistent while I'm telling you what it was, bro? Like, look, bro.
No, say it again.
For his entire career, right? And this includes the Lakers. He only dropped below 40. It just being technical, dropped below 47%. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times, bro.
Wait,
so 6 times.
Hold on. I just want to make this clear. Scotty was arguing him at his best. We're not talking about career conversations.
No. That's why I said that's what. No. And that I was trying to.
That's funny because those later years were the years he dropped off in the percentage.
That's what I'm trying to.
That wasn't West's best. That wasn't West's best.
No. I was about to say 3 of those casuals. My point was 3 out of those 6 years I said was on the Lakers. That's why I said 3 times. That's what I'm saying. Why do you keep saying?
No.
He keeps saying he dropped the 47. I'm like, bro, he only did it 3 times. In the 3 series, not playoff runs.
So 3 times. But once again,
30. You and I agreeing?
Bro said Wilt was under
something.
Bro said Wilt was under 50% once in a regular season. You're telling me that he was under 47% 3 times in a playoff series. Like that is a big difference. Going from 50% over 50% in the
3%.
regular season consistently to like 48% in the
Hey,
playoffs. Like
shot,
that's
shot,
not.
king shot. But see, here's the thing.
But
Like
I'm
you're
saying
talking about. Mm,
I'm saying like out of the amount of series that he played during when he was at his best, right? It was
Yeah.
only 3 times. That's what I'm saying. It was like it's not a consistent. Y'all, this is what I don't like about the narratives, bro. Niggas just the obvious answer's right there. I'm gonna help you out. It's not his field goal percentage. If you want to say Will's a playoff dropper, it's not his field goal percentage, bro.
Yeah, it's not his
It's
field goal.
his
It's
free
free throw
throws.
percentage.
Yeah. True, yeah.
He is the worst free throw shooter ever in the playoffs, bro. From a
Yeah.
volume standpoint, I'm not talking about no small sample like Ben
yeah.
Simmons and no, it's Will. That's what he
DeAndre
drop off.
Jordan or some shit
Why
like
you
that.
going to field goal percentage, bro? Like what we doing?
No, because the issue is like if you can't be consistently over 50%. Now you're dropping under 50% in the playoffs. Like it's being
Yeah, this is
consistently.
But
this is
it,
what
no,
we
no, no, no,
do.
no, no. Again, but King Chop, if I'm shooting over 50%,
Yeah.
and then I drop, but the context of it is applied that I'm going up against all-time level defenses with an all-time level defender. And my level, especially when we're comparing it to something or someone, and my level is much higher than yours to where even when I drop off, I'm still severely higher efficiency-wise than you. By the way, field goal percentage isn't efficiency, it's accuracy.
Yeah,
But
I agree.
as an overall scorer, my scoring is just more efficient than you severely whether I drop or I don't drop. It ultimately becomes a point of what are we saying this for? Because even when he's dropping under 50, it's 49. Oh, I'm sorry. It's 49, 48, of 47.6. Like he's still higher than and his highs are historically higher than Jerry West's. So
Yeah.
going back to our original conversation, going
not.
back to what we were originally, it's factually correct. It's
No, it's
factually
not.
correct. His highs in terms of scoring and efficiency.
He's arguing playoffs.
Did Wilt Chamberlain ever average 45 in the playoffs playoff setting?
That's crazy.
Playoff setting?
Playoff series.
Oh, playoff
43
series.
points.
Okay. Because
Yeah,
I'm about to say,
43. Yeah.
Empire is
he
about
averaged
30,
40. He averaged
39.
40.
Yeah.
Yeah, he averaged 40.6. No, he never averaged 40 or 45.
But the thing is,
Wait,
casual,
so where that number
even
came from? What the fuck?
Oh no. No, hold on. Tell me. No. I got a question before you ask that, shot. Now, Scott, since if we're gonna be genuine with this conversation, tell them who did Jerry West average 45 against?
I don't remember what team it was. Okay.
I'll give you a hint. It's the
I agree.
It's the
It was some
same
bum
team we just talked about.
the Bullets.
What year? I'm gonna make sure everything.
65.
Yeah, 65. Yeah.
He averaged 45 against the Baltimore Bullets, who literally only made the playoffs because they beat out a team that was led by I'm gonna figure out this fucking name. Hold on, I got it.
But why was Wilt missing the playoffs in his prime though, in his absolute scoring peak?
He missed the playoff one time. Yeah. Okay, Scott.
Hold
This
on.
is why I jump in. No, Scott, this is why I jump in. I've said this
I
many
agree with you.
times.
Yeah, Will wasn't missing the playoffs. Yeah, he wasn't. He was not.
No. Again, we're talking about them as a scorer. You're talking about overall play. His scoring was still at all-time levels, even with the year that he missed the playoffs. And even if you want to use that, well, Jerry West peaked that King Shot just pointed out, then that shit goes out the window because one of the years that he pointed out, the nigga only played one game.
I didn't say that. What?
Okay. All right.
So
Now I want to answer Scott's question.
I didn't pick it.
Hold on.
If you don't want to count it, I'm fine.
So we don't do this dance around. What is a year, Scotty? Give me a year.
Okay, chill.
Give me a year. I need a year.
I'm gonna give you a year.
No. That's fine. I need a year for what you think Jerry West was at his best. So ain't no. I didn't say this year, because so far we ain't had no problem having a conversation based off the years that King Shot put off. But now all of a sudden, because he all of a sudden,
what is his one?
He only played one game.
What is his one game coming from? I don't.
Jerry West only played one game in the postseason in '67. He got hurt. He rolled his ankle. He was no good.
You know, it's funny because Scott is making this harder on himself. Like you could just pick, you could pinpoint Jerry
I'm
West's
gonna
final
pick
stats.
65.
Yeah, there's one
pick his
year
final
pick
he-
stats
65. I'm picking
Yes.
65.
in the finals, right?
Okay.
Versus Celtics. All right.
It's 65 versus the Celtics.
All right.
No, I'm
And
just
he
picking
also
that
played.
whole
And he
season as
also
a
and he
whole.
also played the Bullets.
Well, let's look at Will's comp. So we're gonna tax people comp now. Let's look at Will's comp.
Well, shit. I'll run down. I'll run down the comp.
Why was Wilt getting swept by Dolph Chase?
Yeah. Okay.
Because
Why was Wilt getting swept by Dolph Chase?
Because Dolph Chase
don't be some Dolph Chase defender right now. Come on.
Wait,
Oh
how do
no
you
no no
play?
no no.
Wait, what series are you talking about?
He's talking about the series in
Early 60s.
62. In 62.
Yeah, early 60s. Yeah.
Wait. What did Will average?
Will average
36?
and will average 37. I'm sorry, 35, 26.6 rebounds, 3.1 assists on 46.7% from the field, and he actually shot 63.6 from the free throw line on 12.6 attempts. So
Do
it's
you-
I wouldn't call it. I would not
Proceed.
call. Yeah, I would
Proceed.
not. I would not call it a
Proceed.
lockup
That's
job.
like a nigga.
That's
That's
like
a nigga
I never
saying- that's like a
I
nigga
never
saying,
called it a
oh, the
Yeah, hold
Celtics-
on.
you said.
Okay.
Why did he get locked up by
Celtics-
Dolph Chase?
I never
You
said
why
that.
did he get
No,
locked
that's
up by
not what I
Dolph Chase?
said.
No,
Did
he
he
said
not
no.
know
Why
that?
did he get swept? Hold on.
You know the funny thing, Dolph Chase wasn't even guarding Will.
Hold up. Let me
He didn't get
be
swept.
fair to
And by
Scott.
the way, somebody about to say he got swept. He didn't get swept by them either. It went 5.
I
Well,
know.
no,
and
it
guess
did
what?
happen
Chase
one
wasn't even
time.
guarding
Hey,
him.
casual. It did happen one time. It was a 61. The second year, he got swept by Dolph Chase and
He's talking
Hal
about
Greer.
62, bro.
No, I'm
No,
not.
okay, no, he got swept to 61 though. He got swept to
No,
That
61.
was the year I was mentioning. That was the year I was mentioning.
Okay.
So 60. We all know 62 was the 50-point a game year, right?
Yeah.
But again, then think about this. Dolph Shade had Hal Greer, and again, I'm not one of these old where you had Hal Greer was thought of the Dwayne Wade of the 60s. Hal Greer was the second best player of the team that Wilt eventually won a championship with. Hal Greer was a little bit younger.
You guessed that, bro.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, I'm not gassing it. I've heard people say
he
it.
was Clyde Drexler. He was the Clyde Drexler of the 60s. Not the
Okay. Clyde Drexler, Dwayne Wade. You're talking about two.
too, but that was crazy.
Yeah, I know. That's pushing. He's
I've
more
heard
Clyde.
again. Okay. Whether you believe it or not, that still was a Hall of Famer. That still was. Now again, Alex Hannum was the coach. That's the championship coach. Now it's far be it to say that maybe just Syracuse Nationals were a better team at that point than Wilt Chamberlain. You know, I mean, again.
No, it's
right,
factual. It's a factual thing. There was a more complete team. No, ain't no, bro. No. The fact that Dolph
scored 17 a game. Over double digits.
The fact that Dolph Chase is sharing scoring responsibilities with not just Hal Greer, but also Dick Barnett, also Larry Castillo, which for some of you guys that don't know, Larry Castillo, what is Castillo? Let's not. That nigga slapped a nigga in the face for misspelling his name. I'm not doing that. Castillo is literally facilitating the offense to the tune of averaging 16 to 6, something that Wilt Chamberlain didn't have on that roster at that time period. The best thing that could be able to come along with him playing on
remember when they
was Paul Arizin and Guy Rogers.
And remember when they say Wilt Chamberlain played against a bunch of shrimps?
Yeah.
Sweet Harbrook was a 7'3". I believe Sweet Harbrook was 7'3", was the tallest guy in the NBA. He was on that Sixers team as well. Sweet Harbrook was 7'3". He played 14 minutes for that Syracuse national team. Say they became the Sixers eventually,
he played 21 in that playoff in that series.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a dumb myth. That's a dumbass myth. When people say that, Wilt and Bill Russell were playing against 6'5" centers, that's a dumb myth.
That's a myth.
I'm glad you guys can acknowledge that.
So we're saying
we can acknowledge dumb narratives, bro.
Scotty, we're saying this to say that they were not playing the same field. Wilt is going up against teams structured and designed to hinder him from scoring, and he's still doing such while having a supporting cast that is not designed to be able to carry the load as he has to shift to a different style.
Why?
And that's before, and Sturdy so eloquently loves to mention it, that he had a shitty fucking coaching situation.
No, he
Every
didn't, bro.
single,
I always
every
hated
single
that.
time,
Man.
every single time he had a coach, every single time he had a coach that he fucked around with, they kicked that nigga to the curb.
He had 5 different. For those who don't know, Will Chamberlain's first 7 years of his career, he had 5 different head coaches.
That some of that is on the
Yeah, some of
management.
that's
Some of
on
that
Will.
is
I'm
on
not gonna
him.
hold you, bro.
Some of that is on Will.
No,
He was kind
okay,
of
okay,
I'm
okay.
he was kind
Hold
of
on,
Only two.
that is
Only hold
Scott,
on. Let's get it
Scott.
straight. There's only one on
There's a
Will.
question you
Only
asked
one on Will.
earlier.
2 got fired. One that actually got fired. Will actually wanted it. Nah, only one Will got out of there. The mother 4
And
niggas.
one retired.
That was bullshit.
Hold on. One
And one
retired
retired.
because
Yeah.
one retired because when they made the move to San Francisco, they weren't paying him enough to relocate. They weren't paying Paul Arizin, his second best player, enough. So Paul Arizin decided, I'm going to retire. I'm not moving across the country to go live in San Francisco. I'm staying here in Philly. So that
no one
happened.
wanted to coach Wilt. Red Auerbach himself literally called Wilt Chamberlain a prima donna. That's what he
Alex
said
Hannum
out of his
did.
mouth.
Alex
He
Hannum
did.
did.
He said
Alex Hannum did.
No, but Alex Hannum told Wilt Chamberlain deliberately to become more like Bill Russell. He
And he
told him to
did.
be like change his style. So that's
And
why
he
he wanted
did.
to coach him.
No.
I know he
But he
did.
did.
So give Wilt credit for that.
Keyshawn, I'm with you that he was not. That as much as it's on the it's on the coaching situation and the personnel. It's also on Will Chamberlain. Will Chamberlain was just he was just uncoachable for like the beginning of his career. He had it was a different adjustment. But again, let's eliminate the outside factors because if I get into my race bag, I'm telling you right now, it's not gonna be fair. But just on the court, on the court wise, Jerry West is on the roster that as he came in, from the moment he came in 61, the moment he came in, he had the benefit of playing with somebody that could take on the facilitating role alongside him and Elgin Baylor. Elgin Baylor in his first season was taking on ball handler responsibilities more than Jerry West. Jerry West was more off ball than on ball.
Yeah, Jerry West wasn't really like that.
Hot Rod Hundley, shout out to him, was the point guard of that roster.
Thank you. I actually agree.
West.
Thank you. Jerry West was a shooting guard. That's what I'm trying to tell people.
So
he was a shooting guard.
So West is not in a situation like Will, where he's coming in and he's having to prove himself. He had the privilege of being able to come in and culminate into an offense.
Why was Jerry West outperforming Wilt when they both got together on the same team?
Because he was
this is what you do, Scott. Hold on, real quick.
He was better. No, wait, casual. To be fair, Jerry West and Wilt Chamberlain are only 2 years apart. So they're about the same age.
No. Wilt got older. I think Wilt is older by 2 years. But those
2 years.
But those 2 years comes with the mileage that he attained before he even got in that bitch. Do people forget that this nigga was in a whole separate league?
Yeah, he was. He was the NBL.
I agree. He was in a different. Now we're doing this whole caveats with Wilt Chamberlain, bro. If we're gonna attack,
no caveats. No, that's the point. Stop. That's the theme of the show. No, real shit. That's the theme of the show. It's like we personalize it sometimes when we try to absolve or don't acknowledge facts or evidence that this happened. In reality, it fucking happened. No matter how you feel about it, it is what it is.
I'm not.
No. You just. I'm
not saying
bro,
it didn't happen.
You just described it. No, Scott. You just described it as caveats. Casual did not make it. You just did. Casual did not make it a caveat. He was describing to you what happened. He didn't say he made an excuse. He didn't do none of that. He just described to you what happened.
Okay, but then we're gonna have to get to another rabbit hole. Now we're gonna have to tax Will, saying if he doesn't have to play 48 minutes, then we're gonna have to cut off his stats. Then, so we're gonna have to get into another rabbit hole.
Well, why?
You can't have it both ways. You can't have it both. You can't say
who else in that era was getting their time cut.
The 60s. The 60s had no bench.
Okay, so if that's the case, how are we taking it away from Will?
But that's what you were doing.
That's not what I'm doing. Actually,
took nothing away from nobody.
I didn't take nothing away. And actually, here's a fun fact. While you are saying this, Jerry West played less minutes than Will.
I know. I know this. Jerry West didn't play the same amount of minutes as Will. I'm not saying that, but Will. So then you're admitting that Will had more privileges to score then.
No, I'm admitting that Wilt Chamberlain had different responsibilities based off of where he was in his career. In Lakers
Bro,
uniform, his responsibility wasn't to be
why wasn't Wilt
skilled,
putting up
wasn't to
these
be a
numbers?
scorer. It was to be
Why
a
was
defender.
why
It was to
wasn't Jerry
facilitate.
West was a defender?
No, he was
Will
not the
was a
He
defender
better
was
Will
not
was.
the defender Wilt
No, he was not.
was.
bro.
What
I
are you
never
talking
said that.
about?
I never said that, but he was
Okay,
still the
so
best
you can
defender
if you
on
can
this team.
intelligently understand that Jerry West is not the defender that Wilt is, why would you ask him to do what
Is
Wilt
Wilt
can do
Chamberlain the
better?
level of play? Is Wilt Chamberlain the level of playmaker Jerry West is?
Not at
Are
that
we going
point. No, he
all
wasn't.
around player
No,
now? No, we going
no.
all around player now.
I know we're moving
Okay.
the goalpost from scoring to
That's what I'm
all around player.
saying.
I think
No,
that's
no,
Like,
what
this
we're
was
doing.
I
Scott
didn't
doing.
move
No,
the
Yeah.
goalposts.
Yeah,
Scott
I'm gonna
saying
have
he
to
don't
stop
perform
y'all
well in
at
the
that.
playoffs.
If y'all were making
We
a
went through the
scoring
stats.
debate,
He
yeah, let's
said
not
Yeah.
go
no,
to
no,
rabbit
no, no,
hole.
no. Here's what
yeah, that's
Scott
what
said.
I'm
Yeah,
He
saying.
said
we
he ain't play
been
good
we
comp.
get
We
into
went through
rabbit
that. Hold
holes
on,
right
hold on.
now.
No, let's run it down. Scott said he didn't play good. He played lesser comp. We went through that. Debunked that. He said he dropped in the
You
playoffs.
guys
We
said
went
debunk
through
it. You
that.
guys said but
But
debunk it.
debunked that. We went.
You
We
didn't
went.
debunk it.
Yes, you did. Yes, we did.
Why
What you
was
talking about?
why wasn't Wilt putting up monster numbers against the Cincinnati Royals, bro?
Nigga, what?
Why
What?
was
Because he wasn't in the scoring prime anymore. That's why. By
no
69,
he
he
was
was
still in,
nowhere
no
near
he was still in his scoring prime. He just and to me this was a scoring prime to me 66, 67. To me this was a scoring
67.
prime.
That's his
67 when he was
that's
averaging
not his peak.
25. That's his scoring
Yes,
prime. That
That's
is
not
yes.
his
his
peak as a player. That's not
that
his
is
peak
not
as
his,
a
that's
scorer.
his peak as an
That's a
over.
scoring prime to
I
me.
don't even
That's
Yeah.
think that's I don't even think that's his peak as an overall player. I
Oh,
what
you
just
don't
think
think so?
I just no. I just think that was where he shifted his playing style and that's where he saw the most success. But I think his peak was 62 to 65.
no
I
that
think his
wasn't
I
peak
think
was
his
as a
peak.
66.
I think as a scorer, I think as a defender, because I even though I do think he deserves credit for how he like shifted to being more of a facilitator of offense, I don't think that was when that was maximizing Wilt Chamberlain. That was maximizing his unit. Maximizing Wilt Chamberlain was when he was able to be lethal scoring wise, able to be lethal as a defender, and be able to get in transition with anybody. When he got to Philadelphia, they intentionally slowed the game down so that he could be able to make reads properly.
But
He also
I
averaged.
actually
By
think
the way,
I
by
think
the
what
way, by the way,
I
by the way, he averaged. I don't get why this is like crazy. Like he averaged 24 or 14 shot attempts, bro, in the 60s. Like that's if anything, like that's to me telling me, okay, with a lot of volume, he gonna put up great numbers. Even on limited shots, he gonna put up great numbers as
I'm
a
not saying
I
that
think
scorer.
Will was.
that's what I'm saying
No, but
that's
no,
his peak.
I'm no Scott. I'm not trying to go all around the world like you are. I'm trying to stick to it as
No,
a
that's a
scorer. We're talking
scoring
about
peak to me.
scoring.
That's a scoring peak. That's a scoring peak to me.
No, that's not. Okay,
You think
okay, we
his
can disagree.
scoring peak is where he averaged 24 on 14
Yeah,
shots?
cause
What?
didn't you guys just
All right,
say
what
that
the fuck,
stats
bro?
don't tell the whole story?
Yeah,
What
but
is
when you're averaging
I
24,
honestly
no. Indulge me. Tell me the whole story. Tell me the whole story. What's the whole story?
cause
and he wasn't even
cause
the primary scorer on his team anymore by 69.
because you see Wilt didn't get worse as a player. He didn't get worse as a scorer. If he what scoring prowess didn't regress until he went with LA. That's when his scoring prowess started to regress. But when he started becoming a more all around player, I didn't see Wilt game. No, he could still score. He just started to still like Herm said, he started being more like an intentional player, getting more teammates involved, it, like being more having more gravity, being better off the ball. In my opinion, this is the 1 year that he is the best defender in the NBA.
So
And he's
what is Kobe Bryant's peak?
Kobe's
Scoring peak.
Oh, 06 to 08 for me.
to me personally, I think his best scoring year was 02 or 03, but his scoring peak, I think it's 05 to 07.
05 to 07. Why is it 05 to 07?
Yeah, 05 he was hurt and he averaged like 24. He missed like a bunch of games that year.
No, no,
Like
no,
that
no,
was
no, 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 no. Just let him have the games played.
all right.
Why is it
All right.
05 to 07?
Because he still had the athleticism like he had with the 3P. As a slasher, he was a better to me this was his second his second stint at being a hold on. He was still able a good slasher, still able to attract defenses. Now I know what you're gonna do here. Say if if you're gonna say then why is not on 8 or 10 Kobe was Kobe. Yeah, I think Kobe in the 08 or 10 got a slightly worse as a scorer. Not a whole lot, but like slightly worse. Now did that happen because the team got better? Yes, but but as Kobe overall, I think Kobe was just a better talent as a scorer in 05 or 07 than he was 08 or 10. When I see with Will, I don't see him as a talent of his score regressing. He just decided to just become a better team player. I didn't see like the scoring prowess regress. The la-
So
What the fuck
you
just
can
happened,
hold on,
bro?
Tom,
This
Tom,
what
hold
this
on,
what
Tom,
happens when you
hold
touch
on,
it,
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on,
bro.
hold on, Sturdy, hold on. So you can understand that as a scorer, you just shift your focus to being to specializing in other areas with Kobe. But when it came to Wilt Chamberlain, all of a sudden you choose 24.1 points per game on 14.2 shots a game because you believe that he just was asked less. But when it came to 09, 010, you think he became a slightly worse
yes, I
scorer
do.
than
I
he
do
was
think
prior.
Kobe.
Newsflash for chat. Kobe Bryant had some of his most efficient scoring series stretches in 08, 2009, 2010.
I'm not denying that.
2010, he had quite literally a top 10 of most efficient scoring series against the Phoenix Suns. He torched
But
them niggas.
you don't think Kobe got worse as a scorer
And
from 05 or 07
No,
to oh my bro.
no.
what?
Like 08, that's like I'm not saying the last 08 to me is like if you want to put in Kobe's scoring peak, I'm fine with that. But when we get to 08 or 9 or 09 or 10, like I'm sorry, he's just not as good of a scorer in
I think the
He's
issue with
05.
Kobe
he's
was
torching.
Wait,
He's
hold on,
torching.
but he just
Oh.
went off responsibility with Wilt, but then don't do it with Kobe.
But you're not
I
doing
did
it
do
with
it,
Kobe
Kobe.
Bryant.
No,
No, you
but the
didn't.
thing,
He had less responsibility.
but
He had less responsibility. But he had more responsibility. He definitely had more responsibility during that duration, Scott.
the
From
difference
05,
to
hold on,
the
hold on.
diff
Scott, hold on, bro. From 05 to 07, the years that you picked, he had the most responsibility, most carry job he had to do
Of
on the
his
Lakers.
life.
Similar to Wilt early on, where they tried to mention some of those years we had to carry. You dismissed that and you went to the years which you
I
said
think
yourself because we had he had more responsibility, and he was a better all-around player. These are points that you brought up, but you're not doing it for Kobe, which he was that in 08 to 10.
no, Kobe's peak is so hard to
He
judge
wasn't no, I'm saying
because
he wasn't better all around.
because
Anybody is that
As a
simple.
scoring peak is not that
if
hard.
if he is, I don't think that's that much because I think Kobe's peak overall is like 06 to 09. But I think Kobe as a
So why'd you
scorer,
say 05 to 07?
no,
But go
he
ahead.
said a
that's a
score.
scoring peak. That's a scoring peak, but his overall peak to me is 06 or 09. But I really hate to
But what I'm saying, Scott, this is what you're missing, bro. You colluded, you mixed up Wilt's all around peak with his scoring, but you're not doing it with Kobe. You're keeping it separate.
no, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. I think Kobe as a scorer just got worse. I think his athleticism then down, his slashing ability then down.
He just had
Yeah,
better teammates, my
that'd be
nigga.
the argument. That'd be the
He just had
argument.
better teammate, nigga. He had better teammates. He went from
He
I
had
know
Flanagan
he had
to
better
Coach
team.
Ball.
I mean,
What the fuck?
He
I
had
know he
yeah,
had
no, he
better
has better teammates,
teammates.
but he wasn't the same finisher he
Yes,
was as he
he
was
didn't he
before.
wasn't the same. He wasn't the same athlete.
All right, we gotta
Like
watch. We gotta watch '09 film.
what?
People been
No,
saying
he
it.
was
What?
not.
We
Oh,
gotta
He
watch
was still a
'09
great
film.
athlete, but he wasn't the same athlete he was
We
from like
gotta,
'03 to
man.
'06.
We
yeah,
gotta watch
and to
'09
me,
film.
I think I think 07 or 08 Kobe to me that's I should have included 08 because I do think that's part of Kobe's scoring peak too. But 09 or 10, no. I'm not saying Kobe didn't had a lead. Like the Suns, he torched the living lights out of the Suns. I'm not gonna deny that. But one series at a like 82 like 82 in a four game in a four playoff series sample size. I'm not gonna just use one
I just want
series.
chat. I just want you guys to know at the rim in 0506, the year he averaged 35 points per game, he shot 61.2% at the rim. By the time we get
Yeah.
to 09, Kobe Bryant is not only still shooting in the 60s, he's upped his efficiency to 64.7. So
Talk to them.
factually,
Talk to
No,
he
them
but
is
niggas.
still lethal
Talk to
as
them
a
niggas.
scorer.
No, but
I
I
never
think the
said he
issue like
wasn't lethal as a scorer. I said
No, he was
He's
better.
even
He was
he's
better.
even
When you
better.
say
no, he's
better,
but
not. He's not a
casual. The
better.
argument is
nigga, you going against
No,
numbers now.
but
You
but
going against
Now
casual.
you're
numbers
going
now.
against facts. Now you're speaking
You
in
going against,
feelings.
you just mentioned 1 year. You
we
just
gotta say
mentioned 1 year.
film. That's all I was saying.
But
09. That's literally
casual.
my point, Scott. Like
Casual.
Let's
I
go
think
to
this
the
is the
film
issue, right? We
because
got
if you
to
go to film,
Okay,
Kobe
okay,
was
okay,
a
okay. 09. You know what? He might be right. He might be right, Sturdy, bro. 09 is a little bit crazy. Okay, that's fine. How about 08? 08, the year that comes after a year after 06, 05, 06 season, where again, mind you, Chad, he shot 61.2% at the rim. Kobe Bryant in 08 shot 63.5 that year. So no, it wasn't just a 1 year hit off, Scotty. He was
I think this is the
consistently
issue.
he was still the same score. It was different because the personnel was different.
I agree. I think that's the issue. The issue was by 09, 2008, 2010, I feel like Kobe had better floor spacing. So, like, even if you look at those offensive units Kobe had, like, him finishing at the rim would be more difficult when he had someone like Smush Parker or Kwame Brown as his, third or fourth best guys, as opposed to guys like Powell who could hit some mid-range shots,
and here's the thing.
Lamar,
And
Derek
here's the
Fisher. Derek Fisher could shoot. Like, he had some guys that could shoot on his team by 09, 2010. We had a top 3 offense in the league in 09. And we just did not have that same level of floor spacing that we once had in 06,
and here's the thing. I think Kobe's like best scoring year was 02 or 03. So I'm not gonna try to go to like, oh, Kobe had more responsibility like argument. I just said Kobe's like scoring ability just went, it didn't went far down because he's still Kobe Bryant. He still was the best scorer in the NBA. But when I compare 05, 07 to 08 Kobe to 09 or 10, I see a gap in athleticism, a gap in slashing ability.
Oh no, I agree with that.
slashing
As a
the slashing ability though.
no,
Yeah.
he was more methodical than he was 07 to 2010. Well, really 07 to 2013. Kobe just became more decisive as an athlete. He decided to stop leaning on his athleticism, a la Kobe Bryant, a la LeBron James, a la Michael Jordan in the late 90s. Instead of him leaning so heavily on his athleticism, he decided to pick and choose when he wanted to be explosive, when he wanted to jump out the gym, when he wanted to take ill-advised shots that some people would say is fucking out of his mind. That
he still had that nut dunk. He still had that nuts in the face dunk on Dwight Howard in one of them years.
He still
that was 05. That was when he was younger, though, bro.
No,
that was
no,
05.
Oh, that was on 5?
No, but
yeah, that was 05. Yeah.
Okay. Then we could go to the Madison Square Garden where Kobe Bryant is grabbing rebounds over the top of legit centers, 7 foot, 7'1", like they're not even there. He's
Eddie
grabbing
Curry?
alley-oops. He's grabbing alley-oops over 7-footers left and right. If he needs to, he can do it. He just didn't need to do it because he got more talent, so he don't have to do it.
No, I will say this so casual.
But
Kobe's
I think you
case in
guys,
terms of his peak is similar to like 67 Wilt or like 2000 Shaq, where like in 06 Kobe, his athleticism and his overall skill, in my opinion, kind of peaked. So like 03, he was more athletic. He was better at getting to the rim. He could get downhill. He was more of a threat. He put more pressure on the rim back
yeah,
then. But 09, he became better as a shooter. He became better in the post. He became better as a clutch shot maker in the playoffs. He
yeah,
was a better decision maker. That's why I think like right in
yeah.
the middle of 06, right in the middle of the 2000s, that's why I think Kobe's
No.
athletic peak.
If we pick
And
1 year,
I'm
I'm with you. I'm saying
taking
going.
02 or 3
The
Kobe too.
reason why we went on this rabbit hole, because my
yeah,
God, it was a rabbit hole. The reason why
This
we got
was a
on this
rabbit hole.
the reason why we got on this rabbit hole shot is because originally when it came to Wilt Chamberlain and we mentioned 62 to 65. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm hearing an echo. Oh, Scotty. When we mentioned 62 to 65 for Wilt, it was pushed back because he was arguing that 66, 67 for Wilt was his offensive peak because he had less responsibilities. But then when we shifted over towards Kobe, he ironically picked the years 05 to 07 where Kobe Bryant had the most responsibility of
I
his life.
agree.
And so going back to our original conversation, that's the misnotion that goes with Wilt Chamberlain. I don't disagree that the nigga was uncoachable. I don't disagree that the nigga had to turn to Bill Russell like him to win a championship. I don't disagree that the nigga's offensive skills overall is a tad bit overrated. But to say that his scoring is lesser than Jerry West, Kobe Bryant, Wilt Chamberlain is a top 3 scorer in NBA history.
Okay, I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
No,
he's not a top 3 scorer.
He's a top 3. No. It is a fact at this point. Whether you want to go to regular season or postseason, Wilt Chamberlain is a top 3 scorer.
But casual, why isn't he one? Why isn't he the best?
KD?
Because if he averaged
because of the free throw discrepancy.
Free throws. You can't make.
So what was Wilt Chamberlain
between Jordan and like someone like Kareem? The free throw gap.
Kareem's on these combos.
Yes, he is.
What?
That is disrespectful.
See, that's disrespectful.
That is disrespectful.
That is very disrespectful.
I'm not saying Kareem is a top 10 scorer, but when it comes to like the top 5, top 3, no.
Yes, he is.
No,
he's arguably better than Kobe.
Not,
he's arguably a better scorer than Kobe. So no, that is a lie.
What? No, he's not a better scorer than Kobe.
Okay, tell me why Kobe's a better scorer.
I'm not gonna. Well, you can argue with Dub on that. I'm not arguing with you on that.
No. Because
we're gonna get to another rabbit hole.
All right.
I mean, we done went through like 5 of them.
Wait, why you ducking right? You ducking right?
Hey,
man, bro, we getting good, bro. We about to talk about this GOAT cast, nigga. About to talk about the GOAT, nigga, Kareem, nigga. Talk that shit.
Kareem the GOAT.
Oh yeah,
Kareem the GOAT.
Kareem. I forgot. Sturdy want that Kareem smoke with
I'm curious. I'm just curious. I just want to I want to hear the brother case. You know what I'm saying?
All I'm saying, and even if you don't have Wilt Chamberlain top 3 scoring, at the very least, he's top 5 if you properly contextualize. I'm telling you, the only way that you don't have Wilt Chamberlain, the only way you don't have Wilt Chamberlain as a top 5 scorer is if you don't rank him at all because you're not knowledgeable of the era that he played in, which is fine, or you're being disingenuous with air taxing. If you
I'm not doing either.
Then there's no way that you don't put him top 5 because in terms of efficiency,
I can name the score.
Wilt Chamberlain's like. He's 50 points.
Let's name his 5.
I can name my 5. MJ, and I'm gonna throw Jerry West.
I'm fine with MJ.
MJ, LeBron.
Jerry West isn't fine. LeBron is fine.
Kobe.
MJ, Kobe.
I'm fine with Kobe.
Kareem and Shaq.
Man.
I'm not giving you Shaq.
Damn, bro. That's wild. That's wild.
I'm not giving you Shaq.
You didn't even go Kevin Durant. I thought you would go a guy like Kevin Durant.
Go KD.
No,
I don't understand KD.
I don't understand. I don't argue. To be honest with you, I don't understand. I don't understand KD for the arguments because for the arguments that you would make to put KD over Wilt, you would unintentionally be stalling Kobe Bryant out. Ironically, so because the only argument that you would make for KD over Wilt Chamberlain is playoff translation and
versatility too. Because Kobe got versatility over Wilt. Remember?
Oh no. But I mean, versatility must not matter that much. Versatility must not matter that much because he had Kareem and Shaq over.
No, I got Wilt as a better scorer than KD.
What? But don't you value playoff translation? That's what I don't understand.
Scott.
How do you value?
I'm not
inconsistent. It's inconsistent. I'm about to say playoff translation and putting Wilt Chamberlain behind KD is crazy.
No, because
hold on, y'all. It ain't that wide of a gap. Y'all ain't gotta boost it.
But Sturdy, he's arguing playoff translation.
Let me
Sturdy, he's arguing playoff translation.
I don't know, because you niggas want to tax KD for his circumstance too. That Golden State Warriors.
Oh, but he's not taxing.
I agree, but
so if we're taxing him, then tax Kobe then.
How am I taxing Kobe?
Because Kobe has years consecutive where he's dropping in the postseason, but yet we excuse it because of the quality of defenses that he goes up against. Well, then do that shit for Wilt.
I do.
Ooh. You saw the Hezzy pool? Saw the hissy fool.
Like Kobe has to me like one bad postseason. That was 04. To me, there was no other like.
04,
Oh wait, no. Oh wait, 2011. Oh
We
wait,
go
2011.
on. 2010.
Yeah.
2010.
Yeah,
2010.
Hold
2010
on,
versus Celtics.
2010. Hold on, 2010. Hold on. We gotta talk about it. That's one
No,
series.
game 7.
That's one
Game
series.
7.
Nick,
Yeah.
and I hate when people do this, bro. Like
Oh
people
no
gotta
no no
stop separating the
no no no
finals
no no
from
time
the
out, no no
playoffs. It's the same shit.
no because he's picking out series for Wilt because Wilt goes
No,
up
I'm
against
not.
Bill Russell because if you exclude the Bill
You
Russell
was doing that.
series,
You
he
did
is
do that shit, nigga.
dominating everyone.
No, I no.
You did that with
First,
Dog Shays.
You
yes,
did it
I
with
did
Dog
those.
Days. So then
Well,
do that
if
shit with Kobe.
I do,
Yeah, nigga.
I
You
do.
didn't.
I
You
taxed
just fighting
Kobe.
against it.
I did that to Kobe in 2011. Got swept by the Mavericks when he underperformed.
So then do it against Boston where he shot like shit.
Well, I'm not doing it against
Question,
Boston, bro.
Scott.
I'm not doing it against
Well,
No,
Boston, bro.
but that's
Scott,
not a
what
bad
would you
five,
rank?
Scott. But like, it's inconsistent as fuck though. Like based off
Scott,
everything we said in the
Let
first
me
Scott,
hour,
respond to
Why
this.
it's
don't you just tax Wilt for the era he played in as a scorer,
I'm
playing
not gonna.
100
I
plus
don't put
That,
possessions?
Shaq
that's
top
a,
Scott.
five.
Yeah, just do
I
that.
Let
put
me
Shaq
ask
top
Scott a
five.
question.
Everything you just said against Wilt.
I'm about to say you
Everything
can
you
just
said
do
about
that.
Wilt, but you said
You can just do that.
Let me ask Scott a question real quick. Where would you rank Iverson as a playoff scorer or
Kobe
former
dropped
scorer?
well,
Shut up.
Lord, have mercy.
respectfully, Iverson ain't top 25, bro. Let's keep it a buck.
Eh,
He ain't
but
I'm
you,
saying as a playoff scorer. I didn't say
Yeah,
about
he
as
ain't
a
top 20.
player.
If I do it hard enough, and if I can be nasty and disgusting enough,
You
I can
been
name 20.
nasty and disgusting. It ain't nothing.
yeah.
Yeah,
Just go ahead.
filthy ass nigga.
You is a
So
No,
nasty.
Jordan,
I want to bring up the KD part when say I'm being
But I
inconsistent
want I
because
want
And
to
this
answer
nigga
the
dropped.
okay,
This
he
nigga
did answer
dropped.
the question.
This nigga dropped against Houston, bro. Challenge that nigga, bro.
I
yeah.
did. Well, shut up, Viz. You're nothing but a bot. You're going nowhere. Or you're
Vince
a
is a
chat
bot.
warrior. At least
Hey
Vince
Scott,
actually comes on
hey,
camera. Vince comes on
Nah, but
camera
I
and
Scott,
don't
Scott,
actually
care,
Scott,
does
Viz.
his
no,
content.
Scott, the real, no, forget the KD. I'm not trying to wait. Nah. The
Yeah,
Shaq,
KD, no.
the way you rate Shaq completely wipe all your logic you have the last 45 minutes, bro.
How?
Yo,
I mean,
yo.
it's simple, bro. Uh, let me ask you
A,
something.
a
Do
Man,
you
this
think
top
Wilt
nigga,
and
Is it the
Shaq?
this
first
Do you
time?
nigga
think?
dropped against the
No,
Oklahoma City Thunder
do
rules,
you
bro.
think?
Get the
Do you
fuck out
think?
of here.
Do you think Shaq?
yeah.
Do you think Shaq and Will had the same weaknesses?
Yeah, Shaq had the same weaknesses.
So what's the difference between Shaq and Will as a scorers?
Well, I don't think there's many differences. Maybe I have to
recency
count.
bias.
Maybe I have to count the level of comp that Shaq was going against. Maybe that's it. Because
Oh, you mean like Greg Ostertag
yeah,
Thank
when he
you.
got
maybe
Hey,
swept?
bro, this
We're not
maybe
doing
those
narrative
that
that
shit.
finals.
Shaq, this narrative that Shaq played elite comp past the 90s is dumb as fuck. That era of the 2000s was some of the weakest center
Yeah,
comp ever.
maybe I'm
Will
I
Chamberlain was
know.
going
overrated.
against
Maybe I'm
Willis Reed,
overrated. Yeah,
Yeah.
Nate Thurman, and
yeah,
Bill Russell in his prime. Those are
yeah.
three of the best defensive centers ever.
Shout out to Vlade Divac and Luke Longley.
Yeah,
Yeah,
maybe.
and Rick
But
Smith, old
Yeah,
Bro.
Dikembe, they wasn't doubling Shaq. Old
yeah.
Ben Wallace, they wasn't doubling Shaq. Shout out to
Todd
those guys.
McCullough.
Todd
Ooh,
McCullough. What
Jesus.
you call it? The center that was guarding Shaq in the '06 finals. Shout out to those guys, man.
Yeah.
Sean
Yeah,
Yeah,
Eric
Bradley.
Dampier.
yeah.
Eric Dampier.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Eric Dampier. Yeah, Eric
I
Dampier.
don't think there's nothing that separates
Bradley
from
wasn't
Shaq
there.
from. If
Not
you want
not
to
not by
say,
that point.
if you want to say what was
Greg Ostertag. Shout out
if
to
you want to
Greg
say
Yeah.
Ostertag.
if you want to say what was a better score than Shaq, I really got no problem with it. Maybe those made those finals
All
for,
right, Scott. I'm clipping this, bro.
And
Leave that.
Benoit
Go ahead.
Benjamin.
See you
Shout out to
but
Benoit Benjamin.
for KD, I'm not being inconsistent with KD because KD
Now,
was
No, I know. I was
Benoit,
precise. I was
Benoit
precise.
Benjamin
I was
was
precise
solid in
about
his
the
day,
Shaq shit.
man.
That's all I wanted. I already proved my point.
Hey, see,
like
you
what
see, I think here's my thing, man, and again, there's methods to my madness. Y'all might not see it, man. I'm not trying, but we proved a lot here, man, because a lot of people will really just take biases, man. So the idea, again, a stats argument, again, we know stats can be looked at and interpreted in so many different ways. Again, he said Iverson's 25th in play, like a 25th best playoff scorer. Talking about a guy that scored 20, is the third leading playoff scorer in NBA history in terms of points per game. Now you might want value. He played
Luca's the
71.
best scorer in the world. Luca's the best scorer in the world.
Luca's a better scorer than Wilt.
Scotty just saying something. He just saying shit.
Yeah.
I done caught on to his
Yeah,
lingo.
he
I done
just
caught on
saying
to his
shit.
lingo.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
just saying shit.
so
He just randomly
he's
cut off
talking.
that nigga road just to say that shit, bro. He don't believe
Yeah,
that.
no,
He don't
yeah,
I
believe
he's
get
that.
it. I get it because he with it. I mean, it's just wild, man. And again, like I said, man, look, I love basketball, bro. There's so many different ways to look at it. It's a very, again, I just think, and again, obviously, I use that. I always say this. This is my motto: don't use stats to tell a story. Tell the story first, and then find stats to support your argument. And that's what too many people do. They sit there because that's why I said when we play this game, we take the numbers off. When Hearn played that game, he took the names off and just said the numbers. Right?
That's
You'd
your
be
problem.
surprised what you see. You'd be
That
surprised what you
game
see
sucked.
because
That game sucked.
Yeah, that's your problem right there.
That's like, you know what it is, bro? Bro, it's like somebody, it's like a doctor going to you like, hey, which like showing you X-rays, which one's a male, which one's female of they skeleton. You can be like, like, bro, like, of course,
you
like,
should
there's
be
no
able to
point of
tell.
it, bro. Like,
But you should
nigga,
know, you should be able to
all right,
tell. And whether
what kind of
you
point?
see the thing, it don't, it's an exercise.
That
It's
is
not really,
crazy ass.
hold on. You might say it sucks, but it's an exercise because
I
it
didn't
might
say that.
make you
Nigga,
okay. Well, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. I must didn't hear you. But
Casual.
it really
It's
is
just
an
redundant.
exercise because
No,
go ahead.
bro. You're saving Scott again because he did not explain why Kobe was a better scorer than Kareem.
Oh, he's not going
Yeah,
to,
oh yeah.
man.
Yeah, I asked him the question earlier. Why isn't
Well,
Oh no,
Kobe a
Kobe,
I
better
didn't. No,
but
player?
I do want to.
but
I
I'm
do
not
want to say.
gonna.
I want to say this.
Bro,
I want to
no,
say this. I
that's
want to say this before
disrespectful
you.
to Kobe, bro.
Before,
That's
but
disrespectful
No,
to
it's
that
Kobe.
disrespectful to Kareem.
it's disrespectful to Kareem actually.
No,
Yeah, it's
But
actually
like,
no,
disrespectful to
I
Kareem.
mean,
bro,
yeah.
y'all. The problem with
who
the
was Kareem
discourse
going
around this
against? Who
shit
was
is
Kareem
niggas.
going against, bro?
Oh, perfect. Hey,
Who was
casual.
Kareem
He's
stopping?
about to get cooked. Watch this. He went against Willis Reed, an all-time defensive big man. Nate
Bro,
Thurman, an all-time defensive big man. He went against Dave Cowens, a great defender. Wilt
with David
Bill
Chamberlain,
Allen.
who
Walton.
was older.
See,
Hakeem
that's
Olajuwon.
the time y'all go back to
Moses
the
Bill
60s
Walton.
and
Malone.
70s.
Moses
Bill
Malone.
Walton.
Artis Gilmore. Bill
Cook his
Walton.
Bill Walton.
Wes
ass.
Unseld.
Dave
He went
Cowens.
Oh,
against some of the best defensive big men
get his
Dave,
ever.
ass.
Dave
Get the
Get his
Cowens.
fuck out of
ass,
Dave
here, bro.
bro.
Cowens.
Get the fuck
Get his
out of here.
ass.
He
Bill
went against
Bellamy.
all those
Willis
goblins
Reed.
here. He went against
Willis
some of the best
Reed.
big men ever.
Willis Reed.
Best defensive
Yeah.
big
Willis
men ever,
Reed.
man. Get the fuck
Willis
out of
Reed.
here.
Come
I'm
on,
not.
Shout out to
man.
Shad. Shout out to Shad. This
Yeah,
need to be
man.
clipped up too.
Hey, guess
That
what?
man on that picture is crazy.
Hey, these Gen Zers do not know enough about 70s basketball. Those centers back then were almost as good as the 90s
You
competition, man.
lost in West.
Hey Shy,
Cook his ass, bro.
Eric Perry got one of your comments and he put in it, he quotes you in one of his comments. You said something a little crazy, but you
Oh,
cook
yeah.
right there, man. See, look, people can, I'm telling you, man. And again, I'm the type of real nigga. Me and you
Bro,
can go
quick
back and
layup,
forth
man.
like cats and dogs, bro. I've
Yeah.
seen guys that I've really literally had blood feuds with,
Nigga, is
debates
that
with.
a cat in that bed?
Oh,
Hey,
yeah, that's my cat.
fix
Yeah,
your
that's my
layout,
cat,
bro.
yeah.
Hold on, I ain't trying to
Yeah,
put
that's
you
my
out there
cat,
like
bro.
that. I ain't trying to put you out there like that. But
Yeah,
no, for
bro.
real. I'm a real nigga, bro. Me and you could
Why?
debate like me and Sturdy, bro. Me
Yeah,
and you, me and Casual. We've all had our run-ins.
But,
Scott,
yeah.
I be wanting to like put Scott in the corner, man, at the
Hey,
time.
Johnny.
But when you say something that's real, hold on. But when you say something that's real, I'm a real nigga that's gonna say, "Yo, you cooked right there." You understand what I'm saying? Certain
Yeah,
people, their ego will not let you. They will not let somebody say, look, if I agree with you, I'm gonna say, yo, yeah, you cooked on that point. You know what I mean? So,
yeah.
that's how we get. Sometimes we get condescending and we don't respect people's knowledge and shit like that. But again, that's what I'm
why?
saying.
Why?
When I
Why?
made this,
Why? Why
go
was
ahead.
Kareem dropping? Why was Kareem dropping the postseason in Milwaukee?
Oh,
If I go and I check this shit and I see that nigga dropped to 2% and he's going up against a top 10 defense or top
See,
Okay,
5
that's the
no,
defense.
no,
thing,
no, no.
Scott. See,
Casual.
Scott,
I'm
you
Okay,
gonna save you
didn't
time.
learn right here.
I'm gonna save
Scott,
you
you
time,
didn't learn
Casual.
right
I'm gonna
here.
save you time, bro.
You know,
I'm gonna save you time, bro.
go ahead. You
Nah,
got
go
it,
ahead,
Sturdy.
bro. No, I'm gonna save you time, bro. Listen, man. If you go through Kareem playoff series, bro, he only dropped below. I think he dropped to 45% only 3 times. Twice
yeah, versus the
against Nate
Warriors.
Thurman, and then
and
against
old
Wilt
Nate Thurman and
during
old
the
Nate Thurman.
'70s. That's it.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
old
and
Everybody
Nate
else,
old
Thurman.
Nate Thurman. He was 31. He was 31 in
Bro, he was out of
1973.
bro. He was in retirement stages, bro.
No, he was not.
Nate Thurman.
31?
Hold on. Time out.
31?
Time
That's what I'm
out.
saying.
In that time,
Sir,
yes.
sir, you just lied because the 31-year-old that we're referring to, he had just came off a season of averaging 20. And the following season, he was all defense second team again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why was
That's
Kareem
old.
dropping against
But the
him?
Boston Celtics in 2010 with
Kobe wasn't
35-year-old
dropping
Ray
against the
Allen,
Spurs.
33-year-old Paul
Kobe wasn't
Pierce, and
dropping against the
34-year-old
Spurs.
KG. So, no,
Kobe
Scott, this is what you're telling me, right? In
was
2010, when he
Kobe
faced
doing
against
against his first.
he
What was Kobe doing
faced
against his
against
first?
35-year-old Ray Allen. 35-year-old Ray Allen. He's not old, but 31-year-old Nate Thurman. That's old. That's what you're telling me.
Kareem was going against Jack Sigma. Like, come on, bro.
Jack
Okay,
Sigma was an all-time
literally.
great.
Dan
He's an
Essel.
all-time great.
Bro.
Dan Issel's in the Hall of Fame too. See, Scott,
Yeah.
you gotta stop. You gotta no, Scott. You gotta
Spencer
stop.
Haywood is also in the
You
Hall of
gotta
Fame.
stop.
Spencer Haywood, come on, bro. Come on, bro.
He's going up against Nate Thurman, who's all defensive second team, and then
Who was
having
Kobe
to follow
going
up going up
against?
against Wilt Chamberlain, who's all defensive first team.
Kobe was going against guys like Bruce Bowen.
Willis Reed, all defensive first team.
What the
Bill
fuck
Walton,
are we
all
talking
defensive
about?
first team.
See, and
What are we
this,
talking about? Kobe faced better Khan. Kobe
Artis
faced better
Gilmore,
Khan.
all defensive second team.
I'm gonna just say this. The part of the problem with all of these conversations and arguments is the fact that some of this shit ain't even arguments in the first place. Some of you niggas come up here and y'all just be saying some shit to get some nasty shit off, and then as soon as it's time for you to back it up, you just say some shit to make some shit even worse than it already was.
Confirmation bias.
Who was Kareem's comp in 76 with the Warriors? Who was Kareem's comp in 76? Yes, and don't say Robert Parrish because he's a center.
He wasn't in the playoffs.
Because he was a bench player.
He wasn't in the playoffs in 76.
No, 76, 77.
Robert Parrish. That's another one of them niggas he went against at the Hall of Famer. He went against
Robert Parrish was a bench player. He was a bench player.
He went no. He went up against Jamal Wilkes and Clifford Ray, I believe.
Well, Clifford.
It wasn't that. It wasn't. No. That's fine. That's fine.
Bowen,
no. That is fine. That is fine.
Wow, Bruce Bowen.
Hold on. Hold on.
Bruce Bowen is better defensive. Is a better defender than Wes Unseld.
No. I think that is a more than valid argument on him dropping against against a Clifford Ray who he wasn't all defensive caliber at that time.
I don't think Kareem dropped. I think he did fine.
Say it again.
I don't think Kareem dropped. I think he did. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think Kareem did just fine.
So why did you bring him up?
Because he was going against weak comp. When Kareem had his best playoff series,
you're talking about a series where he averaged 37.
Bruce Bowen.
My God,
you used Bruce Bowen, who was his best defender on Kobe.
Bro,
Wes Unseld was not the best defender on Kareem.
Bruce Bowen was a better defender.
I want to ask you a question. Okay, so Clifford Ray wasn't shit. We agree with you. Now, is Marco Bellinelli a good comp for Kobe?
Come on, bro. Come on.
What?
Come on.
Why he went up against
right now?
Why he went up against Marco Bellinelli?
Bro, well, my grandma could cook Marco Bellinelli, bro.
Okay, okay. So you understand that just because they have a series where they go up against weak comp, that doesn't detail the entirety of the
Okay.
player.
Yeah, I agree. But what about what's Santos' weak comp, bro?
Wes Unseld is not weak comp. Wes Unseld, especially alongside Elvin Hayes, is more than comparable. Defensive.
How tall is Wes Unseld? I'm gonna use.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't do that. I can't do it. I can't do it. He just used the fact that Wes Unseld was 6'7". Again, you don't understand why the guy was a rookie and the MVP. Like it's just not fair. Like this is the rabbit holes that you do when you call the man weak competition. You don't understand that man was a mountain. You don't understand that the pounding that he would put on you both offensively and defensively. I mean, leaning on your body. I'm like, how much you can wear a guy down being a Wes Unseld. See, this is the thing. This is the intangibles that we're talking about.
Pause.
You understand?
Facts.
Huh.
I'm
These are
sorry,
the
bro. I
intangibles
had
we're
I
talking
was
against,
about.
letting you
And
slide,
see,
but you kept going. I'm sorry, bro.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then even against the Bullets, because I'm guessing he's referencing the Bullets. Even against the Bullets, he did just fine.
yeah, that's
He
the
did just
worst
fine against
thing
them.
about Scott. Again, and look, he brings up Clifford Ray and Robert Parrish. They both got kind of equal time. They both got on the court. Jamal Wilkes, whatever. And Kareem went 37 and 19 in that series. Like, what was the point of bringing them up?
I
I
know.
mean, it's just this is what I talk about basketball discourse. Now, again, like I started the show, I wanted to apologize to LeBron fans. Well, because I blame them. But it's just it's really a lot. You know what it is? And again, I'm going to end this soon, man. It's 3:22 here, man. I'm an hour ahead of the Eastern time.
Yeah, it's
But
122 over here. I was about to leave in
yeah,
2.
Yeah, it's
I'm
actually
actually
11.
3 time zones ahead of you, cats. We don't do daylight savings in Brazil.
Yeah, it's
So
11 here. It's 11 in the West. Yeah.
God damn.
see what I'm saying? Look.
Oh,
And a
daylight savings
motherfucking
time
Hawaii is
after
like
y'all.
10
Who's
time
that?
zones behind me, bro. But this is again the reason why I did this show, Sturdy, and again, it wasn't about LeBron. This is a swerve. This is something, and I'm being, those of y'all who rock with me. But this was a swerve. This wasn't. I've done shows where I put LeBron in the title, but it wasn't about LeBron. Like I did the one about LeBron doing the steroids, but I was really talking about legacies. You understand what I'm saying? I did this. You understand? And I told you, 30. I said, look, the title is a swerve. You can go back in Discord and look what I invited you. I said the title is a
Why
swerve.
Euro
But no,
step that shit?
Yo, bro, you a nasty nigga, man.
I know.
no.
You use
And then look,
LeBron's name. You
these
use
are some
LeBron's
of the
name.
things that I'm learning as a content creator, man. Like, not real talk. We
Yeah,
all.
that's like good. You gotta use that one, bro.
Yeah.
Nah, but real
Man.
talk again. There's method to my madness. Like I said, I wanted to because when it really hit me when me and you were having that discourse about Mike Brown and Mike D'Antoni and all this shit. We gonna finish that little discussion
No,
another
I
time.
just,
But
I just gonna preload to that, bro. That's nasty for you to think a coach is supposed to overcome 5 of his players getting suspended. But I feel you.
I mean,
Come
look, it
on.
happened. It happened with Van Gundy. Saying that's the word, and then I bring up Van Gundy. Look, you know what
Van Gundy
happened? No,
had
no,
5 of his
crazy
players
because
suspended in the
you
middle
see
of
the
the
Knicks
season.
in the background, though, right? That's the Greg Anthony rule. The Greg Anthony rule, if y'all remember, in '93. Greg Anthony was the street calls. Shout out to Greg Anthony. It's funny because he's an announcer now, right? And the Sun is in the league. But
Wait, them
he
niggas
came
lost
on. We
too.
had a brawl with the Suns, and he came off the bench in street clothes and yoked up Kevin Johnson and fucked him up. And that became the whole thing that players during an altercation cannot come off the bench. This Stu Jackson made the rule again. And so the Knicks were the first main victim of the Greg Anthony rule. Well, apparently the Greg Anthony rule fucked up the Phoenix Suns in that year too. But the bottom line is you're still using a '06 second round series. Or what year was it? Was it '06 or
Against the
'07? I don't even
champions.
remember.
Against the champions. Against the champions.
Against the champions, okay, but by the same token, like when I
Losing
brought up Van
to the
Gundy,
champions.
well, yeah, we didn't lose against champions.
No, bro. Here's the disconnect. I'm saying there's no way that a coach overcome a series where in the middle of it, over 4 to 5 of his players get suspended, and you're going against the champions. That's what I mean by that, bro.
No,
Like
but I get that part.
it's completely unrealistic for you to expect any coach, Phil Jackson, Chuck Daly, like it don't matter,
Uh-huh.
bro. Like bro.
But I get
That's
it. Okay,
impossible to
so
come overcome.
Right. And we're not gonna go in this rabbit hole. But my thing is, okay, do
You're not
you
even
feel
going.
that
You're not
was
even
his?
going.
Hold
You're
on,
not even
no,
acknowledge that.
Sturdy. I'm
You're
just
not
gonna
even
ask you one question. Really, let me ask you a question. Do you feel that was his best chance at a championship? Like D'Antoni never got another roster that could win a championship after that.
No, in hindsight, yes, that was his best chance because when they got
I
past the
thought he had
Spurs, it
better
was gonna
rosters. No,
no. When they,
arguably, I
in
thought he
my
had better
opinion, I'm
rosters
trying to
after that.
answer your question. I'm trying to answer your question, nigga. In my
Okay.
opinion, the reason why I say '07 because of you see the matchups after that they got past the Spurs, they have favorable matchups more so than the other years.
Okay,
So
they
he
would have
like
played. They would. Okay, you're right. I'll tell you this. They would have played Utah in the finals, conference finals, right?
And then bum ass LeBron's
smoked in
Cavs.
5. They would get smoked in 5.
Yes, Utah was not a good enough team for them. The
They would
fact
get
that
smoked in
Utah,
5,
man,
bro.
yeah,
But then,
Utah
but
was a
then,
good
but
team.
then, but then, let me ask you this: do you really truly think that they were better than the Spurs that year?
No, not no 7. I just
No,
feel
no,
like
no, no. And Sullivan, no, no. If you watch that series up to that point, the Suns had the Spurs way, bro. Like they were faster than the Spurs. That was the problem. That's
no,
why
I agree.
that's why he did the chin check to slow the game down.
No, I agree. They were outplaying them in the series. Like it's similar to like
No, it's
2015.
about matchups, bro. It's about like that's what the playoffs is. Like yes, like records matter in regards to like your seeding. But if you have a favorite matchup against a team, regardless whether they're champions or not, that's to your favor of that series.
Yeah, but sturdy. Regardless of that, I feel like the issue is
Mhm.
I do think the Suns could have won the series, but the issue is the lack of defense by Phoenix was really killing them. That's what was killing them in '05 versus Spurs, and that was what was
Mm-hmm.
killing them in '07 again versus Spurs. They did
Yeah,
not
that's
have no real rim protector.
well they were winning against the Spurs, but up to the suspension. But I feel you. But like that's the answer to the real question. Is like
Okay, I got
that's the
you.
best
Yeah.
chances I got.
No, I got you. And then Mac Depp brought up 18 because here's my theory. And again, you're right. You might be right. I mean I like Sloan in the series with D Will and Boozer in the catch he had. I like him as a coach
Bro,
over.
you know them niggas. Jerry Sloan's a stubborn ass nigga, bro. You know that
Thank
nigga
you.
ain't going.
Yeah, they ain't
Uh,
gonna win.
uh, I still like D. Look, D Sloan got Carlos Boozer and D Will to the conference finals.
It's a 22
I'm
year old D Will though. Bro, it's a 22-year-old
okay. That's
Dan
cool, but he
Williams.
still got him there, right?
I mean,
I
yeah, but
don't
it's
know. Look,
Bro, you being nasty, bro.
see,
yeah.
see, see, but see, here we go. Then these
They beat the Warriors
Sloan. Okay, Sloan consistently got teams in the playoffs to the second round at least.
and
Sloan
lose.
consist. I mean, look, hey, I didn't want to pivot into an argument of Sloan versus D'Antoni. I'm going to
No,
stand
no, that
on
was
it.
you trying to do,
No,
but
no,
Yeah.
no,
I'm
I'm
not
not
trying
trying to
that.
do it. I'm
I'm
not
not
trying
trying
to
to do
do
that.
it because actually, what I try to do is look at the teams itself and then thinking of the Sloan factor, the fact that Sloan does coach both sides of the ball. Again, D'Antoni, he did later on coach a little defense, but is a guy whose fundamental thing is I'd rather you get a layup than actually try to contest the damn jump. Contest the shot because it's better. I just honestly, I mean, again, and I don't want to
You
die on the
seen,
hill.
bro. You seen firsthand as a Knicks fan that, like, bro, like y'all had a better defensive head coach than Tibbs, but y'all got your ass handed to it by offensive minded head coach and Rick Carlisle. Like, I don't know why you had the need to even mention like this is like, bro, like what?
But see, here's the thing: Carlisle also is a defensive minded coach as well. Carlisle has proven he can coach both sides. He also, this is my point. I think this is the point. The genesis of the argument is that D'Antoni is one of these coaches where he believes his system is it. His system will generate offense no matter what's going on in the court. And
Like Jerry
if
Sloan.
if they do get to the point, hold on, if they do get to the point where they're getting offensively stagnated, then the
Like Jerry Sloan.
system is not like it's not like the system is going to work itself out, and it is no plan B. I don't. I just
Like
and
Jerry
that's my
Sloan.
thing about Tibbs.
The funny thing
I
about Sloan was he didn't really abuse. He didn't really start leading great offensive units until he started abusing the illegal defense rules in the mid to late '90s.
Yeah.
That's when they started using Karl Malone more and started giving him the ball and utilizing him way more than using John Stockton as a
well,
primary playmaker.
if you're doing that,
Yeah,
then
hold
guess
on, bro.
what?
But bro,
Yeah.
honest question, real quick.
Mhm.
Like, why do you do that? Like, when I mention totality of something, it's like you don't acknowledge totality of the other side, bro. Like,
See
none of
again.
these
I
players or
acknowledge what you
yeah,
said. Again, I'm just going back to the genesis of the offense and I mean, not the genesis of the debate and the problem that I have with D'Antoni as a whole because I watched this man coach my team for 5 years.
that's what it
Well,
is, bro. That's what it
hold
is,
on. Not
bro.
only did I watch this man coach my team for 5 years, I watched the guy that I wanted to be hired Once he got hot, once I wanted the guy in 2009. I wanted Mark Jackson. He gets the job 2 years later, and he actually improves Golden State to the point where they get playoff experience enough. They get enough swag in their game to where Steve Kerr now turns them into a dynasty. Okay, but that's me personally. I was telling you how I seen the game at Philadelphia where we was cooking them, and then all of a sudden Philadelphia made a defensive adjustment. He made I don't like coaches that make no adjustments in game, who think that their system and the way they run things, despite what's going on the court. Because again, I show many examples where things were going on the court, or a little bit of adversity, a monkey wrench got thrown in, and Mr. Offensive Genius had nothing. His team melted down. The 7 for 44 against the Warriors, and then then losing by 40 against a Kawhi Leonard less team, bro. I'm sorry, bro. I just can't do it. I can't do it. You lose by 40 on your home court against a Kawhi Leonard less team with old Gasol, 16 years in the league, Gasol. I can't rock it. Patty Mills was there.
Bro, I'm be honest with you, bro. I don't think you emphasize it unless
Say again?
honestly, bro. I don't think you will hold this type of grudge, this type of venom towards D'Antoni if he didn't play for the Knicks. I think if he didn't
No,
play
I've
next
seen it
year,
other places
but
though.
didn't play on the Knicks. No. That's not what I said. I'm saying I don't think you would have this venom if he didn't play for the Knicks. Honestly, I feel like if he did the same
Well,
exact thing, you would not be emphasizing
okay, go
if he
back
didn't
to
play
the
for the
other
Knicks. I'm
genesis
being
of that
honest with you.
conversation. Hold up, but go back to the other genesis of that conversation. D'Antoni has gotten 5 head coaching jobs. He's one of those guys that yes, he's the offensive guru. Remember, people don't even realize he coached Denver in the 99 season. They weren't good either. He's only been relatively successful, I think, in one. Okay, you might say he was moderately successful with coaching Harden. But again, the best thing he did was lose a 3-2 lead. Now, but they lost Chris Paul. Okay, they lost Chris Paul. They still had a plan B. They still, mind you, the offensive genius wound up scoring 92 points. And you want to tell me that the Golden State Warriors were an all-time defense? Bro, if
He
you're
was a
an
modern
offensive
coach.
genius,
He was a
Bro, that's
modern
not
coach.
common. Bro, that's not common, bro. When your second best player go down, that's not common for teams to win, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. If you can
I've
tell
seen
me the
it
amount
done
of
though. But
teams,
I've seen
no,
it
no, no, no,
done.
no, no, no,
Hold on,
no.
but I've seen it done.
I didn't say that, bro. You keep going to you keep responding with absolutes, like as if I said it never happened. No, I said that's not common. Matter of fact, when you go back, I'm pretty sure you're gonna go through your history and be like, how many teams won when their second best player went down the middle of the series, and then you'll figure out, oh shit, this is not common. Why is that?
Okay,
Because I
but
expected. Why? I
but
like
you're right. But
what
hold on.
tactically? No, bro, what shit, bro? Like, bro, like this is like common sense. What tactically can a coach do to make up what the second best player provided for that team when you are built around your 2 best players?
Well, I'll tell you this, especially because you brought it back to me saying that I give him smoke because of his Knicks tenure, right?
You said it. No, you literally said
Yeah.
it, bro. Like
So
you
one
literally
of the
said he ruined my
things that
team.
I heard in these long 5 years where I had to watch Sergio Rodriguez and Chris Duhon and Tony Douglas and then eventually Lynn Sanity, and that was it. Like Lynn was his last point guard. Run this D'Antoni style offense is the system above all. He literally thought he could win with Sergio Rodriguez and Chris Duhon. Mind you, this is the guy that just said, I'm going to give Stephon Marbury, when he got the job, I'm going to give Stephon Marbury a chance to run my system honestly. And then he benched him. And then I had to go from Stephon Marbury, and who knows, maybe you could have turned Stephon Marbury into the point guard you wanted him to be because you had him in Phoenix before that, right? Before you got Jason, you traded for him. Then you let him walk, and then you trade him to the Knicks, actually. Then that
I was about to
offseason
say,
when they
he was
got Steve. Hold on, sorry. They got Steve Nash. So Steve Nash was the guy that fit you perfectly, right? Then you had Steve Nash in LA, and that shit was a disaster. Hold on. The
He was
fact
older
that you
though.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was
niggas
an
got
old
hurt.
Steve
I see
Nash. I
people
Yeah,
got
I
it,
saying
but
know.
it
this
still
shit,
was
but
an offensive.
no,
It was still was an offensive and defensive nightmare,
that was an
regardless of the
injury
fact.
riddled team, bro.
Okay, an injury riddled team. Okay, cool. It's always an excuse. Again,
How is it? How is it always an excuse? We don't do
then
this with any other coach.
stop. The bottom line is, here's a guy
Niggas
that
overcome it.
really believes the system over everything. So, shout out to you, Slum Stack, man. I really appreciate the sub, man. Guys, like, share, subscribe. Support the channel any way you can, man. I really appreciate it. But it's the fact that I look at this guy say system overall. I looked at this guy say Tony Douglas can run this at the beginning of the 2011-2012 season. You got Melo now, right? You got Amari. And he said Tony Douglas can run my system just fine. And it was a fucking horror show. This is why Linsanity actually happened. Melo, for those that say that Melo hated on Lynn, Melo said, yo, this offense is not working. Tony Douglas is not. I'm not trying to kill Tony Douglas, but he is really not a point guard. Can you at least try this Lynn guy? We remember we had old Mike Bibby and old Baron Davis on that team. Both of them were injured at the time. And so the last guy up is like the quarter is like almost like if you watch Any Given Sunday, right? Remember the first two quarterbacks went down, and then
Yeah.
Jamie Foxx was sitting there, right? And you saw him throwing up, coming in there. I guess this was this was before Donovan McNabb did it. But anyway, Len was just the guy there, and it popped off. And it popped off until they realized, dude. But again, this is my thing, bro. This is the guy that say system overall. So when you can you can slide Harden over to the point guard, and you got Eric Gordon, and you get the lead, and you get a halftime lead on them, and you blow another second half. You had the lead. You could cry about that's a blanket statement saying it's the second best player because this is a guy that believes system overall.
That's not a blanket statement, bro.
I'm
That's just
sorry.
what happened, bro. That's just literally what happened. I don't know. You keep doing that,
Yeah, I
bro.
get it. I know what
Like,
happened. I did not discount it. I did not discount it, Sturdy. But again, if
no,
you're
you
the
keep saying
offensive
it.
genius
You
you
keep
claim
saying
to
that
be,
you keep responding to it as if
I
it's an
mean, bro,
excuse.
I
again,
mean,
It's
he
just a
was a
description,
D'Antoni was a
bro.
modern coach, and he like players like Harden and Nash. They had some of their best years with D'Antoni.
look,
Like we don't criticize.
I believe the system can do something, but here's the problem: when the system, that's my criticism. When the system ain't doing nothing, when the system, see, every offense, even the triangle offense, can get snuffed out. We've seen it. We've seen the triangle offense get snuffed out in '04 against the Pistons. Every
It was the
offense can.
player's fault. It was the
Oh,
player's
now
fault,
it's
bro.
just the
Like
player's fault.
that's
Okay,
no,
okay.
bro. We know it, bro. That's what I was gonna ask you. Like, at what point do we be more precise with the accountability?
If
Okay,
you're
this
gonna
is the
say it's the
coach's. Hold
player's
on, no.
fault, see,
Can I finish it, bro? Can I finish it, bro?
go ahead,
This
bro.
is the coach's
We're going to bed
responsibility.
soon.
This is the coach's responsibility. This way he control. This way he fucked up. This is the player's responsibility. This way they can control. This way he fucked up. Why is it always a generalization and another? There's no fucking smoke for these front offices either. That's another conversation. But like,
Okay,
why can't we be precise with accountability? That
okay,
specifically, bro. Why can't we do that?
okay. So here's
I
the
don't think
thing.
it's D'Antoni's fault. The players missed 27 missed straight shots. Like that's not his fault. What the fuck a coach supposed to do about that? My
I
players
think it
missing
is.
shots.
I think. Hold on. I think it is. I think it is. You know why? Because then
All right. Here we
I'm
go.
gonna tell you why. Sturdy. Don't
Here we
step
go.
on it. Because D'Antoni doesn't believe in big men posting up. D'Antoni. I'm gonna say
I'm
it
supposed
again,
to
but
post
D'Antoni.
up Capella.
Hold on. See. Here we go. D'Antoni does not believe in big men posting up. So if you're taking 44, if you're taking 44 3-pointers, you miss 37 of them. And you
Post
don't
up
and you
Capella.
don't like big men going in and posting up. And you don't
Post up
like things.
Capella.
You don't even think offensive rebounds are worth chasing. Because guess what? You know the best time to take this is Ray Allen's mind. Out of Ray Allen's mouth, one of the best 3-point shooters of all time. The
Yeah, I have
best
no
time
idea
for
what the fuck
me to
was that.
take a 3-point shot is off an offensive rebound. And you got a guy that says, "No, get back on. Get back on. Don't take offensive rebound. Let us beat the other team down the floor." And when you're not beating the other team down the floor and you're getting 82 points a game and you're getting 74 points a game in an elimination game at home against a team missing their two best players, I'm sorry, bro, man. Tony's a fucking hack, and I'm gonna stand on that, bro.
First of
Not only
all,
played
he
because
did
he
not
played for
have
the
any
Knicks.
elite. He did not have any elite
LA.
post up bigs. Like I mean,
Yeah,
guys in
you're
the
right.
post.
Here's a guy that coached
Yeah.
Amari Stoudemire for practically his rookie year, and he
Oh,
basically told Amari Stoudemire, "There's
Hey man,
no
you
there's
keep
no
mixing
need for
shit,
you to
bro.
as quick as this. Hold on, as quick and
Circumstances,
as
bro.
explosive as this guy is around the basket." He
uh
said,
huh.
"There's no need for you to be a post up player. I don't need Amari again. Amari had to go learn from Hakeem Olajuwon in 2011, 13 years in the league. He'd been an MVP candidate several times, and he had to learn how to the basic things of footwork and post up ability because he played for a guy like D'Antoni. I'm sorry, I fucking hate D'Antoni, bro.
No, but
So
the issue
I
is,
I can tell.
bro. Like you got to
I can
realize,
tell.
Amari was never great in the post, even with New York. Even after he learned from
because he
Hakeem, he
didn't
was
have the
never great.
technique. He didn't have the technique.
That's
He
not.
never was. They never. He remember he was a guy that came from high school, right? Orlando,
Yeah,
Winter Haven, Florida, right?
yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think it was. Did he go to Mount Vernon Academy? I don't know. But anyway, whatever he went, he never learned the technique, and that's something that it was the problem with a lot. I thought a lot of those high school big men, they never learned the technique of posting up and playing with their backs to the basket, and I thought that did a disservice to the league. This is one of the reasons why the game went to guard from big men dominated to guard oriented.
Yeah.
Yeah. When you
So
want
let
to
me ask
now
you
you
this.
want to hold on, you want to fast forward all these years later, and you basically have a rim running guy like Capella. Guess what? When your 37
Yeah.
threes are missing, you don't have a plan B. You don't have a way. Oh, let me just get some shots inside just to stem the tide. No, you live and die by your running gun three. And guess what? They lost to a team that, mind you, you were a 65 win team. You want to tell me that Golden State's the greatest team of all time? Well, you had on court advantage against them.
Because of how good they were. But
Bro,
also, here's the
you been
issue, bro.
unrealistic
Let
about
me ask you this
Capella,
question:
bro.
if this was so
Sure.
much of Mike D'Antoni's fault, how come from 02 to 04, so Amari's first 2 years, how come he never developed a post game before Mike D'Antoni came on the team?
Because Phoenix had a similar style already. Because Phoenix had a similar style, and again, you're talking about a league where you weren't teaching players these type of fundamentals. So again, once you get D'Antoni in there and he's at an all-star level, yeah, D'Antoni really doesn't. D'Antoni believes the post-up game is retarded. Now, mind you, right? They gave him the Lakers job knowing that you have Pau Gasol and Dwight Howard. So all of that injury talk. Yeah, you had two guys who were game were post up, right? We all know Pau Gasol. Pau Gasol could face as well, but Dwight Howard was pretty much, all post up and all wait around the basket. And and we knew when they gave him
So it
that
all
job that
back.
he wasn't going to
Come on,
work.
come on, back surgery.
So it wasn't. So that means it wasn't Mike D'Antoni's fault then, because
It is
if
his
the run
fault.
and
It
gun
is his
offense
fault
was already
if he's
implemented, but it was already
fundamentally.
implemented.
Hold on, it is his fault if he's fundamentally if his style fundamentally does not work with all-star level players he's been given. Come on now.
How?
See,
But hold on. First of all, this idea
That's
that Mike
another lie.
D'Antoni is just an offensive coach is actually a myth, because in 2018 he actually led a good Rockets defense when he had pieces like
oh wow,
PJ Tucker.
so
Trevor,
his
yeah,
fifth and last head coaching job position.
yeah,
He finally had a team that could play decent defense, right? And then
yeah,
again, what happened at the end of that season? They lost a 3-2 lead, mind you, because your offense wasn't kicking. Not because okay, so I'll give you credit with the defense. Maybe you found because I remember what happened too. Reason why Mike Woodson was there in 2012 because Mike Woodson was going to be his defensive coordinator, kind of looking over his shoulder because we signed Tyson Chandler that year, right? And we were trying
yeah,
to get a team. But again, so Tyson Chandler actually won Defensive Player of the Year that year, if you remember, based on the fact that but the offense stalled. And as I told Sturdy, right, the
yeah,
offense stalled. But then as soon as Mike Woodson got the job, we went out and won our first game by 37. We won our next game at a home and home against the Indiana Pacers. We beat the Indiana Pacers at home, and then we went on the road and beat the Indiana Pacers. We won our first 6 games with Mike Woodson after a 6-game losing streak with. So Woodson turned the same offense we were running, only he ran it in a style that made sense towards the personnel he had, which involved taking the ball a little bit out of Lynn's hand because Lynn was being figured out, and now featuring Melo and then returning Amari Stoudemire. Your two all-stars that you had in the first place, you started featuring them again, and we went 18-6. We had some great victories over the Chicago Bulls. This is before Derrick Rose got hurt, right? Because he didn't get hurt into the playoffs. We had some great victories over the Big Three and the Boston Celtics, a team that had our number up until then, including with Melo. They swept us in the playoffs in 2011. See, you're gonna talk to a Knicks fan. Don't. I know what the story. Melo saved that season. Melo had that scoring duel with Derrick Rose, and the Knicks went 18-6. Not only did the Knicks win 18-6, they went 60-22. 60-22 over the first 82 games that Mike Woodson coached. While D'Antoni had the Knicks that supposedly had no talent, stagnant. So that's my feeling. Now, again, D'Antoni did have success, moderate success. He had great. Actually, you give him James Harden in 2013. I mean, I really he got the, you turn Harden into an MVP, right? But again, they did not get to the promised land, and they did have a chance. I will give them credit, as I told Sturdy, for being up 3-2 on the Warriors in the first place. But you were a 65-win team. And yes, I know losing Paul hurts. Losing a Chris Paul would hurt anybody.
Yeah.
Guess what? If you don't have a next man up mentality and you don't have plan Bs to your offensive staples, guess what? 7 for 44. When you want to tell me honestly, it's a combination. When a team goes 7 for 44, it could be a combination of the players just not having great shooting nights and the defense actually snuffing out what you do. Either way, some point, like I said in football, if you keep throwing the ball down the fucking field and it's not working by third quarter, how about fourth quarter and you still got a chance to win? That's the worst part.
So what coaches are making the adjustment? Which coaches are making the adjustment?
Rick Carlisle. Let me give you some great adjustment coaches. Oh, Jason Kidd is a great adjustment coach. Rick Carlisle is a great adjustment coach. Phil Jackson was a great adjustment coach. Popovich, Spoelstra, every coach that I named, guys that actually have championships and multiple were great at adjustments, which is why they have fucking championships. D'Antoni has 2 conference finals.
Hold on, bro.
Bro. That's why you're being nasty, bro.
I'm not generalizing. He asked me a question.
You just generalized it, bro. You literally just said they got championships because they made adjustment. That's generalizing it. That's vague.
I actually said they have multiple because they were great at adjustment. See, what y'all say? Well, he had Shaq and Kobe. He had this. He had that. No. I'm not generalizing shit. Okay, you're right. Look, Spoelstra is a guy. Hold on. Spoelstra, as a Knicks fan, I watched Spoelstra take Mike. I told you this. How he took Tom Thibodeau's lunch. You know how I know he took Tom Thibodeau's lunch? He realized the over pursuing. We had a guy, I forget. He over pursued a lot, and he got one of our guys in foul trouble. I think it was Josh Hart. Josh Hart over pursued, and he got a fucking Kyle Lowry to stop on a dime to get to get Josh Hart 2 cheap fouls. And it's just one of those things that it's a staple of, you know why? Because he's a film guy, right? Spoelstra's a film guy. And Spoelstra is really good at adjustment. Spoelstra is really good at finding players' tendencies. Spoelstra is really good at sniffing. It's guys like Thibodeau don't make in-game adjustments. There are a few coaches who really don't make in-game adjustments. This is not. The players have said this, man. His assistant coaches have said this. The reason why Thibodeau got fired last year is because everybody was saying this in the exit interviews. They said we didn't know what the hell our roles were. We didn't know what he wanted from us half the time. The communication has stopped. Sorry.
So this is what I don't understand. So Mike D'Antoni is getting taxed for losing a top 4 or 5 point guard in the league,
See, that's a
and now he got to make the
generalization.
adjustment.
That's a generalization.
How?
That's a generalization. Because whether you lost the top 4 point, so you telling me Chris Paul would have made them shoot the threes better? Are you telling me that Chris Paul would have made them shoot the threes better?
No,
You
Chris
tell
Paul would
me
have
it
been.
didn't matter you lose Chris Paul? That's bro. This is stupid, bro. At this
I
point, bro.
know losing Chris Paul, they would
Because
not
you
be
have,
taking
wait
that
a
many
minute,
threes.
wait. You
They would
have
not be
James
taking that many
Harden
threes.
to run the offense.
Bro.
You have
Right.
James Harden. Hold on. Not only you have James Harden, the same James Harden who ran his offense prior to Chris Paul even getting there.
Chris Paul didn't matter, bro. All right, bro.
I didn't say it didn't matter. See, now you want to talk about generalization. I didn't say it didn't matter, bro. I didn't say that. But like I said, man, we coming up on 5 hours, guys, man. Yo, this was a great stream.
We're supposed to overcome Chris Paul's injury. That what you implied.
Yes, because it's been done. It's been done.
All I know is Jerry Sloan was a
Wait.
loser.
Unrealistic.
Who?
Jerry Sloan was a loser. That's all I know. Mike D'Antoni gets penalized for being a
Because
loser. Jerry Sloan was a loser.
Jerry Sloan got way more playoff success. Two teams in the finals. Mike D'Antoni never got to the finals, but Jerry Sloan.
You know the funny thing about that? You know the funny thing about that, bro? He ironically, the 2 times he made the finals, he made the finals in the era where Hakeem Olajuwon was getting older, Charles Barkley was getting older, Clyde Drexler was getting older,
So now we got
Magic
excuses
Johnson.
on. They also ran the number 1 offense in the league. They also swept Hakeem Olajuwon. They swept Shaq and Kobe.
The Suns were doing that easily. Yeah, they swept a young Kobe. That's what they did. They swept older teams.
But it was a prime Shaq, right? And it was also Dick Van Exel and Eddie Jones were all-stars as well, right?
Yeah.
But you're not going to mention none of Jerry Sloan's negatives, and that's the problem, bro.
Okay, I can mention Jerry Sloan's negative, but I'm going to start with the positive. Yes, Jerry Sloan was a little bit of a, what do they say? A little bit too much of a drill sergeant.
That's part of the problem. That's the problem.
Him and D. Will, and let's keep it real. Let's keep it real. I'm sorry, I'm taking his side over D. Will. D. Will's a fucking good Jesus. I'm not a Brooklyn Nets fan, but I've seen him enough in New York to know that D. Will. Thank God thank God, because remember the Knicks were trying to trade for both D. Will and Melo. Thank God we got Melo and not D. Will. Hold on, this is the same fucking D. Will. Hold on, this is the same D. Will that lost the series to the Bulls, the first series in the Barclays Center, right? Yeah. He lost the series to the Bulls, where he had his whole team, but half the Bulls, Luol Deng, what's the name? The Bulls. Obviously Rose wasn't there. Luol Deng, Joakim Noah, Boozer was limping around. Literally half their fucking roster was. You had niggas who were in the hospital on IVs. The Bulls had half a roster and beat them in the 7th game. D. Will was garbage in that 7th game. D. Will, this is the same D. Will who in his last season in the league fucking tanked and decided I'm gonna play like shit. So Dallas buys me out so I can go to Cleveland. And then he goes to Cleveland and plays like shit.
So what does this have to do with Utah? What does this have to do with Utah?
No. I'm gonna tell you what it has to do, Sean. I'm gonna tell you what it has to do. I'm gonna tell you what it has to do with it. D. Will, the one player that had an issue with Jerry Sloan was D. Will, and D. Will himself was a fucking loser. Now, Jerry Sloan is no longer here.
Was a winner? Shit. Okay.
Yeah, John Stockton was a winner to roll.
John Stockton is a winner compared to fucking D. Will. Are you kidding me?
John Stockton is a winner, then Steve Nash got to be a winner.
They won the same amount of championships, bro. They won the same amount of championships.
Here we go. Okay, so now conference titles mean nothing. Okay, I guess it mean nothing. Guess what?
Conference titles is a championship.
I'm just doing what you're doing, bro.
I'm not doing what you're not doing what I'm doing because I've already set the standard.
If you put Mike D'Antoni
players.
Sturdy. I've given getting to a championship at the base, the genesis of this argument. I've given getting to the finals as proof of a championship level coach. I've started that.
Championship level players.
Again, I said getting to a conference finals means you a championship. I mean, getting to a final, an NBA finals, because not everybody even does that in their career. Getting
Not everybody
doing
win a
that
championship
proved
So,
either.
that
bro,
you were
for
at least in the
LeBron, when
championship.
LeBron makes the finals, right, we could put
Everybody,
context into the fact that he played in a weaker conference, right?
wait, so
So,
wait, bro, are we boosting LeBron now? Like,
yeah,
we
Yeah,
got to,
have you
because he
ever
made
seen
the
me knock
finals.
LeBron? Have you ever seen me knock LeBron for losing the sixth final? Never
yes,
once.
Well, I mean, then
yes,
why do you? I mean, why do
yes,
you care about winning then? You do.
yes. I absolutely seen you knock LeBron for losing six
Yeah.
finals.
No,
1000%.
actually, the only thing I do, hold on, that's bullshit. The only thing I do is I do mention it two least competitive finals. LeBron was the losing end of it. That's about it. I don't knock him for losing the finals. I don't like, especially the finals I expect him to lose. Now I knock him for playing poorly in the finals in retrospect, especially when it's used against other players. Especially when in terms of efficiency and this, that, and the third, right? Going 4 for 16 with 7 turnovers in your first finals, getting 10 turnovers in a finals game. Those are things that I will tax him on. But no, the 4-6 record, you will never see me say he's 4-6. You will never see that. Now I will put into context you got mollywop by the old Spurs, right? I will put that in context. But that's
Yeah.
about it.
No, but
But
that's
they're
the
an
thing.
all-time
Yeah,
team, though.
bro. Did you see? You didn't even catch it up, bro. Like, see, when you said the old Spurs, like, I don't. That's the thing. I want to use that adjective.
They were
I was just
old.
gonna say,
They were
no,
old.
They were
They
old,
were
but
old.
bro, they
bro,
were an
They were
bro.
old.
all-time team with
This
the
is what I'm
top three
saying,
offense in the
bro.
world.
This is what I'm saying for a second,
The 14 Spurs were
bro.
all-time team.
Bro,
Yes, they were
listen to what I'm
62
saying.
wins. They
What
had
I'm
an
saying.
all-time great roster. Like their
Yeah,
roster was very
that's what I'm
balanced. They
saying.
had a great offense
I
too.
would. You see, use the adjective old to add emphasis to your argument. I would just say great.
Exactly.
They were
I would just say
old.
great. I would
They
just
were
say great.
old. They
See,
were
that's
old.
see,
They were
see,
fucking
bro.
old.
See the difference, bro. You see the
No,
difference.
no, no,
I say great.
no, no,
Okay,
You
okay,
say
no,
okay,
old.
no.
okay. Ro,
See the
please
difference.
explain to me why the 97
See the
Jazz
difference.
beating the 97 Rockets, an old-ass team, by your admission, why is that impressive? Because you're taxing
Okay,
LeBron for
so
losing.
wait, okay, so in
They
97,
did beat them old ass
Keem
Rockets.
Olajuwon was
They did.
34. You
Yeah.
said 97 or 98.
Yeah.
So
Old,
Keem Olajuwon
97.
was 34.
old.
Old.
That's all? Well,
Well, yeah,
Duncan was
Manu Ginobili was
39.
30. Manu Ginobili was 36. Tim Duncan and Tony Parker was
Tim
32.
Duncan was
Manu was
39. Oh,
32.
see what you try to do?
Tony
See
Parker
what
was
you
Yeah.
try to
32.
do? You skipped
Okay.
over Tim Duncan's actual age. See, you're not
Okay. No,
slick,
no. Hold on. Okay, I
motherfucker.
was gonna bring him up though. Okay, he was 37. I was gonna bring him up. He was
You see,
37.
I'm too sharp for
Tony
y'all,
Parker was
man.
32.
Who's
Manu
y'all,
Ginobili was
bro?
36.
You got cooked on the stream. You couldn't
I
stay
got
on
cooked on the
topic, bro.
stream. What?
You couldn't stay on
See,
topic. The fuck?
say again?
You couldn't stay on topic, bro. Even now, you were supposed to talk about Jerry Sloan.
See, okay. Now I got cooked because we went down a rabbit hole. But wait a minute. I've already
No, bro, you
supported. No,
supposed
no,
to talk
no, no.
about
See,
Jerry.
here's what happens.
You
Here's
supposed to
what
talk about
happens, right? The
Memphis.
rabbit hole. Hold on. The rabbit hole comes because people trying to challenge what I believe. Because mind you, we're on 4-6, right? We're on four
Yeah.
and six. You brought it up, and you're trying to judge my
I didn't bring
standard.
up LeBron's
You
final
no, no.
record.
You're trying to test my standard. You're trying to say that I knocked LeBron for 4-6, and I'm proving that I don't. Now, I did
No, I said
say
you knocked
what I
LeBron for
do.
6 finals
Hold on.
wins.
I do say
That's my
what I do
specific.
knock LeBron for in it. As I said, I knock him for having stretches of the 13. Mind you, this is his damn near anonymous MVP season, right? And
Yeah.
mind you, we talked about playoff dropping for LeBron James was a playoff dropper for that entire playoff run. You do realize that, right?
Wait, what
And
We're
run?
not
What
even
especially
run?
trying
the
to get back to
finals.
Jerry Sloan. And that's the point, bro. We're not even trying to get back
No,
to
no,
Jerry
no, no,
Sloan.
no, no,
Yeah.
no. Okay. We've been Jerry Sloan. Cool. But these are rabbit holes y'all went down, and all we're doing with these rabbit holes are testing my theories and
No, this
testing my
you,
standards. Okay,
bro.
so guess
You
what?
did,
You
bro.
know,
You
guess what?
did
Guess
this,
what?
bro.
I actually I remember the genesis of the argument. See, that's the problem. People lose the genesis of the argument. I think Jerry Sloan's is a championship level coach because he got to two finals. He's
He didn't
also
win the
gotten to multiple
championship.
other conference finals with teams that you wouldn't expect to get to the conference finals with underdog teams. So guess
So
what?
you taxed.
But hold on.
All right.
Also, he hold on. Also, he consistently
Uh-huh.
took teams to the playoffs. Consistently, the Jazz were a playoff. Wait a minute. I'm gonna tell you this: the Jazz in 1988, and I understand Jerry Sloan might not have been a coach in '88, but again, so I'm gonna jump on for that. Bottom line is every matter of fact. Let me just look that up because I think somebody else coached him, but that's a different story. Either way, he consistently got the Jazz through different iterations to the playoffs second round. Okay, D'Antoni, and again, I gotta be as a Knicks fan. What the fuck did he do for us? What he got Amari Stoudemire and went 28 and 26, and then got Melo and finished 42
What did
and
Sloan
40.
do for Utah? What did Sloan do for Utah besides
He
losing?
consistently kept them in the playoffs.
Consistently lost, bro. Consistently lost.
Okay, so now you want to say, okay, so now losing. So that means that means you yes, 89 he took over. He was on the staff.
Yeah.
Hold on one second. He was on the staff in 88 when they had to run in with the Lakers and they got to 7. But he took over by 89. He took over 89. They lost in the first round, lost in the first round again, got to the second round, got to the second round, lost to the first round, second round, first round. Okay. So now from here on, he's got at least to a conference final from 96 on. Utah gets old. I'm not calling this guy a loser. I'm not calling the guy with a much better record, a much better, he went success through different eras of Utah Jazz. I'm sorry. And then the only reason he got fired at 68 is because a loser didn't wind up with the Nets losing just as much. And the worst part is he took that loser.
Was Jerry Sloan known for these adjustments, bro?
I know.
Yes. And
so how come they didn't make an adjustment in the 97 and 98 finals when they were frequently double teaming Malone in the post? The Bulls understood that they were abusing the illegal defense tactics. So what they used to do was
Are we not going to go to the fact that they were playing an all-time team?
An all-time team. That 98 Bulls team was not all-time. The 98 Bulls were all time.
Bro, they won 62 fucking games, bro. Come on, what are we talking about?
They had an old Scottie Pippen with a broken back. And they had Ron Harper, and that was not an all-time team.
The Jazz up in Game 6. Dennis Rodman was dealing with injury. That's a fact. And Scottie Pippen was coming off injury. That's a fact.
Thank you.
Yeah, Pat. Look, we don't. And I get into these other guys, but.
What's going on? How come Jerry Sloan couldn't overcome? What was the adjustments?
There's always an excuse when it comes to Jerry Sloan.
Wait. It's not always an excuse. It's not always an excuse. It's not always. You're talking about a guy who's in a superior situation. Hold on, because right now we're comparing him to Mike D'Antoni.
No, I'm just trying to talk about Jerry Sloan.
Jerry Sloan got to play in a weak conference. He played in a weaker conference.
You know why you can't just talk about Jerry Sloan? You know why you can't just talk about? First of all, the West was never weak. First of all, the North was never weak.
No, bro. 97 and 98. That West was weak. 97 and 98. That West was weaker.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
Okay, old. Every team was either older, or younger. The Shaq and Kobe Lakers were younger. The Hakeem and Hakeem and Drexler Rockets were older. The Sonics were the only team that was legit in their prime.
The Sonics were falling apart. What were the Spurs?
The Spurs in 98?
98, yeah. This is Duncan.
They were led by Tim Duncan, so it was still a younger
team. They were younger and older because Robinson was still an all-star, right?
David Robinson was still an all-star, but they also didn't play them.
Robinson was also like an all-NBA first-team defender, shit like that, right?
Well, hold on. In 98, because I remember the Spurs lost in the second round in 98. Did they face the Lakers or Jazz?
I think they played the Jazz. So he beat.
Okay.
So you have a young, exciting Minnesota Timberwolves with Kevin Garnett, right? Okay. You have an underwhelming Rockets team. They were 41 and 41. Okay, you want to say that Olajuwon was old and this that. I mean, remember Olajuwon and Malone are basically the same age, but we'll
but bro, you got to put context.
Hold on, the Sonics. You said you said what? The Sonics were young. They were 61 and 21.
No, they were in their prime.
Wait. How do you have a weak conference when you have 360 win teams in said conference? Bro, you're cooking yourself. Then you have two more 56
bro, we're not doing that. Hold on, we're not doing that. It's about the age. Hold on. But bro, you can't do this because you keep arguing about age. Anytime there's always an excuse about age. You can't. So when I bring up age, you don't care.
Shay, you said the conference was weak and they have 360 win teams.
No, bro, hold on. What year did they have 361 teams? Please tell me.
98, the season we're talking about.
Oh yeah, so 98. That was the Lakers, Jazz, and the Sonics, right?
And then you had two more 56 win teams. There are years where 56 wins win the first seed.
So you mean to tell me with a straight face that the Eastern Conference wasn't a. So you mean to tell me with a straight face that the
Whether the
Jazz
Eastern
were
Conference was strong or not is irrelevant.
no,
And
but here's
actually,
the thing: the
arguably,
Jazz
it
were meant to
wasn't.
make the.
Patrick Ewing, hold on. Patrick Ewing was hurt out from the. Mind you, this is the season I'm in boot camp, right? So I didn't
Yeah,
even get to see how the season played out. I did see the
yeah,
start of the season before I went to boot camp. But I did come back and see the playoffs. Cavaliers were solid. They a slow down team. Hawks were actually both conferences were pretty strong. The Knicks were weakened by the Ewing injury. The Nets had their issues. I think this will be later on with the Jason Williams drama. Miami Heat was solid, of course, with Alonzo and what's the
yeah.
name, Pat Riley at the helm. Bulls,
And Tim Hardaway.
despite say again.
Tim Hardaway too. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, actually,
Yeah.
it's funny because people say about the expansion ruining the era. This is
Yeah.
actually a pretty goddamn solid year. Again, you had a good draft class coming in with Tim Duncan, Chauncey Billups, who wasn't in the hit right away, I will admit, but Keith Van Horn, you had a solid rookie incoming class. Who was in '97? No, there was no. Who went straight out of high school from my '97 class?
Oh, it was T-Mac.
Mac
Yeah.
with Toronto. So they were at least young and exciting, they won 16 games. I shouldn't even say that, but
Yeah.
but no, I mean, come on, bro. You're going to tell me a team with five 56 win plus team? Phoenix was still good. I mean, what were they built around? This is the team that had McDyess pre-injury, Steve Nash coming off the bench, Jason Kidd and Kevin Johnson, Cedric Ceballos, Rick Chapman, still scoring at Danny Manning. Come on, bro. Please talk what you know. I know
So
you
bro, this
guys
is
love
my
to
issue.
brag on it. Hold on. I know you guys love to brag on the '90s, but y'all really got to understand what. I mean, the Washington Wizards
No,
didn't make the
I just
playoff.
want to
Hold on.
learn
Let me
more.
let me
I
show you this
drag on the
Washington
I want to
Wizards.
learn more about the
the
90s,
mid
bro.
to
I just
late
want to
'90s.
learn more about the 90s and be honest and just simply tell me the full story, not just the good shit, bro. Like, that's
Okay,
the point.
Not
I'm
even just
telling you,
that, bro. The
'98
issue
was
with the
not a
'90s,
weak year.
the issue with the '90s was the mid to late '90s because it became a more expansion era. There became better
Oh Jesus!
talent. It was a watered
Yeah,
down league. It was a
I'm
slower era.
okay.
That
So
was the
are you
issue. Early
telling me
'90s
those
was
teams
great.
won this many games? Those solid teams won this many games because of the expansion era? That's what you're telling me,
Yes, because they used to beat down on weaker teams. Yes, you just proved my
bro,
point.
bro, bro. Look,
Yes.
okay. Number one, hold on. Because of expansion, you only play these teams 4 times. So that
Ye-
means if hold on. That means I got 55 plus win team. Now, mind you, right?
Yeah.
I'm going through the league right now, and I only got
Yeah.
one. I only actually got 2 teams that I'm predicting to win more than 55 games. I got
Yeah.
5 in one fucking conference in the '90s. I'm sorry. Now, if you want to tell me that they're expanding to the Toronto Raptors, who basically they got a young, exciting Tracy McGrady, right? Obviously,
Yeah.
Damon Sotomayor or whatever. They eventually get traded. But wait a minute. I also had the '96 draft class, which brought in a lot of fucking stars, right? We all
Yup.
know that.
Yeah.
I mean, really, Denver fell off. They were a fucking expansion level team. Vancouver actually it was 96 did they draft? Oh, they drafted Sharif in 96. So they get
Yeah.
a
Yeah.
they
They
get a
did.
young, exciting player as well. Because I remember playing with Sharif Abdul Rahim on Live
Yeah. Sharif was
98 and
good.
cooking. Sharif.
Sharif
So
was good.
even though they're a 19-win team, they got a young player that any night could beat you. Mind you, we had Sharon Wright come on FYF, right? And he said that
Yeah.
those expansive Raptors were those expansive Raptors were one of the teams that beat the 72 win Bull team. That's funny how that works, right?
But
I mean,
the
come on, y'all
2016 Bucks, 2016
look.
Bucks beat the 2016 Warriors,
I
bro.
want you
That
to
doesn't
show
make
it.
them great.
This is a team. Hold on. This is a team that went. This is a team that went. That didn't make the playoffs.
Yeah.
So Calvin Chaney, Terry
Yeah.
Davis, Adele Eccles was a hell of a scorer. Harvey Grant, this is the father of the Grant kids that in the league now, or at least
Yeah.
Jerry and Grant. Jawan Howard, Tim Legler, Lawrence Moe, and he just passed away today. R.I.P.
Oh,
with
rest
my
in peace.
man Syracuse's all-time leading scorer. Tracy
Yeah. Rest in
Murray,
peace to
another
Lawrence.
great scorer who played it. Guard Shamgard, Raj, who just took what's into the Elite Eight. Rod Strickland, Ben Wallace, Chris Webber, Chris Whitney, and Lorenzo Williams. That team did not make the playoffs. They were one game out of the playoffs.
So
This is
that's
a
the
team that I
98
thought
Bullets,
the
right?
98 Bullets and the
Yeah.
97, for all intents and purposes, I thought they were gonna get a Bulls or hell of a. They didn't get. I mean, come on, man. If that team right there did not make the playoffs, you cannot tell me anything about a weak league. I'm sorry, bro.
No,
Stop
because
it.
here's the issue. The reason why we're saying it's a weak league is because we got all these expansion teams coming in. We got so many of these draft picks from the late 80s and the early 90s not panning out except for maybe Gary Payne or and Dikembe. But we
You're
got all these
coming off
draft
the
picks.
heel of one of the
It's,
strongest draft,
no,
two
no,
pretty strong draft class. 95 was a great draft class
no,
as
Ro.
well.
Ro. I'm not arguing the mid to late 90s. I'm not arguing 94 to 2000. I'm arguing that 88 to 92, those draft classes were by far some of the weakest in NBA history. That stretch from
Okay,
88 to
so
92.
89 was a weak draft class. 89 was technically, even though you had a couple of jewels
Yeah.
out of that, you never. 88 was not a weak draft class.
So
90
it was Mitch
was a
Richmond. It
hell
was
of a
Mitch
draft
Richmond.
class.
It was Mitch Richmond, Danny Manning, and who else in '88?
Rich Richmond, Danny, and 88. Rich Richmond, Danny Manning.
And who
Was
else?
Glenn Rice? No, Glenn Rice was in 90. Oh, no, Glenn
He was
Rice was coming in
89.
89.
Yeah. So you mean to tell me that '88 Mitch Richmond, Danny Manning,
Dan
'89
Marley.
Dan Marley, '89 Sean Kemp, Tim Hardaway, Glenn Rice, Dino. I think
I
it was
mean,
Dino.
you're basically telling me a strong draft class guy.
But how is
I
that? But
mean,
hold on. You mean to tell me that a draft class that barely had any Hall of Famers in it is a strong draft
But
class?
you realize that if a draft class has 3 Hall of Famers or 2 Hall of Famers, it's an exceptional draft class.
No, if it
You know,
has, it should be because here's the thing: from '88 to '92. Correct me if I'm wrong, but there was like '88. It was Mitch Richmond. '89 Tim Hardaway. '90
you're
Gary
talking
Payton,
about
and
92, the first 2 picks, Alonzo Mourning and Shaq.
so that's 5
Come
to
on,
6
bro.
Hall of Famers from '88 to '92. That's not strong. I mean, that's not weak to you.
Rick Smith's the second pick of the '88 draft. Rod Strickland, the
Rick,
19th pick. Now, again, Rod Strickland not being in the Hall of Fame, I mean, Jesus Christ, he's good at some of the people that are in the Hall of Fame.
I
You
don't know
know,
about that,
Rod
but I mean,
Strickland was a fucking
he's no
Rod
he.
Strickland was
Rod
a
Strickland was
fucking
great.
beast, bro.
He was a great point guard, but I'm saying
Jesus
that I mean,
Christ. Charles Smith
well,
was solid. Chris
yeah.
Morris, more than solid. Tim Perry, pretty good. Rex Chapman, Ronnie Cycling. Come on, bro. This is an
And I
88
guess what,
draft
bro?
class.
Watch this. This is what I'm about to do, right? I'm about to compare that era to '82 to '87 and '95 to '99. Here we go. '94, Jason Kidd, Grant Hill. '95, KG, Sheik.
I get it.
'96, you got Kobe, Nash, AI, and Ray Allen. '97, you got Tim Duncan, T-Mac, Chauncey. '98, you got Dirk, Pierce, Vince. Like that is such a big
So,
gap. '99, you
so
got Mono. That's such a big
okay.
gap in talent.
So what you're doing is you're basically proving that the influx of talent. Because it's funny when you
Yeah,
guys talk about when you guys talk about guys like Bruce Bowen and you
yeah,
talk about guys like mind you, guys who were in the 2000s become all NBA players and damn near all defensive player of the year. You're talking about 2 guys that did not get drafted. Bruce Bowen did not get drafted and played in the CBA in Italy for 4 seasons until he finally got
yeah.
a job. Okay. Wilson ain't got a job and was barely getting off the bench on this same Washington Wizards team I just gave you the roster of. Vinny Del Negro was
Film.
the 29th
Yeah.
pick. Hold on. Vinny Del Negro was the 29th pick of the he was a second round pick in the '88 draft. I mean, come
Okay.
on, bro. Tom Tarbert, very solid player. Grant Long, Charles Shackelford, pretty good solid. Liddell Eccles, I just was talking about him. Tito Horford, Al's father. He played for a minute. Keith Smart, great in college, not really good. I mean, but bro, okay, this is the '89 was the 1 week draft you're talking about, and I'm still
Yeah.
gonna find some gems in there.
So,
Bro,
but here's the thing. I'm not arguing that there wasn't gyms. My issue is that we're talking about a period of
Tim
time
Hardaway,
from
the 10th pick. Come on,
okay,
bro.
82.
Mookie
Guess
Blaylock,
what?
the 12th pick.
So
No, Tim Hardaway
zero.
was the
They
14th
had
pick.
one top 70. But here's
John
the thing.
Kemp, the
Issue, bro.
17th pick. Blue Edwards, Vlade Divac, a Hall of Famer. Sherman Douglas, the first pick of the second round. Bro, stop it.
Bro,
Clifford
look,
Robinson,
but hold on, bro.
R.I.P.
82. Look, watch this. 82. You got 2 top 75 players ever, James Worthy and Dominique.
So
83. You got
is that the
Clyde.
only thing you can do?
No, but
It's,
my
you
issue is
got
you
to
have
have
to
a
be.
top
But
75.
there's levels to this, bro. There's levels to this. We're talking about guys like Jordan, Hakeem, David Robinson, Scottie Pippen, Patrick Ewing, Karl Malone. That
I
is how good
got
they are.
you. I got you. See, look, if you wanted a really weak draft, you got to
Yeah.
go to 2000
Okay,
because
that was a weak
really,
draft. Yeah.
okay, 2000 is the weakest draft, and then the
Yeah.
only thing that I could say that would basically the last year's was Zachary Richard,
Yeah.
right? They look at
Yeah.
that as that type of draft.
Yeah.
Right, with Zachary Richard was in Alex, and even and look, Alex Sarr and Castle might wind up being 13 was considered a weak draft, right? But guess who
Yeah.
came out of that one? Giannis
Giannis.
Antetokounmpo, a top 75 player. See,
Yeah.
and Rudy Gobert, a 4-time depoy. Like, no, if you want to see this, then we can do this. We can talk about drafts. We
Yeah.
can talk about the actual strength of draft. If you're only drafting, first of all, top 75. It's been 79 years of the league, right?
Yeah.
You're expecting you can't expect every draft to yield a top 75 player. That's by nature, though. You can't have, there are going to be years where there are multiple. When I look at a draft, I look at how many people are all-stars, how many people were starters for about 10 years, stuff like that. Because every draft cannot give you a Michael Jordan. Every draft cannot give you a Hakeem Olajuwon. But some of these
Well,
drafts
that's the
can
point,
be
though. That's
very
such a
deep.
low bar,
Oh,
though.
no. But see, that's what I'm saying. You're talking about that
I'm saying that's a low bar,
low bar.
bro.
It's not a low bar. It really isn't because you guys judge teams.
Yeah.
Therefore, you're gonna just draft on only top level talent. When guys like Dana Barrett, Sean Kemp was on his way to the Hall of Fame before personal issues fucked him up. I mean, come on, bro. Sean Kemp was amazing player. But then his personal issues did not give him the longevity and the way, it just wasn't. Glenn Rice, amazing player. The Hall of Fame, probably right under that level. Sean Elliott, another one.
I'm gonna be
Yeah, you
honest with
get
you, bro. If Cam got drafted in that stretch between 82 and 87, he would not be looked at as the same player he was, because he would have been overshadowed by Dominique, James Worthy, MJ,
but you know what?
Hakeem.
But see, that's
Bro,
the
this
thing.
is
Whether he's
generational talent.
overshadowed by all-time players is
Yes.
irrelevant. Him being overshadowed by all-time players is irrelevant
How?
because why? Because he was who he was, still a solid all-time talent
I
at
agree,
his
but I'm
peak.
saying there's levels to this. There's a difference between being Sean Kemp and being Charles Barkley or Karl Malone at the power
Oh, I
forward spot.
get it, but see, but this is the problem. This is the problem that I have in basketball
Yeah.
discourse. When you only judge by, like, again, every draft is not going to give you a top 75 player by nature. If one draft is going to give you 4, then you see. You know what I think is an overrated draft? 2003. 2003 is an
How?
overrated fucking draft.
How?
You know why? Because after
Why?
the first 5 picks, the draft was over.
I
That's
mean,
why. That's why.
but here's the thing, bro. The reason why it was a great draft is because we could rely on guys like LeBron, Wade, and Melo, and Chris Bosh
Yeah, that's the
to say
problem.
not even say, but we could rely on those guys to be legit forces on title teams
Okay,
to make the league better than it
only
was.
4 teams got, and that means only 4 teams got a player worthy. See, go to back. See again. I'm gonna go to this again, and we're gonna end
Yeah.
it soon, man. For real. If anybody
Yeah.
watching, y'all kicking it with us, but I'm out here doing what I'm doing.
Yeah.
The genesis of this argument, you said it was a weak league, and you said it was a weak league because of expansion and this and that. But
Yeah.
see, a league is overall strong when there's an influx of talent. Where, like I said, most teams that are drafting get a player that they can add to their roster to help them win games. If you're only judging based on Hall of Fame level talent at the top of draft, well, guess what? Those teams that are not getting Hall of Fame level talent are going to get weaker. Like the 03 draft when my team got Michael fucking Sweeting. Okay?
Yeah.
Like, I would have liked to gotten a solid, but guess what?
Are you still there, bro? You still there? Bro.
Come on, bro. 03 was one of the most fucking overrated drafts. See, I like 96 where you got solid players all throughout the draft, including the second round. Hold on, let me go look.
I
Let me
agree.
see.
I think 84 is the best draft ever. But if I had to pick the top three, I'd say
I
84,
think '09 was better
96,
than
92.
'84. See.
Uh,
Oh, Sasha Pavlovic. Oh, I can't. David West is the only player. Boris Diaw, Brian Cook. Okay, but Kendrick Perkins at the end of the first round. My God. TJ Ford, and the injury, we never know what he would have been without injuries. Kurt Heinrich. At this point, if Kurt Heinrich is the second pick of your seventh pick of your draft, see, you go from Dwayne Wade to Chris Kaman. And shout out to Chris Kaman, but bro, come on, man. At the
no, but
end,
here's
there
the
was
thing.
really nobody else to pick after that.
But here's the
Look,
thing,
so
bro. We are defining the NBA by top heavy talents. Like that's how the
no,
NBA
that's
does
how
not
it
become
goes. No, I need
how.
complete rosters. And if you were here at the beginning of the show, you would
Yeah.
understand that that's how I'm judging team based on complete
No,
rosters.
I know you, bro. You value. That's why you said that the Blazers would be better than the Lakers
Yep,
because
and
you're
that's
talking
why
about
I'm gonna stand on it because guess what? That roster is more better. Is better to go through an 82 win season. Okay, Zaza Pachulia, some interesting names. See, again, I'm just asking. Josh Howard was the last pick of the first round, so I'm a little bit harder on 03 than me. See, again, a Josh Howard, right? Shout out to Hollywood Hearn because he showed that Josh Howard in 07 was actually the best player on the in that particular series.
oh
You see
yeah
what
on
I'm
the map.
saying?
Yeah,
Against the Mavs when the Mavs got so Josh Howard actually outperformed Dirk. So he was
yeah,
able to win the debate by basically proving that hey, Dirk had more help than you realize. See again, a guy like Josh Howard, not great, not all star, not all time great, but guess what? A guy that was going to give you a good 10 solid 7, solid 10, 11. Leandro Barbosa, another one that would give you a good solid career. Cool.
they were talking about Josh Howard differently. They were saying he was gonna be the next Scottie Pippen for a minute, bro.
Well,
Like
if
06,
he
07.
was, then he was a 29. No, he went to
Yeah,
Wake Forest. He was a good player,
yeah,
4-year player at Wake Forest.
yeah,
Man, oh my God, I remember. Hold on, as a Knicks fan, the
yeah.
first pick of the second round, we picked Maciej Lampe. And what did we think? They was calling him they was calling him the new Dirk or some shit. Oh my God,
Oh
this
yeah.
motherfucker never came over. But yeah, that's another. Then we get was this no Frank Williams was the year before 2002. Look, man, you know, yeah, but no for real. But see, the argument that you tried to make is that the
Yeah,
draft was so weak. That's why
yeah.
expansion and all. No, the drafts was strong, and that goes to show you why '98. See, we don't went all the way from Jerry Sloan to drafts, and yeah, we go through rabbit holes, but that's me because I love all debates and I love all
Yeah.
aspects of the game. Shout out to Sturdy for coming through. Shout out
Yeah.
Herm is just sitting in the background,
Shout
probably
out
sleeping.
casual.
Yeah, man. Shout out Casual, everybody that came up, man.
Yeah.
This is what we do here, man. Like I said, I try to keep it on it. I try to keep it interesting, man. Yeah, man. I really appreciate you, Shay, for showing up. And
I
everybody,
appreciate you too, bro. I mean, it
all
was a
the
great
panels,
show.
like I said, bring the smoke. Bring the smoke because I know my basketball. I talk basketball, and it is what it is, man. But y'all have a
Yeah,
good night.
I actually got the second to last spot for the fantasy league too.
Oh, okay. All right. So we
Yeah.
might. Dart pretty much. Unfortunately, Dart, formerly Michael Jordan fans are the best. He's leaving YouTube, so he actually
Oh,
left
yeah,
the league as well. Wish you well, Dart. I know you gave me a little. I know you gave me a little pep talk or whatever you call it, a little criticism, and I really take it to heart, and I'm trying to do better at being a moderator and all this, and listening and more talking. But yeah, sometimes again, like people will have to interject because people are trying to make an argument that I'm trying not to make, but we're gonna figure this out. And I'm glad to have a panel up here. I'm glad to have people watching and y'all that rock with me. Yeah, look, Thursday, we are not going 5.5 hours. I can guarantee you that. But
Yeah.
we tune in for Thursday. I'm going to talk about I'm going to talk about the Central Division. So we're going to be talking about some Pistons, some Bulls, some Cavaliers and all that. So I'm beginning in that division. And the others, as far as the other topic, I'll figure out anything. Well, let's see what's going on. Oh, the preseason open too. The Knicks will be playing in Abu Dhabi. I guess since it's way far ahead, the game will be early in the day. So maybe I can hope we get a chance to catch up and hopefully my Knicks beat the shit out of the Sixers. Paul George and Embiid are not playing, so yeah,
Yeah,
surprised
obviously,
they didn't. But all right, man. Signing off. Good night. Really appreciate you
yeah.
guys.
I
Have a good one.
appreciate you too, my man. I'll see y'all later.
Later. Oof, boy.